Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 8:35 a.m. So at this time, we will go to agenda item number 2, and I'm going to ask Donnie Nelson to lead us in the pledge of allegiance.
Yeah. All right, here we go. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to page number 3, roll call. Tia, if you would please.
Pamela Sloan,
Here.
Rollins Baldwin,
Here.
Linda Cavazos, Ron Gerzon,
He will be off one.
Matt Hyde,
Here.
Tony Marini, Colin McNaught,
Present.
Kevin McPartlin,
Present.
Wade Wilson,
Yo.
Deanna Riddle, Rand Livingston will be a few minutes late. Alex Woodley,
Here.
Russell Fett,
Here.
David Vick,
Here.
Sean Lemon, absent.
Here, remote.
Jason Odegaard,
Here.
Tammy Hamick,
Here.
Bob Levitt,
Here.
Domingo Rivera,
Here.
Dave Henneman,
Here.
Ellen Townsend,
Here.
Xavier Anthony,
Here.
Daniel Paredes, will be in and out. Haley Hirsch. Tara Carter in and out. Timothy Jackson,
Here.
Donnie Nelson,
Here.
Paul Anderson,
Here.
Jay Beesmeyer,
Here.
Bart Davis,
Here.
Lori Locke, and myself, T Wonder.
All right, at this time, let's go to page number 5, announcement. Donnie, I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, President Sloan. First of all, dinner count for tonight, looking at probably 5:30. Gonna shoot for the cafe right across the hall here. When we get to lunch, I'll go over there and just double check their availability reservations to put a table together. If not, I'll come up with a second venue and I'll let you know when we reconvene after lunch, where we'll go. But with that, planning on a 5:30 dinner, just if you would please, a show of hands of how many plan to attend dinner tonight. Perfect. Thank you for that. So again, I'll give you that detail when we resume back in session after lunch. 4 handouts you have in front of you, actually probably 5 now. First part, you have additional public comment page, and there are also 2 additional handouts that are part of this number 1 from liaison reports. One is the class 1A report from Mr. Vick, the other one is the data report from Mr. Ampium. So 2 pages there in additional, 3 pages there in additional handouts. Also, other additional handouts. Second one is, which will be referenced for item number 9. That is the financial reports. You have that in there, Mr. Biesmeyer. Hand that out. That's the 2024-25 budget, the draft. It's a stapled 2-page item. Looks like a big grid of numbers. So that handout will go for item number 9 under financial reports, again, the 24-25 budget draft. Third item is the updated fee schedule. This is number 13. And what you have in there are, it's a packet of a bunch of fee schedules. The individual official game fee that's associated with team bracket sports, that's the top page on there. It's a color-coded page with the yellow. Again, that will be with regards to item number 13. That will be for approval in today's packet for action. Also underneath that cover page, there are other things, and there are corrected schedules for the individual based sports of swimming and diving, track and field, and wrestling. Now, those are in with that packet underneath that cover page, the team bracket sports officials fees, only for informational purposes. I'll address why they're in there when we get to item number 13. The 4th handout you have is with regards to item number 23. That's the updated template for concussion implementation. We'll have 2 presenters here about 10 o'clock this morning that will address that with you. So again, that's the updated template for concussion. That goes to item number 23. So 4 sets of handouts, basically. All right, let's continue on with announcements, and we're going to go into some awards starting now, and we'll also do again some more tomorrow. So first things first, we have some members leave, not leave, some other recognitions. Vice President Stallworth. This is something for you. This is an honor bestowed from the National Federation of State High School Associations. They, within each section on an annual basis, they take nominations from each office, student association office staff. It's based on merit, longevity, and contributions to the state office, including board facilitation, and also district facilitation, what you do for a job. Anyway, long story short, we have a good run at this award right now in one of our offices. I believe Ms. Sloan was awarded this 2 years ago, if I'm correct. And so with that said, we have the state award, although it's a section award for outstanding service. It says National Federation of State High School Associations and recognition of service and contribution in support of the NIAA Board of Control. Again, so it's an Omni President Award, presents this awards to Ron Sullivan. So congratulations. I'm gonna do a quick fight here. I'll do a quick little show later. So anyway, we're on a roll of these. All right, Mr. Jackson, you're gonna join me up here for this one. We're gonna save our 3 student liaisons. Again, Ms. Hirsch is not here yet. Ms. Carter, Ms. Paredes are upstairs, handling an issue right now. Ron, yours on. We have a plaque for Ron as stepping off the Board of Control. We'll have to probably get him that plaque at another time. I know he's not present with us virtually either. So we do have a plaque and a lifetime pass. As you term off the Board of Control, the association gives you a recognition plaque and also, like I said, a lifetime pass. Tony Marini will be here tomorrow morning about 10:30. He's in meetings, running this big building that we're in today. So we'll see him present his award tomorrow at 10:30. With that, Mr. Jackson, I'm gonna have you take this. Mr. Hyde? This is temporary. We don't quite know exactly what's gonna happen with your position, and I know you don't know that until probably another month or 2, depending on how that takes place with NASB. But I want to use this just in case, but we're not gonna take it back from you. Mr. Jackson will present to you your Board of Control service plaque and also your lifetime pass. So hopefully you get to just kind of ignore this a little bit, but what's gonna happen, but that's it. And, President Sloan, one last thing under announcements, restrooms, if you go out these doors, you turn right and you head towards, El Jefe.
Look for the giant.
Yeah.
elephant.
Yeah, there's a, on the right-hand side, there's also another restaurant on the left-hand side, anyway, the restroom to the right, down the hall, just 100 yards or so on the left-hand side. Depends on that's all I've got for number 4. Thank you.
Okay, I too at this time have a couple presentations. I'd like to slip in.
All right.
So I would like to honor at this time some individuals that I have worked side by side with for a lot of years. And it's a little bittersweet to say goodbye, but completely understand what they are doing. So Jay Biesmeyer, Donnie Nelson, have a couple plaques for you, and I like to read the inscription inside. It says, "We sincerely appreciate your years of distinguished service, unwavering dedication, tireless efforts and exceptional leadership to the NIAA Association and the students of Nevada. Your contributions have been invaluable, and we are truly grateful for all you have done." So, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Biesmeyer, if you would please.
Been my pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense.
Got
I know, I've got this nameplate here, which, and a couple more items that kind of slide off from the. But I'm still here around for a while, help.
All right.
Jackson, so, thank you very much.
No, thank you. All right, any more announcements?
No, thank you.
All right, now we go to page 6, public comment. This time provides an opportunity to citizens to address the board about the matter not on the agenda. Portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law has been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that said person please complete a yellow public card and submit it to the president prior to opening of the item. A limit of 3 minutes per person and or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. Any public comment?
We have live public comment from one of the assemblymen who's here with us. Can you hear us, Assemblyman?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
You will have 3 minutes on your public comments, sir. President Sloan, is it okay if I begin?
Yes, sir, and who is keeping time?
I shall.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Assemblyman.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm David Ornett-Licker. I serve in the Nevada Assembly representing District 20 on the southeast side of Las Vegas. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this morning. I'm here today to encourage the adoption of boys flag football as an interscholastic sport, and I do so for a number of reasons. First is the introduction of flag football to the Olympics in 2028 indicates the sport has seen exceptional growth in recent years and has a bright future in the world of athletic competition. With adoption of boys flag football as an interscholastic sport, the NIAA can encourage the development of a pipeline for Nevada's youth that will make them competitive and indeed leaders in the flag football world. This is particularly important since, as the National Football League has observed, flag football has become the most accessible and inclusive version of American football worldwide. Also, flag football will open interscholastic competition in football to a wider range of boys. With its greater emphasis on speed and agility compared to size and strength, flag football offers opportunities for boys who are too small to play an active role in high school tackle football. For those boys, flag football can provide the first step to interscholastic competition and the benefits students gain in terms of academic engagement and achievement. In addition, some boys and parents prefer non-contact sports and therefore choose not to enroll in tackle football programs. Flag football would provide an attractive alternative for these families and give more boys the opportunity to play interscholastic football. Fortunately, logistical considerations are more favorable for adopting flag football and other new interscholastic sports. Equipment costs are low, and the organizational structure often exists already. In Clark County, for example, non-tackle football thrives as an independent club sport for high school boys. And of course, flag football already is an interscholastic sport for girls. Accordingly, I encourage you all to begin consideration of flag football as a boys' interscholastic sport as soon as possible. As mentioned, with flag football becoming an Olympic sport in 2028, Nevada's youth would benefit greatly from the NIAA becoming a leader in the development of boys flag football. And again, I really appreciate you giving me the chance to comment today.
Any other public comment?
Yes.
Anybody else, Davis, on first? Okay. Thank you, Assemblyman. We appreciate your comment.
Say.
So we do not need the public comment on page, so just let you know, on page 7, public comment also submitted in writing from the Assemblyman.
I'll go ahead and start with the loose leaf and then I'll go into the packet. I'm gonna skip the part that just half of people alone. All right. Good morning. We can all agree that it was a step in the wrong direction. The field itself was not at its best. They did try, but there were high lifts on the edge of the grass. The ball bounced everywhere. We want to give these kids an opportunity to play in something exceptional, rewarding for them for their hard work. Also, kids and parents didn't have the opportunity to buy state souvenirs, t-shirts, or hoodies. The good thing, they did let you bring your cooler and were very accommodating to everyone. Mr. Response. I was rather disappointed in the field conditions of the baseball and softball fields. The infield around the bases of the softball field were soft, which gave the infielders and even runners a hard time fielding and getting traction for running. The pitching circle for softball was extremely sandy, which caused the pitchers to have a hard place to plant since the hole got dug deeper due to the soft dirt. The right field grass area was not in shape and was mostly dirt. The baseball field had issues with lips around the bases, which caused quite a few bad hops for the players. The grass in certain areas was not in condition. In general, there were no starting lineups announced. There was very limited concession stand. There was also no merchandise for the parents, players to purchase to have that as a memory for the event. As athletic directors, we are given a very well laid out booklet of what needs to be there for these tournaments. So I was a bit confused on why there were things not taken care of to make this experience. Thanks and have a great day. And that is from West Wendover. Okay, the next one is going to be something received from liaison Sid Simons from Ken Parker. As the athletic director at Needle High School, I would like to share my concerns regarding the 2A state tournament held at Durango High School. Please pass my email up the chain of command at the NIAA. As you are aware, Needle Unified School District takes great pride in its facilities, especially its athletic fields. Our baseball and softball fields are the best fields in the tri-state area. Each year, we host several tournaments, including the 2A Southern League tournament, and receive nothing but complimentary reviews on how very well maintained our fields are. We ensure that all doubleheaders and tournament games played are maintained in between games to provide our student athletes with the best field conditions possible. You can imagine my frustration and disappointment when I arrived at the field where our baseball and softball teams would be playing their state title tournaments. I know there's a process in which the NIAA chooses these tournaments, where these tournaments are played, and the fields are assessed on whether or not they are safely played on. Before I list my concerns, I would like to thank the Durango Athletics Department for their friendliness and effort in trying to get it all done. Below are my concerns regarding the field facilities. The edging on both field flips in the infield and outfield was not maintained, causing safety issues for players. The pitching out at the softball field was not packed properly. There was a lot of loose sand. The softball field only had one restroom for all spectators to use. Lack of water in the dugouts for players and coaches. Softball and baseball scoreboard would flicker on and off sporadically and did not work properly during the games, all games. Our coaching staff had to assist Durango staff with the maintenance for prepping fields. There was very limited food in the snack bars. There was no state tournament shirt available to buy. Our softball team was given a state banner after they were off the field and started watching the boys play. After Needle Lady Staines won the tournament, the coaches were handed a box of medals and asked to hand them out to their players. Since the players weren't going to be announced, one of our coaches had to ask them to announce our players. Parents for baseball and softball were not allowed in the field to take pictures photos after we won. Moving forward, I would hope that the NIAA will be diligent in finding fields that are of equal quality to ours and better than ours. Student athletes work hard all season to not be rewarded by playing on quality field. Thank you. Amy Avila. And the next one is from Ashley DeLeon. Hi, my name is Ashley DeLeon. We attended the NIAA 2A state championship baseball softball tournament at Durango High School, May 16th, 17th, and 18th. After attending this event, we were disappointed in the lack of seating, shade, restroom facilities, field maintenance, and appearance of facilities, along with the snack bars menu option, and the lack of full service staff. As the tournament progressed, a non-functioning scoreboard started to play a factor in gameplay. Overall, I would consider this below standard for what I believe is a prestigious tournament to decide the #1 team in the 2A state of Nevada. Our schools are the biggest, but our young athletes work just as hard as the larger schools that deserve better. I truly was hoping for a little bit more for them. Thank you. Next one is going to be from Abby Chandler. Good morning. I would first like to begin this email with a thank you to the Durango softball team and staff. The team and coaching staff worked on both softball and baseball fields during the state tournament with what they had. We know the effort it takes to maintain a field during a tournament with the help of the maintenance team, let alone maintaining 2 fields with little help. I would also like to take this opportunity to address some concerns that our coaching staff had while participating in the state tournament. To begin, our fans were told that concessions would be available to them and that the coolers and outside food and drinks were not allowed in the venue. The concessions consisted of chips, water, vitamin water, and snow cones. While these items were bought, we felt that this small selection was not sufficient. There were also concerns there were only one restroom for both men and women to share. During the games, there were multiple problems with the scoreboard. The first game of the tournament did not have a physical scoreboard. Our biggest concerns came from the safety and quality of the field. The batting cage at the softball field was unsafe and was not able to be utilized by our pitchers when they wanted to warm up. The pitching circle was packed with very soft dirt, and the pitchers from both teams were battling pitching through a large hole from their drag foot. As we know, this happens after overuse, it was excessive. Right field had sections of dirt as opposed to grass, and the warning track was thrown over, making the distance to the fence different in all outfield positions. The teams at the softball field were also not given any water jugs for the championship game. At the conclusion of the championship game, we did not receive championship banner until we went to watch the championship baseball game. This email is written in hopes of improving their experience with the 2A athletes. These kids work hard and put forth their best effort day in and day out. So it's my belief that their effort should be acknowledged through an exceptional experience. The 2A student athlete experience should mirror those of other divisions, and unfortunately, I don't believe it was accomplished during the 2024 2A softball baseball state tournament. I would love to be a part of the solution to correcting the discrepancies in the student athlete experience. Abby Chandler. And the next one, is from Jane Schroeder, NIAA. I was extremely disappointed in the venue for the state 2A baseball this year. Not only was the field in bad shape, but limited concessions for people there all day. Scoreboard was continually wrong and needing to be constantly adjusted. They also had students doing the announcing. That was disrespectful to these kids who worked hard to get there. Not to mention, there was no state championship merchandise anywhere, nothing for these kids to take home. Embarrassing for the NIAA. Not to mention that the coaches were helping get the field ready. I'm very disappointed in the way that NIAA chose to have this venue and not care about the athletes who worked so hard to get there. Blessings, Jay Schroeder. Switching gears. This is from Carissa Pierce. I am writing on behalf of the Children's Advocacy Alliance to express our strong support for the NIAA to add an agenda item to take action on including flag football as an interscholastic sport for boys in Nevada high schools. As an organization dedicated to the healthy development and well-being of children in Nevada, we believe that flag football should be a universal sport for both boys and girls in the state as an alternative to tackle football. One of the primary concerns associated with tackle football is the risk of brain injuries, including concussions and chronic traumatic and CTE. These injuries can have long-term detrimental effects on cognitive function, mental health, and overall quality of life. Flag football, by contrast, significantly reduces the risk of such injuries due to its non-contact nature. By providing boys with the option to participate in flag football, we can promote physical fitness and team building skills without exposing them to the same level of risk associated with tackle football. Moreover, flag football is already established an interscholastic sport for high school girls in Nevada, and extending this opportunity to boys would promote gender equity in our school sport programs. It's essential to offer equal opportunities for all students, and allowing boys to participate in flag football would support the sport. Additionally, flag football has been gaining popularity nationwide and will be an Olympic sport in 2028. This recognition on the global stage underscores the legitimacy and growing appeal of the sport. Providing boys with the opportunity to play flag football at the high school level could open doors for them to compete at higher levels, including collegiate and international competitions. It also caters to the preferences of many boys and their parents who favor non-contact sports due to health and safety concerns. Adopting flag football as an interscholastic sport for boys is a forward-thinking and health-conscious decision that aligns with the values of the safety, inclusivity, and opportunity. We strongly urge the NIAA to consider this item in a future meeting. Thank you for your consideration, Chris Pierce. Give me one moment, guys. Next one is from Leanne McAllister. On behalf of the pediatricians at the Nevada chapter of American Academy of Pediatrics, Nevada AAP, I wish to submit this public comment in support of establishing a flag football option for Nevada boys similar to the program already offered to girls. This public comment is to be included in your plan workshop. So this one can be moved over. We should continue to this one.
No, it's public comment.
Not
It's-
the workshop?
That's correct. It's not an agenda item, it's not the workshop.
Perfect, thank you. Flag football has all the positive benefits of tackle football, including regular exercise, learning to be part of the team, and social growth and development without an increased risk of serious injury or the perceived competitive advantage of weight gain to tackle football. We hope that the Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association will seriously consider making this option available to all athletes in Nevada. Football is a fast-paced, aggressive contact sport that is very popular among Americans' youth. Injuries are common because of the large number of athletes participating, with head injuries being the most serious. Concussions can occur if the head or neck hits the ground, equipment, or another athlete. A concussion is an injury to the brain that disrupts the normal brain function on a temporary and permanent basis. Prematurely returning to play after concussion can lead to another concussion and even death. All concussions are serious, and all athletes with suspected concussions should not return to play unless they see a doctor. An athlete with a history of concussion is more susceptible to another injury than an athlete with no history of concussion. serious injuries found and by many adolescent males actively seeking to gain weight. This is regularly occurred. This is particularly true in American football, a sport in which players have had much higher rates of overweight and obesity than population norms. Between 2001 and 2009, average weight for college recruited high school offensive linemen and defensive tackles have been approximately 130 kgs or 286 pounds. A 2005 study of community football players in Michigan demonstrated an upward drift in BMI starting at 11 years of age and a median BMI is around the 90th percentile in boys 11 to 14 years of age. The Nevada AAP currently has 280 members, most of whom are board certified pediatricians. Both primary and specialty care members are also include pediatric nurse practitioners, physician assistants, pediatric residents, medical students, all of whom live and work in Nevada and have been dedicated to the professional lives of health of all children. Pediatricians as the most pediatricians as the most extensively educated providers of pediatric care have the ability to manage, coordinate, and supervise the entire spectrum of pediatric care, from prevention to diagnosis through all stages of treatment and practice settings. My job is to connect physician leaders in at the Nevada AAP to state leaders like you to ensure that they are aware of the most recent evidence-based pediatric care thinking available as you can make critical decisions impacting youth in our state. Thank you for your leadership, Dan Allison. I'm tired.
Any others?
Great.
Or anyone else? You have? Okay.
President Sloan would ask that Rachel use their classroom voice. The eyes are a little bit far away. So it's-
Everybody use your coach's voice, please.
Well, President Sloan, I'm sorry to interrupt you, just to recognize, we do have member Beers on, is
Okay.
in attendance with us virtually. Ron, good to see you. Thank you for getting with us here today. And, member Sorensen is also just in attendance here. Rand, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Got you marked as, she's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if we can now go to page number 17, the approval of the agenda for June 5th, 6th, 2024 NIAA Summer Board of Control meeting.
I move to approve what's for agenda.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Second.
Used to the two of you side by side. It's gonna be a day of ping pong here. All right, we have a first and a second, the approval of the minutes to include a flexible agenda.
Approval of the agenda.
What did I say? Oh, I apologize, trying to get ahead of myself here. All right, so with that said, if, any other questions, discussions at this time?
President Sloan, I will just, again, a recap of a few different items, when they're gonna be addressed, so everybody knows before we get the final yays. Item number 23, again, assuming we approve this flexible agenda as motioned and seconded. Item 23 will be today, around 10 o'clock. Doctors, Nicholas Murray and Carol Scott will be here, again, around 10 o'clock today to present item 23. Item 18, that's our workshop. That is scheduled for 1 o'clock today. So we'll hit that after we come back from lunch. And finally, item 35, that is expected to go tomorrow about 11:15. That's the partnerships item. So those three items have some time frame to it, just in case you want to jot those down. So we can get to. Thank you, President Sloan.
Thank you. Okay, any additional comments at this time? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Mr. Gerzon?
Aye.
All right, that motion is passed. Now, if we could please turn to item number 7 on page 25, the approval of the minutes for the January 17, 18, 2024 NIAA Winter Board of Control meeting.
March 19.
Where am I at? This is January. Oh, sorry, the agenda's misread. All right. All right, so that needs to be changed, sorry.
Okay.
right, let me start that again. The approval of the minutes from the March 19th, March 20th, NIAA Winter Border Control meeting for possible action.
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to approve the minutes for the March 19th, March 20th, 2024, NIAA Winter Board Control meeting.
We have a first.
Member Hyde, second.
Thank you. Any further discussion, questions, comments? Hearing none at this time. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Not in favor, say nay. Motion. All right, we can go to page number 37, item number 8. Lifetime pass request. Going to turn this over to Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, President Sloan. On page 37, you see the list of names vetted to receive lifetime passes. As you know, those applications come into our office. We look them over to make sure they meet the requirements as outlined on page 38 of your packet. And all of those 7 individuals that are there do meet the requirements contained in those applications. Any questions to me on those?
Member Hyde, I move for approval of lifetime passes. Items, names under item A, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
Thank you.
Alex Woodley, second.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes, approved. Thank you.
Jay and I would like to thank you very much. We're gonna be fans now.
You were gonna get one anyway, so.
Various,
We had to make sure that we did meet the requirements, that's for sure.
All right, at this time, if you could turn, please turn to page 40. Financial report. Mr. Beesmeyer.
Wow, this early?
We're rocking and rolling.
Doesn't mean you can take it time. Okay. Actually, jotting down some notes.
anyway, thanks to President Sloan, thank you. Page 40, we've got a few items to discuss here. Current financials. And these are as of May 30. To get them in the packet, which means there's been activity since, with more to come before we get to the year end, which is June 30. Ends our fiscal year. Again, we will have an audit done in July, with oversight Howard up to the Sparks office here. And spend a couple days and go over the audit. With myself and whoever the new person is that takes over my responsibilities. I want them to certainly be part of the audit. So that's the plan of me staying on through August 6th to make sure that that gets accomplished. Current financials, as I mentioned, as of May 30. That's A. B is 23-24 spring event recap, which I put in here at all of our board meetings, depending on the season, which is just as it says, an event recap, each game that was held, each tournament, showing the gate receipts, the attendance, kind of my worksheet that I use to keep things straight, who's been paid, who hasn't, et cetera. And certainly want to say thank you to all of those schools again who stepped up and offered help during the spring postseason. Simply can't do it without you. So thanks to all those schools who hosted. There were numerous, obviously. C is an updated fee schedule for the officials for next year and the year after. But next year, as noted on this agenda item, and the 24-25 draft budget, which was a handout. that I wasn't able to get into this pack. I wanted to have a little more data to go by before I started throwing numbers, into a budget type form. But, was able to accomplish that as a, zero-based balance, as far as revenue and expenses. So let's go on page 41. Event revenue. Most of you have seen this report before, the percentages and the budget, that was established for this year and the actual numbers. And keep in mind that these are not final numbers, as far as, the actuals. And if you look in the right-hand column, the budget number, we'd like to be over 100% on all the event revenue. You can see that we didn't quite get there, currently for a lot of sports. Only basketball, football, and swimming exceeded our budgeted numbers for revenue. Like I said, there are some revenues still to come in, but not a real significant amount as far as event revenue goes. We did have schools use a cash system and pay cash sales, and most of those have already paid, but there's a couple that have not, and I haven't seen the checks yet. So anyway, they'll all get reported, but we budgeted 1.408 million for event revenue. We actually, right now, we're at 1.458. We're gonna end up about 1.5 at the end of the year. That's a guess at this point, but an educated guess at that. The percentages, again, we like to be, that right-hand column, we like to have that one be well over 100%. And then when we get down to event expenses, we like that to be under 100%, but we'll get there, and usually we find out that that's not the case, as everything is costing more these days. And so anyway, with the event revenues, again, football led the way. It had another good year after kind of a lackluster year last year. It bounced back and significantly exceeded our $400,000 budget. All the others were really close, a lot of 99s, 98s, and in that, high 80s for revenues. But we always hope for better, but at least we got to our budgeted number, and probably will exceed it by about 90,000. Other revenue, dues, 314,696 was our budgeted number. That came in exact as it should. All the schools paid their dues. Just to let you know, when we start talking about the budget for future year, next year, we increased the dues to $2.50 a kid at $1,200 from $1,000 for the schools under 600, which is going to generate an additional $70,000 approximately, slightly less. But that's just to put in the back of your mind that next year's budget number should be about $70,000 higher than that 314. Publications, these are rule books that our officials, our schools purchase. Frankly, that's gone down over my years in this office. Used to be almost every school orders rule books. Now about 60% of the schools order rule books. Not sure why that is. Maybe they feel like they know the rules and they don't need to know them, or they don't know who's coaching, or they just don't order them, and there's other ways to attain those rule books, which there is. But certainly no better price than what the NIAA offers. But we certainly made our revenue number there as far as what was budgeted. Activity cards, as you all know, officials get charged $25 for an activity card. Everybody else is $50. We raised that from $35, and it did generate a good amount of income, over $100,000, budgeted $89. So I anticipate that to go up. We certainly hope our more officials will get activity cards as we get the word out to them and make it easier for them to purchase cards. Top 10, not much happening there yet, although that is coming up. As far as we're not going to have a banquet, so there's not going to be revenue per se, but we will have a $20,000 expense to all those kids who get $1,000 check from the NIAA, 10 in the north, 10 in the south, and that's not reflected on any of these financials. The expense is not, I have to cut those checks because we don't know who those 20 kids are yet. Hall of Fame, that's coming up, next week in the north. People are paying to, attend that banquet and Hall of Fame games, are also included in that. When that's mostly a football thing, although schools can purchase Hall of Fame games for any sport, and some do. Add an additional game to their schedule, but it's usually a football thing where teams want to play 10 games instead of 9. Partnerships, that's the play-by agreement with, that Brady heads up, Brady Raggio in our office, promised this association $280,000 a year. They have made those payments. They usually do that in 2 parts, in July and in January, and they did again this year, so that money is in there. Partnerships other is NFHS, with the NFHS network. We budgeted 45 because that's kind of what the NFHS network contract was going to call for this year for the NIAA. We've received other donations from other people that we've witnessed in prior meetings, cross-country groups coming and donating like $15,000 to $20,000. I do have a $30,000 and change check on my desk right now that I got in the mail yesterday from the National Federation, which will fulfill their obligation on the NFHS network. So that's not recognized in here. So you're going to see an additional 30K on that account as far as revenue, which will bring that up to 64.8 or close to 65. So the budgeted amount of 45 was just that, and like I said, we had other donations, which we certainly don't budget for. Advertising, that is a non-cash item that is done in the audit through Activate. That's part of their contract. So it's recognized in revenue and expense, so it's a wash. Advertising will show $55,000 worth of income there at year end, and on the expense side, you'll see it not yet recognized, but it will show up there as well. So there's no net value either way on that one as far as the income statement goes. Radio TV used to be a thing in this office where, you know what, we'd get radio TV rights and stuff like that. The NFHS network has kind of taken over that. So they'll, I don't anticipate, significant income in that account going forward. But it's still there. Officials registration, we budgeted 64, got 68. So we had a few more officials registered than we had budgeted for, which is always a good thing, and we need to continue that. Appeals and fine, Lori, Donnie, everyone but myself sending out fine letters based on what's going on out there, and schools are, the NIAA is reaping the benefits, as you should say, people not doing what they're supposed to do. But there's more to go into that account before year end. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets up close to 18,000 by the end of the year. All-star games, not many of those going on. There's only been one where somebody filled out the sanctioning form, got it approved, held the game. That was in Southern Nevada. We don't budget anything for that. We don't know if people are going to have all-star games. And interest continues to be, a very low rate, but getting better. Special projects. I know that that's a kind of a wrestling deal. The revenue for special projects is what we get in commissions from the National Federation for coaches taking the first aid in coaching classes. There's been like $26,000 in revenue from coaches taking classes and us getting $10 per class. And then the other part of special projects revenue is wrestling assessment revenue, which is our assessors going out, assessing wrestlers for the season, I bill them, that's the revenue part. There's a little extra in there to pay for some extra equipment. But usually the wrestling assessment revenue account is slightly more than the wrestling assessor expense account in special projects on the expense side. But there's 41,000 and change in there this year. We budgeted 40. So I had an idea of what was going to be involved in that account. So we will continue to get the $10 per on the NFHS classes. That's the revenue, $2.354 million so far. We budgeted 2.326. So we're going to exceed our revenue accounts. It's going to end up, 2.4 and change, 2.45. There's probably another 30. There is another probably $65,000 with revenue going to be added to that 2.354 at year end. That's that. Okay. Sorry to drag this on, but this is my last one of these. Event expenses. This is crazy. I mean, and I really took Pam Sloan's suggestion to heart as I wind up my career at the NIAA and trying to pay people more for what they do, because I certainly appreciate everything they do. And it wasn't significant, I mean, to, the individual, but in the overall scheme of things, I wasn't, they submitted their expenses on what they were doing at tournaments. We did this, we paid, $700 for people to set up a hospitality room. I paid the bills. I wasn't gonna say, we're not paying for that. I'm not doing that. We appreciate everything our schools do. And if they go over budget, they usually call me, ask me, Jay, is that okay? I go, yes, it is. Appreciate you, and move on. And, obviously you can only do that to a certain extent, but I certainly felt in my last term, I wasn't gonna be the bad guy. I wasn't gonna say no, and for all these times I've said yes. Tournament director, officials, ticketing fees, tournament expense, trophies and awards, facility expense and security. Tournament directors, they've pretty much been paid. That's not going to change. There are a couple of schools have not submitted their paperwork for a spring event. Very few, maybe 2 or 3 small 1-game sites. And Tonopah. I haven't seen Tonopah for 1A baseball and soccer. Everybody else is paid. Officials, just officials' bills continue to increase. We all know that. They're going to continue to increase. And you can see that it's 30% of our event expense. Budgeted 30%. Pretty much got all the officials paid for the year. I don't know that there's too much outstanding there, if any. So ticketing fees, again, for all of our revenue that we generate up above, you can probably take about 14 to 15% of that and throw it into ticketing fees account. Now, if somebody with a calculator could probably figure that out. 170,000 is what percentage of 1.45 million? And if it comes in less than that, it is because in the fall, there was a little glitch in the hometown ticketing system where the actual customer was paying the fees for about a 10-day period as fall tickets went for sale. So I'm estimating there was probably about $18,000 to $20,000 that our customers paid these fees. And much to my amazement, not one person called our office and said, how come we're getting charged with these fees? And that's significant just in thought, in that, if we're in need of generating some more revenue, do you want to tack on the ticketing fees to the price of the ticket and have the customer pay and eliminate this $170,000 expense. So that's a big item for the board to consider. As we introduced hometown ticketing, I always felt, and I think everybody in the office kind of felt maybe it would be, less of, less complaints about online ticketing if we paid the fees and they knew exactly what they were paying. If you had to pay $12 to get in a game, that's what showed up on their credit card, not $13.65. And so that's what we've done for the 3 years, maybe we've been using Hometown Fire. Okay, I think it's 3. Whatever came after COVID. I'm like, however many years ago that was.
Hey, Jay, if I may,
Go, Ken.
we've been ticketless 3 years now. Cashless, thank you. And, first year we paid the fee, and the last 2, we've assessed the fee, and I haven't heard complaint one. So
Yeah, I mean,
it's
that's
definitely something to consider.
a big ticket item. And I was very surprised nobody called and said, hey, it says here that you guys are gonna absorb the fees. How come we're gonna absorb it? Not one call. So anyway, that's that. Budgeted 190, we're at 170. So there's that $20,000 that I was talking about, that 10 days in fall, when tickets first went on sale for the first events of the fall season, that fee was being paid by the customer. Tournament expense is all the people who help, all the things that go on running an event. Whether it's porta potties or trainers, just to put this number in your mind, probably pay our trainers about $60,000 during the course of the year to be at our events. I say that because I just paid South, and that was, probably close to about 22 between North and South for trainers. Spring is pretty expensive for trainers. It's the most expensive season. So I'm just putting that number in your minds, about $60,000 for trainers we're paying. And we don't pay them enough. And even though I've tried to pay them more the last couple of years, pay a trainer a couple $100 to be out at a track meet for a day. If there's 3 trainers, then it's gonna be $600. For one volleyball game, I pay them $75. That's a steal, and I feel like, but it used to be 50, so I certainly paying them, 50% more over the last couple of years. And they're being great. They're not, nobody's complaining. We got little training groups around the state that are, taking care of some of the Clark County schools. It's a different framework as you move around the state on who the actual trainers are. It's a little bit of a puzzle putting it together on who's going to cover what events. And frankly, we're not assured that we're going to have trainers at all events still. And that's a big concern. Obviously, when you get a complaint and somebody gets hurt and there was not a trainer there, that's bad. But I don't think that's in place right now where we're assured of having trainers at all of our games. That's tournament expense, and it encompasses a lot of things. Anything that doesn't fall into one of these other categories, that's where it goes. Trophies and awards. This is another point of concern going forward. Jostens has the current contract for the NIAA. That's $71,000, represents winter and fall. I have not paid spring awards because I'm kind of in conflict on how they're billing. They've been charging me shipping and all these charges that I thought were not part of our contract. So I will be getting together with Mark Lee, the Jostens rep, going over the spring bills and paying exactly what I feel we owe, not paying for shipping. I'll pay for shipping if it's an extra order, for extra medals for a particular team, or a tie for second place trophy, or runner-up, or a championship trophy. If we have to order additional ones, we pay for those, and I'll pay the shipping. But I have to go over this with Mark in the next 6 weeks And make sure that, we're not paying those things that we never agreed to pay. So you just kind of have my word on that I'm gonna make sure that, we don't get raked over the coals. And, the cost of trophies and awards has gone up significantly. And I'm not sure where we're gonna go forward. It sure would be nice to get a sponsor for trophies and awards. That would be wonderful. And look how much money it would save us if we have a sponsor for trophies and awards, but I'm not sure that that's possible. Facility expense. We budgeted 90, we're at 102, and I still haven't seen the bill from Thomas and Mack. And frankly, I don't know how you want me to proceed with that, but obviously at some point, somebody at Thomas and Mack's gonna wake up and go, well, they haven't paid. It may take until something happens next year, I don't know. But I don't go calling people, when are you gonna bill me? But that's probably gonna be 30 to 40,000, Bart.
We're in there for 2 days. They charge us about 15 day one at the door, plus I don't know if you get the catering bills for that or not. Yeah, probably goes for 35.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a hanging chad, as they say. But I wouldn't expect us not to have to not pay that. I mean, at some point, somebody's gonna send us a bill. I know the gentleman that used to help us for so many years, and I'm drawing a blank on him.
Yeah, Jim.
Once again,
Jim
Jim
Sanders.
Sanders is no longer at UNLV. He's the one that used to generate all that when we'd have football at Sam Boyd or anything at Thomas and Mack or the, what's the other facility? The Cox Pavilion. Boy, it's in my mind. Anyway, that's where we are with that. Obviously, way over budget, especially if you tack on 35. Security, way with the new system that Clark County is using. We weren't really sure how that was going to work, but that's how it works. It costs us more money. Facilitron is the program, the platform that they use to keep track of everybody's, the CSMs and the CCSD police. And obviously there's other security entities that come into play. Washoe County has been really good. They got a new chief. They didn't even bill us for spring. They said, don't worry about it. So we get good treatment there. But certainly it's something that we have to have, and we're gonna have to budget a higher number going forward for security, because we simply have to have it. And you know what, we made it through another year where, security issues, yes, there were some security issues, but nothing that stands out in my mind that we didn't deal with properly and didn't twice, hurt us, just in the public perception of we're not, providing security. We are. Anyway, that's a long explanation on what's on page 41, much to Bart's chagrin, I know, sorry, Bart. 42, other expenses. These are the operating expenses of this association. If you look at the bottom of the page, you can still say, well, we're still revenue over expense of $172,000. But as we've gone through and spoken about things, yes, there's some revenues to add. Not a significant amount of expense to add. That 35 for facility is probably the biggest, and then the trophy and award. So there's probably another, $60,000 to add to event expenses. Which, take 60 right off that 172 right now before you even get to this page. Which puts you at 112. And I'm kind of doing the math for you all as we run down this thing to see where we're going to end up at the end of the year. Board of Control, we're holding a meeting right now. There's expenses gonna be recognized there if they come in time. Before the year end, salaries, there's still 2 months of salaries to recognize and 2 months of salary costs to recognize. We're gonna get to that 405 number and we're gonna get to the 176 number. So there's 76 and, at least 20, so another 100,000 right there. So now our 112 is down to 12. Okay, everybody follow that?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go down, travel, rent's paid through June, so that's done, telephone's pretty much done. Postage is pretty much done, printing, supplies are done, equipment lease is done. Office maintenance, we are having the carpets cleaned, that's probably gonna cost about $800. To get the carpets cleaned in the office, I have clean carpets for our new executive director.
It's expensive.
Accounting, that's done for the year. Legal, I think Paul's got one more invoice for June to submit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there would be one more there. Committee travel, I thought, there would be a little more action in committee travel wise, but you guys have done a lot of Zoom meetings, et cetera, so. Luckily, there's one that's under budget, but there aren't many of those, as you can see. Award of Excellence, top 10, there's gonna be $20,000 to add right there, so now we're -8. Bank charges, minimal, officials registration, blah, 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 nothing there, commissioner's expense, the clinic, people are gonna submit some travel stuff, nothing too significant there to attend the recently held commissioners meeting. So I'm not seeing much to add there other than what we just discussed. So, according to, and I hadn't done this before, so that's kind of why I did this kind of as a running count. We're gonna lose a little money. Not a significant amount, but that's never good to run at a deficit. But I think we are.
Don't we have 30,
Go.
don't we have more revenue coming in on the other side, like another 30,000 or something like that?
Yeah, I have,
Partnerships, oh, okay.
I
Oh, so that, okay, never mind then.
counted.
I'm hoping.
Yeah, I am too. But that's kind of why I'm running down this. As we go, there is, a little bit of revenue still to come in, but, right now, if I had to guess, we're gonna lose, I'm gonna say we're probably gonna lose 20,000. And hopefully it's less than. Okay, that's that. That is the current financial, and then page 43 and 44 is, and all the way to page 40. Page 15 is just what we discussed in a QuickBooks form, account by account. You can look that over. But it doesn't say anything different than what we just talked about. It just gives you another way to look at it and where we are. And then on page 51 is the balance sheet, which shows the cash the NIA has. And the liabilities. If you go on to page 51, you'll see under other current liabilities, there's $13,300 in the NASC payable account, which is $100 dues. It gets transferred at the end of the year, so that money is going to get transferred to the student council account at the end of the year. The accrued compensated absence is basically very close to the number that Donnie and I are gonna receive when we retire, and that's our accrued vacation. And that's an item in here, I believe, in maybe another agenda item, but, that number is about 80,000. For Donnie and I, to receive when we retire. And I will say it's been well earned.
Funny man.
NASC on page 52. This account is the healthiest account of all, and I just got word that, Sparks High is gonna be sending me a check for $25,000 and change, for their recent, state conference, held, 25.5. I have not received that yet, but that will go into their account, so they are up to where, they're gonna have total assets of about $230,000 at the end of the year. And, I keep suggesting that they have a dues holiday or two, but, those NASC people, they like their money. And they do a great job. And Donnie's been attending a lot of their stuff. And, thank him for that, because, gotta have representation at the things that they do, student council. From the executive. Page 53 is the event report, which I mentioned earlier, which is a event by event breakdown. Kind of my worksheet that I use each and every season, who's hosting, what time they're playing, what the gate revenues were, how many people attended. You can go down and kind of, look for things that, may interest you, may not. But those will all get put into an event report that I do at the end of the year when the audit's completed, and it kind of breaks down every sport, how every sport did, how much money one sport made over another, or how much money one sport lost over another. Example, track. Track is very expensive. Right now it's showing that track lost $6,600. I thought it was gonna be much worse. We just kind of really struggled to find people to run our track events, and the officials are very expensive. But came out better than I thought. Just FYI, I do have these reports with me. That's why I know baseball is going to lose $2,300. That's probably that we hope to make money in baseball, and again, football picked up the slack this year, and as it did 2 years ago. And basketball is too. Which sport was gonna be 3 this year? Not baseball, kind of like it usually is, soccer, I believe. As far as revenues go, soccer and baseball are close now. Anyway, that is that part of the agenda, item number 9. So current financials, we reviewed. Spring event recap, we reviewed. Updated official schedule. Is there another item for this?
Yeah, JS number 13.
We'll bypass C for now. And then if we want to do the draft budget right now, discussion.
Jay, if I might just maybe one comment first, get Donald from the staff. When with Mr. Jackson starting, I know Mr. Biesmeyer and I are both told Mr. Jackson, we're going to leave you in a good financial place. And so even going through all this, which sounds like a little bit of doom and gloom, and the end projection was about 20,000. That is because we did have, as Jay explained, some expenses that we did not foresee. Things of the world, costs of operating in this world have gone up significantly that we could have never forecasted. However, back to, before we get to that budget, about leaving Mr. Jackson in good financial position, is because we do have $70,000 coming for the membership dues increases. Thanks to our superintendents for approving that. And as a leaving note, we talk about those ticket expenses, that's $170,000 that I don't believe we need to absorb anymore, those ticket fees, right? All of us who go to events, we all personally pay for those, whatever, go to concerts or athletic events at our universities or anywhere. we're picking up those costs, so I would encourage the board to make that agenda item later. So you're talking about 70,000 plus 170,000, all of a sudden, next year, this budget could be in pretty good shape. So before Mr. Beesmar gets to the draft budget, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. I call boss. The one catch with that obviously is there are still sites that we are accepting cash for admission. And if we're going to charge the fees to everybody, you can do it with that in those ticket prices. I realize this is agenda item per se, or we have to stop accepting cash on.
President Sloan, do you want Mr. Beesmar to wrap up this item then with, to go through the draft budget? Again, this is a preliminary look at it. I know we're gonna resume tomorrow. They'll explain that about improving some of these items, not draft budget. So what's your, like?
Well, I'm gonna ask Jay, would you prefer
I say let's do it.
get it over with? All right, proceed,
Yeah, I mean,
please.
because I think right now we all have an understanding of where we are, just with the discussion that I just had, or my monologue, or whatever you want to call it. So it might be fresh in your mind on how I'm coming up with these numbers. So if you all have your proposed budget, which just is a 2-page deal, handout. I'd say we get on with this.
Sure. We're ready with.
Everybody ready? Okay, event revenue. A lot of this, I took the last 3 years, I did an average of the last 3 years and came up with a number on where we are. And Mr. Jackson, I'm gonna send you this spreadsheet that has the last 25 years.
Cute.
It'll be more than enough to put you to sleep at night. But this is just 5-6 columns of a spreadsheet that has many columns for the last 25 years with proposed budgets and actuals. Amazing where this association's, you know, if you go over 25 rows on this spreadsheet, you'll go, wow. That is pretty amazing. Anyway, proposed budget obviously is right there, that column staring at you right next to the event, to the accounts, to the sports. We, as of 6/3, and mind you, that's not as of 5/30 what's in your book. These are updated figures on revenues. You know, something I received from 5/30 to June 3rd. So we budgeted 1.446 for proposed budget for 24-25, less than what we accomplished in 23-24, which is on the books as of June 3rd. Like I said, it's gonna end up about 1.5 million is where we're gonna end up about for the year, for revenue. A lot of it's not cash because it's balls revenue that gets recognized in there, but it also gets recognized in the expense, and I know that. That's just, an end of the year accounting item for all the balls that Wilson gives us to send out to tournaments. It's about 32,000. So anyway, there's your budget for event revenue. I didn't go too crazy. You know, football, we had 520 this past year and budgeting 452. Because you just never know. And I don't want to put all the weight on football's shoulders to balance our budget. So 1.446 is where we are as a proposed number. We can certainly make some changes there, but it gave me somewhere to start. A lot of the other revenues that are listed below in the middle part of the page are set numbers. You can all jot this number down. I went over this with Tia a little bit yesterday, dues for all schools. Is it in yellow on yours?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 382, it's actually gonna be 384,565. When Tia and I get done getting that due sheet balanced correctly, $2.50 per school per pupil. And for the schools that are under 600, it's $1,200 per school. So that comes out to 384,565, which is an increase of $69,869. So 70,000 is what I told you earlier. And from what's on there right now, yeah, so make sure you note that. This is not good. My watch is telling me I'm in negative. So this is what this does. Doctor. I just got it. Okay, come on, I can handle this. We're good. SHS pubs, 30,000. Yep.
Do you need to take a break?
No, I'm good.
I can read you.
I'm good. I just gotta calm down. Publications, 30,000. I think under Mr. Jackson's direction, Tia, Lori set things up electronically, ordering rule books online. It's kind of changing the process. Schools are gonna be more on board with getting rule books. So I jacked it up, in case you wanted to know. Activity cards, 105,000. I think that's fair. Partnerships, 280, we're guaranteed that. I think Brady will come in here with some good news and tell us that we're gonna be revenue sharing this next year, so that's good. Partnerships, NFHS network, 45,000, I believe that's close. Like I said, I got a check for $30,000 sitting on my desk, to attain that number, for this current year. I'm not exactly sure what the number is. Maybe I can get with Donnie and he can pinpoint a closer number for next year, but, that's probably close. Radio, TV, nothing, donations, and don't budget for any donations, we don't know. Official participation, let's plan on having a few more officials. And the fees are, slightly increased, so that number is probably gonna get to 70,000. Interest, those interest rates keep on climbing, I'm going with it. Sponsorship, RMA, that's just a set item, 55,000 of in-kind advertising recognized on the revenue and the expense side. Hall of Fame, all people purchasing Hall of Fame games, people purchasing tickets to attend the Hall of Fame banquet, 7,500. We're at night, almost 10,000 this year. We could squeeze a couple more thousand out of that if we wanted to. Special projects, I think I'm pretty close on that. There's your revenue, $2.463 million. That's our budget. Someone asked me, what's the budget for the NIAA? About $2.5 million. Event expenses. Wow, crapshoot, kinda. Tournament director, I'm budgeting kind of what I pay people this year. Officials, I refuse to go to 400,000, like with 390. Ticketing expense. There's your ticketing item that we've been discussing. I'm certainly gonna anticipate having the, not getting the break that we got in the fall season. But, that's obviously an item that you put an asterisk around and for further discussion. Tournament expense, I refuse to go to 300,000, so 295 it is, because you know what? We gotta pay these people, they're unbelievable. And I just, there's like they're paying Burnley for hosting 1A baseball and softball. They have people out there both days, they send me the thing, well, pay this person $45, pay this person $40. They're out there for 2 days. Amazing. Facility expense. I'm not sure where to go with that. I don't know what facilities we're paying for going forward. Obviously a start item for Mr. Jackson and staff to create. We pretty much know what these facilities cost. And unless something changes there, we're gonna have to pay for facilities if we're gonna go into these nice places and have kids playing basketball and football and all the other sports. Got a beautiful pool being built in northern Nevada to host state swimming next year. at Moana. I don't know what they're gonna charge us. Mike Ginsberg, who's been helping us in the north, you know, he may get us in there for nothing. I doubt. Security. Yeah, that's kind of where we are right now, and I really didn't know what to do there. I don't know that it would, you know, increase significantly, you know, unless we have more events. Or, you know, everybody gets a raise, on that side of the fence as far as security people. But that's where I am there, so. Kind of the lowest, you know, if you look at event revenue, 1.446. Minus event expenses, 1.262. I mean, I don't think that we've ever had under $200,000 budgeted for event revenue over event expense. If you, and Tim, with Mr. Jackson, be able to look through this, and see that, but if you can look at the 3-4 budget, 1.4 million, 1.1, the 23 budget, 1.2 million, 933, and we're budgeting close to making 300,000, not 200. So that's kind of where times have taken us. Okay, so that's that page of it, and to me, that reads pretty clean. As far as reasonableness goes. My watch differs. Board of Control, the next page, maybe, sorry. Other expenses, these are the operating expenses. Board of Control expenses, there's a problem. We spent 47. At this point, I budgeted 36 for no apparent reason other than that's what I budgeted last year. I don't know what the board wants to do about, you know, trying to cut costs, or, I mean, travel obviously is a big part of that. Room and these meetings. Each meeting costs, it used to be 10,000, now each meeting it's creeped up. Depending on if we have 1-day meeting, 2-day meeting, and the food. But I think you all know what the expenses are that go into that account. It's the travel, the room, and the food, basically is what that is. And the cab ride from the airport. Sorry, Paul. How did you get here? Cab or Uber?
I didn't.
Live. Uber, whatever. Huh?
You figured it out. You
Figured it out.
I appreciate the effort.
Hey.
I have to.
Salary. Cost and salaries. I have limited information to go on as far as what's happening there. I do know what Mr. Jackson's salary is. I brought a budget sheet with me because I really have not figured this one out, because there's a person to hire or two or whatever. Mr. Jackson's salary is 170, Lori's at 72, Bart's at 72, T is at 58. There's 242. 316.
Is that what costs?
374. So there's 374. I'm here for another month. So that's 65. So 380. And then a new person. So I'm low there. No salaries. There's no, not salary cost, just salary.
So your Jackson's actually like.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, my bad, yeah, 370, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. Didn't give you a good raise. So anyway, we're at 370 with a new person to come. So I don't know how that's gonna pan out, currently, but it's gonna be more than the 404 I got listed. So you can jot in whatever number you want, and this is a proposed budget, but we just don't know what this number is. But it's gonna be more than 404. So if we're gonna pay somebody $80,000 to come in here and work, or 100,000, I mean, you're looking at 470 for 100,000, just as a number to throw in there to see where we're gonna be. Everybody following that? You know, I know we're just throwing around numbers kind of, but this is a proposed budget, and I'm kind of happy to work with all of you on this. Because, you know, this is, Mr. Jackson, I don't know if you want to tell Jay, we'll talk about this later, thanks, and move on to the next item, that's fine too.
Tim Jackson staff, can I say that?
Yes, you
Okay. Jay, I think we need to take a little bit of time on this. Yes, in the sense that, the staffing position is going to be addressed later on in my part, board report. It's also going to be addressed in my 100-day plan about the staffing position. I'll also bring the board up to date on the process of hiring Jay's replacement, where we are with that. All members of the current staff know where we're at with that. They received information yesterday from Tia. Thank you, Tia, for taking care of that for me. Also, I'd like to address some of the other things that perhaps we should talk about in the budget with the board, such as the ticketing expenses, whether we want that in there or not. I also think we need to address some other issues in revenue areas after the liaison, or not the liaison, I'm sorry, the commissioner meeting, talking about the registration fees. I also think we need to reevaluate the Hall of Fame account, the accuracy, the accounting of that. I know there's been concerns brought forth by Clark County as to whether or not those fees have been correctly assessed for football, the 10th game. So I think there's some things in here we can look at that maybe we might have different revenue numbers and expense numbers moving forward. And if we're going to adopt the budget, I want to be as accurate as possible before we move forward with that budgetary items. Also looking at the total event revenue, looking at where the change projections are, I think they're right on. Perhaps though it's time to have those discussions about bowling and entry fee for bowling. It may be time to do that, but the lanes are charging us more, and perhaps it's time we try to offset those costs, because zero sum is never a good number to start with when you're trying to balance a budget, obviously. So with that being said, I also would like Donnie perhaps to bring us up to date. I know you sent me the information on the NFHS network. That new contract is coming out, where we sit as a state in there. And last but not least, I appreciate the dues increase from last year, but I would also, one of the things I've already started now and going forward, I want to see is the inflationary rate that we've been paying for officials and our costs compared to the inflationary rate that we've been assessing fees and dues. We have not kept pace with the cost, and that's bad. That's bad for us as an association. And I want to make sure we're doing that, because I know the last thing the superintendents want to hear is we need more money.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we need to be able to set why, show why. So I've already asked for some reports that Jay, 25 years is going to be a great asset for me moving forward. So with that, I've just rambled on a little bit about where I'm at with this. But at the same time, I think we need some time to see if we need to adjust these numbers before we approve a budget.
Thanks, Mr. Jackson. Hey, I agree. I mean, that's why we're calling this a proposed budget and really, you know, a discussion item amongst all of us, because I know there are changes to come. And it's hard, you know, and that's why we go over this. During the next couple of months, we make adjustments to it, and it comes back in September after the year has already started for you to all approve the final budget. And it's always been presented as a, you know, a balanced budget. Don't budget to lose money, don't budget to make money. It's kind of what we do. We spend what we have on everything that we do, and try to use our resources appropriately and responsibly. Anyway, that's that, and I agree with everything Jim said, and I've tried to mention those particular items and he kind of recapped them again on the items that we've been discussing that need tweaking or will be tweaked. So I think we can proceed a little bit further just to finish this item up. It's a proposed budget, with you all, with the understanding that changes are gonna be made and brought back to you. But the salary one, it was one that I just wasn't sure what to do with. And still, that remains, an unknown at this point. I think we have an idea, which is why I wanted to just kind of come up with a general figure of where we might land. And obviously the salary cost is gonna be more than 176,000 if the salary number itself increases. So I won't even try to compute that, but it'll be higher than 176 as presented here on this proposed budget. Travel, so right now we got, three items that probably need a little bit of attention: board of control expense, salary, and salary cost. So, three of the first four lines probably gonna be changed and will be. Travel, budgeted 42, I think that's fair enough. Rent, plus utilities, I think that's close where we are. Telephone, again, that, slightly higher budget number than what we've incurred so far. Postage, pretty close. Postage has gone up considerably, so I'm glad it's, maybe we can cut back on postage. I mean, I go to the post office a lot. They know me there. And we have a mail machine in our office, and that doesn't get any cheaper. Having one of those sitting around. Printing, not a significant expense for passes and stuff like that. Supplies, 14, we spent 15. I think that's fine. I'm trying to, try not to go crazy on supplies. Equipment leases, the 2 copiers, that should be close. License and fees is kind of a miscellaneous little something that, Adobe and subscriptions and, now QuickBooks charges by the year. Used to, I never had to pay yearly for QuickBooks. Now that's a thing of the past. They charge you like $300 a year. It's crazy. NFHS dues, that's been $2,500 for the last 15, 20 years. NFHS publications, I think that's a safe number. If revenue increases, that will increase, but I think that we try to offer our schools, rule books, at the lowest possible cost. Because if you go online and buy them from the NFHS, you're gonna pay 30% more. Office maintenance, having people come in and clean the office and, pretty much what that is. I may throw some other things in there like the alarm system, for the office. I think goes into that account. Liability insurance, we got a quote, from, the insurance company, so that particular number is accurate. 43,000. Which is good because we paid 42.4 last year, so that didn't go up significantly. Accounting, that's the audit, and that's what they charge next year for the audit. And the agreement that we have with them. Consulting, we don't have any longer, no BN, which is Bob Northridge. We have Bart Thompson he was on there for, so that account is kind of not in use right now. Legal, we don't use any legal people anymore. Just kidding. There's legal, I bumped it up a little bit. I'm not sure if, I think that'll be sufficient. Committee travel. That's depending on, how committees are established and how they all communicate. Hall of Fame. The cost of having a Hall of Fame banquet, that should be low. Depending on the attendance at a Hall of Fame banquet, but, running one of those for $12,000 for all the meals is probably a little low. Top 10 student athlete. Well, we all know the $20,000 expense we have right now, that's recognized down below in sponsorship. Miscellaneous, you'll see the 20,000 down there, so if you think it's missing, it's not. But we're not having any banquet for those people, we're just issuing checks, and that's all we've been doing the last couple of years. Award of Excellence is the plaques for those who win that award. Bank charges are significant, that people are really choosing to use credit cards and paying. I really don't like it when schools pay their dues with credit card, because you just whack off 4% right on the top that we're paying, that we're not getting. You know, you do that continuously, that's a lot of money. Officials registration. That's insurance for the officials. Bump that up a little bit. That's what the officials pay, and then we end up paying the bill. So the revenue is recognized on the revenue side of officials registration, but out of that money, we have to pay for insurance, we have to pay for background checks, which is the people trail. So those are all closed. Student ad, the RMA is now activate. Should update that, activate. That remains the same. We pay 5,000, and then the extra 55 is just an accounting entry, like I mentioned. Sponsorship, you know, the $20,000, as you can see on the top 10. Commissioners expense, all of our commissioners, we just met, and they all know what they're getting paid for their services. That's accurate. Rules education is meetings that we have at the start of the year, classification meetings. I'm a little low there, I guess, but I'm not exactly sure what's planned for those August meetings. As far as feeding people, et cetera. Commissioners Clinic, like I said, we just had our commissioners meeting. Ellen will update everybody on that. There is no operating contingency fund, because there's no extra money to be had to throw into something like that. Special projects is 31,000. On the revenue side, if you looked at special projects, I budgeted 41,000. So I'm planning on making $10,000 when all that's said and done. That could probably be bumped up, should be. I'm taking a little note to myself there, make sure I get that correct. Miscellaneous is budget for miscellaneous. Even though that says 0 at the bottom. I mean, we added money to so far, we've added money to the dues revenue. And that's about it as far as adding revenue, and then other expenses, you know, and event expenses. We know we're gonna be adding to that. So right now, this proposed budget is probably gonna be at a deficit of about, I'm not even gonna put a number out there because I don't want to say something that's not correct without adding it up, but you know, we'd be at a deficit right now, talking about the things that we talked about, but we don't know about ticketing and all the things that Tim mentioned. So this is a proposed budget, and I don't think we approve a proposed budget, so it's kind of a discussion item at this point. And I thank all of you for your attention over the years. Any questions?
Thank you, Jay. All right, so for tomorrow, everybody will have time overnight to review the budget. Is that correct?
You can review the current financials and the reports that are in here, and then those are the action items, right?
Correct. Okay.
I think that's it for me. Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna miss this part.
Hey Jay, can you tell us what the reserves are? Real quickly.
If you look on the balance sheet, which is where? Dove into that reserve a little bit. For sure, gonna dive into it more, and that Donnie and I are gonna get paid when we walk out the door. Yeah, I mean, it's already been accounted for. Just letting you know, the cash on hand type of stuff is affected by that, but the balance sheet is on page 52, no, where, 51. So there's your cash accounts, Ms. Sloan. 875 or 48 cash. Got a little money that's in the receivable account that, you know, people haven't paid over the years, whatever, that just kind of cumulative, try to send out billings. You know, that's all part of the audit. Things got posted incorrectly. Anyway, there's probably people that have some bills out there that haven't paid. I'm just constantly always trying to make sure people are paying what they owe. And Pam and Tim, you mentioned the Hall of Fame. I have 100% agree that there are schools out there playing 10 football games and not paying. So that needs to get cleaned up. Frankly, I thought me, but telling them. You know, I try to make sure, and schools call me, hey, we had our game canceled, we refund our money, and I certainly always do that. But I think the other end is the ones that are keeping quiet and not telling me or not doing what they need to do as far as applying, putting in an application for a Hall of Fame game, paying for it before the game's played. Our schools are not adhering to that. So that needs to get cleaned up.
Okay, so for tomorrow, we will bring back the current financials for approval. The 24-25 will not come back as approval, it's just a draft. Okay, so that will be in the September meeting. Okay, so A and B. Mhm. All right, Jay, thank you again.
Thanks, Jim. You're
Thank you
welcome.
again. At this time, we are actually going to skip to item number 23. Sports Medicine Advisory Committee update. For possible action at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, President Sloan. Everybody, we're gonna go through this one more item, and then I believe President Sloan, Vice President Starr, are gonna call for a quick break, all right? So let's get through this. We have our guests in attendance here. I'll turn it over to Doctors Murray and Scott here, but I want to recap what's in here. So we're on page 140. That's our cover page for item number 23, Sports Medicine Advisory Committee update. It does say for possible action. I will give you the guidance that we do not believe as president, vice president, and one executive director, and with our guests here today, that we do not need to take action on this, but I want to tell you what's in here and give you kind of a recap of where we are with the advancement of our profession policy, procedures, and template, et cetera. So four documents are included total within this packet, this item here. The first one is the state's Department of Education, their procedures and their documentation. That's on pages 141 through 150. So if you want to note that, page 141 through 150, this is from Green Taylor, State Department of Education. They've been a collaborator with the NIAA office staff and how we're rolling out concussion. I was going to use the general term management and what related to our schools. I'll briefly touch on what's in there, but you can see for yourself what's in there. This is from the State Department of Education side, and really with regards to the aspects of in the building, the return to learn guidance. Okay, so that's part one in here. Part two that's in here, pages 151 through 163. This is what we're going to address here shortly with our guests. This is the template. It's a sample concussion policy. Again, we do not take action to implement this. We'll just talk about it a little bit. And it's really more of a guidance that we'll send to our districts and our schools, that if they need some lead into how to do things, this will be that document. The third item that's in there, pages 164 through 179. This is a sample assessment guide. This is, we're going along the lines of head-related injuries. And again, it's more of a document that we will send to our schools, that if they need help in going through the process of the concussion protocol, this will help them. They can turn this over to somebody specific within their school and say, all right, this is an assessment procedure. Most of our schools, if not all of them, already have this in place, but this is a more enhanced guide as to how to address our student athletes with a potential head-related injury. Finally, pages 180 through 187, this is a copy of a slideshow presentation that was done jointly by our office staff, by Drs. Murray and Scott and Bree Taylor from the department. We invited everybody, athletic administrators, directors, principals, superintendents, nurses, all across the state through the Department of Education at the school levels. And so just if you want to see what we talked about as a general structure for concussion management, this is what we did a few weeks ago. So with that, I'm going to bring up Dr. Nicholas Murray and Dr. Carol Scott. These two members have been completely instrumental in everything we've done through the NIAA Sports Medicine Advisory Committee. These have been well, you've met it before, you've heard my accolades for them, really the forerunners of all that we've done. So with that, Dr. Murray, Dr. Scott, thank you. I'm going to turn our attention to page 151 in the board packet. This is what they're going to address, just again, as a recap of what we're doing. So with that, thank you, my friends.
Awesome. This is Dr. Murray here. Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good morning. We're alive and well.
That's good. So to kind of give a very brief recap of where we've been since we last chatted with you and where we're going. What we've done is we created the policy, which we then approved. And then we went behind the scenes and created a template that basically can be handed over to the individual districts, schools, areas that kind of outline the concussion management process from the NIAA perspective. It links back to the Department of Ed and how they're going to handle the turn to learn, and essentially crosses those paths back and forth. At that point, then, we've been refining that, making sure that that's up to date, that it makes sense, that it's got all the correct references, that all the vested parties have seen it, including the Department of Ed. And then now what we're moving into is the rollout phase, which we've met with all the superintendents, ADs, everybody on that big Zoom call. I think there was 115 people at one point. It was pretty large. To let everybody know, here's the policy, here's how it's going to roll out from the NIAA perspective, here's how it's going to roll out from the Department of Education perspective, here's the pieces that you can take, immediately adopt by July 1st, and then amend based upon what's necessary for your district, your area, and your location. The last piece that we did is we sent out a survey that basically said, what do you need help with? What can we provide on our end with the different services that are available within the state? So we're waiting to hear back on that survey to get an idea on like who needs what in what area. We already know most of our rural areas need extra help. However, we want to make sure that we find the exact need for those areas. And so if anyone you know needs to participate in that survey, please let us know. That was blasted out to everybody. It should have also gone out through the NIAA as well. If we haven't done that yet, please get on that so that we can then reach each one of those different areas. If you're saying we need tons of help, we have 500 athletes, we have no idea what to do, we have no information. Our staff, at least what we're going to do now, ancillary to NIAA, is we actually have folks reaching out to those individual sites, setting up calls so that we can either get people trained, up to date on the policy. And then keep in mind that the training, right? The packet is pretty comprehensive on how you're going to do some of the testing. I know it's daunting, but if you read it, it's got step-by-step instructions, how to do this test, how to do this test. And so most of our healthcare providers that are then seeing it are going, oh, okay, I actually know how to do this, or I've seen some of this. And if they don't, or they're not comfortable, then they'll reach out to the particular areas that they want to work with. So if they're in Southern Nevada, they'll probably be working with Health and with Jeremy Haas, his group. So we're going to train those folks individually as a needs-based element, based upon that survey results as well. But we're already taking proactive steps to kind of reach out and make sure that everyone has what they need But that's kind of the story where we've come from at this point. Anything to add, Dr. Scott?
I think you've covered it. It seems really overwhelming, I think, when folks first take a look at it, but we'll help them with what they need individually. And then once you start doing it, it's really not as bad as this.
And again, there's lots of smaller details, but you can kind of get lost in the weeds on some of those. Try to make it as user-friendly for people as possible. So I believe that template will then be available on the NIAA website, will be linked to the Department of Education and a couple of areas to comply with the new NRS. Questions, concerns, comments, Donnie, anything we didn't cover or address?
No, thank you again, Dr. Murray, Dr. Scott. These particular documents are actually already on our website, on our Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, our SMAC page. And again, that's the template that goes pages 151 through, 164, 163. And then the guidelines also, the assessment part, pages 164 through, I gave that page number a minute ago. I'll find it to you here. Yeah, well, those are already on our website. I think there were a couple updates recently that Dr. Murray sent with a signature line. It addressed a question from one of our superintendents. Turn to Mr. Becht. We addressed this at our superintendent's meeting. Obviously, questions of, oh my gosh, we're scared how to do this. But those internal knowledges within the districts, we believe are already existing. And so once we get these out on Friday, we'll email them out and get into the membership right away. Both of those. And then Russell, I know we'll address here in a little bit. I know you're leaving your position. That's a comment for a later time. But do you feel like we're at least on the right path? I know July 1st is that date. But it's not to scare everybody, right? We know that these presentations are going to take place when we get to some talks about in our fall preseason meetings with our school personnel. But I'm going to turn over to you for a minute here. At least we feel like we're on the right path, especially with your departure coming up as well.
Yeah, I believe that after the presentation, those things, en masse and with the work that the group has done, I think this is what everybody needed, from our perspective. I think the biggest hurdle, and I think you see that and it was voiced, is that there isn't a district that I'm aware of, even the ones that thought they were there, they're not there with getting their policy passed. And those of us who work in different sizes of districts knows there's some of us, like myself, it meets once a month, and it doesn't usually meet July. We won't have a policy passed by July 1, but the state's very well aware of that because they were supposed to provide some of these sample policies to the districts prior to getting something passed, which was part of the bill. And so there's some nuances there that we have to work through, but as far as everybody's aware, and we'll have something in place, protocols in place to start football season. We all will be there. But those are the challenges, that the actual policy for somebody to do a 2 or 3 reading, you know, what your adoption process is, some districts is a 2 to 3 month process. So.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions for me, the staff member, or for 2 members of our staff? And again, this is just discussion. We don't believe, none of us believe that we need to take any action on this. We already have our policy approved. This is again guidance to help our schools. These 2 particular documents in between the 4 of them. Okay.
No, I think hey, by the way, thank you again for the work that you guys have put on. I've said and everyone those fact things are amazing for the conversation. I think one thing that, I think all of us around the table, we have our protocols already in place for concussion. We've done it. I think the return to learn is a little scaring individuals, scaring districts. I know we've been fortunate. Mr. Jackson's had a meeting with us about the collaboration with our health department within. Good luck to each and every one of you that are in other districts. This is a huge undertaking, huge undertaking. So again, thank you again, you guys, for the work. All right, any questions, comments?
If I may, Pam, real quick, if you guys need help, you have our contact information, please reach out. We can't help you if you don't reach out. And so in terms of like policy creation, adoption, I go to these meetings, I'm happy to go to these meetings, happy to testify, happy to have conversations, happy to demystify that process. I have time in my schedule to do that, although it is cramped. I can't train every single site, every single person, one-on-one, that's impossible, that's never gonna happen. What we can do is help get up to speed where you need to, so if people are panicking in the district, even on the return to learning side, Dr. Scott, I am both available to help with those elements as well. And so, please, reach out, ask questions, let's hold meetings, let's get this done, so that not only I mean, at the end of the day, this is to help the students, and that should be the focus. But we really appreciate this.
Yes, we.
Wade Polson, from Region 3. Your smaller school districts have really been struggling with this policy. And as Russell has said, getting it passed because you have to do a first reading, the second reading, the third reading. I know it's been overwhelming to a lot of districts, my district included. We've done our first reading. Is there a cut and paste policy that can be distributed to all the like rural and smaller school districts? And do they have that at this time?
So the NIAA policy is a cut and paste policy, one. The template that we gave you can also be, I would just be hesitant because it has very specific verbiage to locations in the state. So yes, both of them could be copy and pasted at this point and can be sent out and approved, I would argue. And it is also just to give some confidence, vetted by not only us, not only the Department of Education, but also the chief medical officer for the state. So if there's any discussion on the scientific or medical prowess of that, that's already counted for you guys. So it should just be how are we going to implement this policy? And I would encourage, especially those areas, like you take both of those, copy and paste, get that in if you want to comply by July 1st, and then amend that based upon the needs of the area or location, or if you find a sports medicine physician locally that you want to work with or within driving distance, those type of things. So
Thank you.
I can absolutely with that. Mr. Jackson, just to let you know, you're gonna be left in good hands with our SMAC. Dr. Murray has volunteered to serve, I named him, I guess, as the chair. So you have two, just again, with Dr. Scott, I realize they're here, but you know, Jeremy Haas as well.
Yeah.
Just three excellent resources covering North and South. So, thank you.
And just for clarity, the handout that was on is just,
Thank you, President Sloan. Yeah, it's a repeat. It just adds a signature line. There's one other amendment we put on the very back. That's it. It's a thing, but I just want to give you the most up to date.
And that was amended, just this last week, from Lyon County Superintendent reached out to us and said, hey, we're missing a signature page for people to sign to acknowledge that they understand the risk of concussion. And so we all got together. Apologies that it's a little bit late. I was in Boston last week for a sports fed conference. I was out of it. But then we updated that as well. So it has a signature page that you can give to the parents and to the student athletes with links to the CDC heads up training. That also has the fact sheet, so the brochure per se for each one of those different vested parties. The training as well, which is not something we've really talked about, but the training element for the actual students and for the faculty and the different folks at all the different high schools. And then we also took Jeremy's page, which was awesome, from Dignity Health, and then it outlines like, here's another sample of like, when you have a concussion or suspected concussion, here is the verbiage you give them so that it outlines the procedures. And so those can all be amended as well, really to be amended.
yeah, and that was my point, because I see that Jeremy's documents are in here. And I am very blessed to have Jeremy. I will say that. So, all right, you guys, once again, thank you so much, and thank you for your time. Thank you, appreciate it.
Appreciate it very
All
much.
right. All right, at this time, it's 10:34, I'll say 10:35, 10-minute break?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you within 10.
Yeah, I love that. Jeremy.
Yeah.
Their oil and vinegar combined budget was.
They are,
But
no,
ready to go.
they're putting their, any kind of.
Yeah. back to order. Good. All right, at this time, we are going to go to page 60. The contract with Tim Jackson as a new executive director for possible action. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Anderson.
Okay, thank you, Paul Anderson, legal counsel. So following our meeting in March, after the vote to appoint Mr. Jackson as the new executive director, the board asked that I go ahead and prepare the contract for his employment. And that's what we have on item 10. You'll find the contract there. And I don't know if people have questions, but I'll just kind of go through what I think are the highlights. On the second page, the term is a 3-year term. That's section 2. So again, it actually it's retroactive to June 1 and continuing through June 30th of 2027. And that dovetails into kind of the review process that I'll talk about in a minute. The next page, section 4, is the salary amount. The range that we had was, I think, 130 to 150, and that's the problem with those things is that you always end up at the top of the range. So that's I think in the future we have to kind of reconsider that when we put that number into our applications, just from the standpoint of maybe stating what a salary amount would be. But in any event, so the salary amount would be 150,000. In past years with other executive directors, Mr. Nelson didn't do this, but others have. We've included a $10,000 auto allowance, and so we placed that into Mr. Jackson's contract here. And so that will be paid in addition to the $150,000 on a monthly basis. And you'll see on page 4, the monthly salary at $13,233.32. And then the final section, we negotiated a one-time payment of $5,000 for moving expenses. And so that's an agreed upon amount here that would be paid just to assist Mr. Jackson in getting moved into residence or apartment here in Sparks area. The rest of the agreement is pretty much boilerplate with what we've had in the past in terms of the provisions. Page 5, on section 8, you've got the vacation and sick leave. We'll be talking about that with Donnie and Jay's accruals. That all folds into the personnel policy and we have, but the number of days and whatnot are stated in there. And that comes right out of the personnel policy that we have for the association. Let's see. If you go to page 7, section 12, that talks about the termination and annual review. As I said, it's a 3-year contract. The executive director's performance is reviewed every year. The president circulates following typically the winter board meeting, the rubric, which I think we talked about a year ago, that we revised that a bit as to how the executive director is evaluated. And then at the spring meeting, that those are reviewed and discussed. Under the agreement, depending on how the board reviews Mr. Jackson's performance, you can agree to renew for an additional year so that the 3 years kind of continue to roll. If the board finds that his performance is not satisfactory, but not sufficiently unsatisfactory to warrant termination, then it would just extend an additional year, assuming there's years left on the 3-year term of the agreement. And then finally, if at any point his, performance is unsatisfactory, the board can, take, termination action. On page 8, at the bottom of, it's section B of, subsection B of section 12, paragraph 4, I pointed out to Mr. Jackson, I'm gonna need, both him and Ms. Sloan, assuming the board approves this, to initial, that should read during the final year of this agreement. And that would be, it should say instead of June 1, it would be July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027. So that is an error. Other than that, I don't know if anyone has any questions. If you do, I'm happy to answer them. And then what the board's gonna need to do is, we're gonna need a motion to approve the employment agreement, and then, once that's, assuming that's approved, by the majority, then, we will have both Mr. Jackson and, the president, Ms. Sloan, sign the agreement.
Question, Paul. Following down on the point. If you, can you just explain one more time the difference between, or evaluating the performance and determining unsatisfactory but not sufficiently unsatisfactory? Is that like, feels very vague, so that's just like the.
Well, it's not vague. It's somewhat vague, but it's like, what, if the board has some concerns with the performance, but they don't feel that it's significant enough to where you would warrant discussing, begin to consider termination. It is, I guess, a little bit vague, but that's why that's in there.
Okay, and so I guess I'm just wondering the difference between 2 and 3 and kind of why those two things, like just legally, why those two things need to exist. And is there like protection of the board here, the decision, like it's unsatisfactory, that's the end of that? Like, is that's covered in 2 and 3 here, or
Yeah.
does that make sense?
If the board feels that the performance is not satisfactory to a point that the board wants to make a change, then, you can make that finding during the evaluation process and, and move into, subsection 3. Where you provided written notice to have intent to terminate. As opposed to just saying, look, you need to improve in these areas. We're not gonna extend your contract another year this year. So it runs, the 3 years kick off, you lose a year basically on the free. That's what item 2. I don't know if that makes sense.
So item 1 is saying we find it satisfactory to extend a year, meaning a 4-year contract.
Well, no, it just continues to be a 3-year contract, but basically, if you go to item 4, after the first 3 years, we would renegotiate the contract anyway. So assuming each of the 3 years are satisfactory, when we get to the end of the fiscal year 2027, and in fact, those are the evaluations of the board, then we will sit down and renegotiate another contract. So it would be, and the board would have say as to whether they want changes to the agreement or not. Does that explain it?
I don't know, I guess so it's a 3-year, this is a 3-year contract. Can you just help me maybe understand how the evaluations contribute to the length of time of the contract?
The evaluations contribute by, if you have a satisfactory finding, you're in essence just rolling his agreement. It's remaining another 3 years. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense with the fact that after the first 3 years, you renegotiate. But it's basically what we call a rolling contract. And it's common, with respect to, superintendent positions, and other, public entity, directors.
Okay, so in theory, this contract, if satisfactory year, it can continue year over year, or
It can just continue.
5, 6, 8 years.
Yeah, it can just.
Okay, with no renegotiation taking place.
No, because, no, there would be,
It still has to be.
there will always be a renegotiation as of June 30th, 2027. Going into that next year, we would be negotiating contract.
Okay.
Anyway,
So I don't have a lot of experience in employment contracts, and so I just want to make sure though, that I don't know that it would necessarily make sense to all here, so that's why I was trying to just clarify this. I don't know that
I know
I'm
it's a little
still like
confusing.
clear on it, but, I trust that like we're making a good decision here as far as from a legal standpoint, so I just don't know. Like why this and not like in other superintendent contracts, you see things like termination for cause, for convenience, for things like that, and I don't know that I've seen this like rolling thing, but I guess it's, I'm sure it is, but yeah.
Paul, if I may, I think from our perspective on the executive side, that as long as he's performing at a satisfactory level, he'll be always working on the front end of the 3 year period. Right. So it's giving us 3 years worth of time to know if there's going to be a change. Now, unsatisfactory triggers these other things, such as what you say. And the only difference between like a contract I've operated on, what's here is that some of the terms, such as pay and that, are going to be renegotiated on a hard date. Right, so even if he's on the front end and still has 3 years left, we have a renegotiation. Correct?
that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, and so from Tim's perspective, if you look at it from the executive position, we're guaranteeing that as long as he's being diligent in his job and satisfactory, he's always working on the front end of the 3 year agreement, which gives him ample time to know and warning that if we're kind of in the middle ground that you're asking, we're not really unsatisfactory, maybe there's a concerns there, but not determination. We can put them on notice in that second piece that we're not automatically extending for that extra year type of thing. That's kind of what that's that middle ground.
Just to follow up on that, what that does is it provides the executive director with some protection, understanding beyond a 3 year agreement. So, you know, if you get the outflow, it's just 1 year, you're kind of linked up.
Yeah.
You know, you know, so it provides protection to him, but there's also protection to the association from the standpoint that if the performance is not satisfactory, then the board can move to terminate, during the term of the contract, so.
Thank you.
So is the executive director position in the NIAA considered an at-will position? Or is it solely through the contract, employment is there? I know in the state of Nevada, a lot of the executive directors, general managers are at will, even though they have a contract, so termination can happen anytime with the board. That is not the case here, is that correct?
Correct, it's a contract, so you would have to have a cause and we spell out, you know, those bases in the agreement. You know, material breach of any term of the agreement, that's, section A1 of, section 12. Yeah, you have to have a cause.
Okay.
You can't just terminate just because you
I
don't.
mean, that's a good point to understand, that you gotta have cause, and it's not an at-will
Right,
position,
but at will would not involve a contract.
right? Wow.
I just want to make sure that we understand completely, because it's not clear in the contract, the vacation and sick leave accrual. So I guess my question is, we just give them 24 days and 15 days upfront? Because my concern is this is a contract and it could supersede policy.
So the language in section 8 is what you're talking about. Those days are consistent with what the policy manual provides for vacations and sick leave for the executive.
But how are they accrued? Is it 2 days a month from the start date?
I don't have the policy manual here.
And should that be in the contract?
Slide.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Beesmeyer can do. So in our policy manual, which we'll see in the next two items coming up, it is on a per month accumulation. So you've got, yes, it's by hours. The equivalent of the vacation time is 2 days. The sick leave is basically a day plus a fraction, a day and a quarter.
Right.
So it's by hours, but it relates to days, and again, it's, right, assigned on a month, then the next month, and then the next month, not a lump sum up front, if that, yeah.
And but my question is, does it need to be in the contract that way?
I don't think so, because we referenced in a policy manual with respect to both of those. So reference would be made back to the policy manual as to how that's increased. Perfect.
Well, and if the policy manual exists at the date of his retirement, so that policy manual could definitely change in upcoming years, so you can't put it exactly in here.
It could, and then with respect to renegotiation, that's got, we would incorporate that in the contract.
Anybody else, any comments? Anybody else? All right. With that said, looking for a motion to approve the contract for Mr. Jackson.
Wood Polson Region 3, I move to accept the contract of Tim Jackson.
Okay, do we have a second? Matt, we have a second. Any further discussion or comment anybody at this time would like to make? I would just like to make a comment that this is a little bittersweet. As all of you know that Mr. Jackson and I go way back. We've worked alongside for a very long time. At the same time, he has worked for me in the district athletic office, so it's a little weird to say goodbye of that position, but yet transition to this position that I believe he would be in case. So, with that said, without any other comments or questions, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Is Mr. Gerzon with us?
He's not.
He is not, thank you. Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, you're gonna get a blue nameplate now.
Yeah, they ran out of material.
Quick, take a little pause so I can sign this.
Yes. Yeah. This one, I need you to initial this change the date and then sign on the last page.
Initial. From this evaluation, I gotta write the shit.
Stuff right aside. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
All right, we will now go to page 72. The final retirement payout for possible action. I'm going to, the Associate Director Jay will present consideration for the final payout for unsick, sick, and vacation time for Mr. Nelson. I'll turn it over to Jay Wiesmeyer.
Thank you, President Sloan. Congrats, Mr. Jackson. And now we're working for a handful of executive directors. What page are we on again? Sorry?
72.
73.
Starting with Dr. Hughes. Eddie Bonine. Bart Thompson, Jonathan Nelson, Tim Jackson. There's 500 people. Okay, here we go, page 72. Continuing the conversation of what you were talking about here. Okay, policy manual, Donnie's sick pay, is front and center because he, is leaving after the month of June. And I would like to put a check in his hand on account for his accrual of vacation and sick pay. On page 73, that is computed. We all do time cards in our office. There's page 75. That kind of lets you know how a time card is set up. I think Bart Thompson put this particular one together. It's got so many formulas in it. It's crazy. You know, maybe, Bart and Tia would know how that all works. But anyway, it accrues, does vacation, has options for if you work 8 hours, if you have vacation pay, 8 hours or whatever the options are. You can click into the box on your hours. People are required to keep a time card in our office. And then the auditors get a hold of this at the end of the year. They compute the accruals for all the employees and the executive director. The thresholds are different for the executive director than they are for the rest of the staff, as far as how much vacation pay you can accrue. So is the policy manual in here?
In the back, it's parts of it.
Can you reference that?
77,
29.
yeah,
79?
77, 78.
Yeah, it starts 76.
So the part of the policy manual that deals with sick and vacation pay is on page 79 and 80. 79 and 80. So you can see, and we're speaking of Donnie right now, so executive director, he earns 16 hours a month, 24 hours a year, 24 days a year, and he cannot exceed 680 hours of vacation time. That is different for staff, as you can see there. So, Donnie's, annual salary times the number of hours in a year, which is 2,080, provided by our accountants that do our audit, hourly rate. There it is, 5673. Donnie has 400 vacation hours. That's based on what he's going to do for the rest of the month of June. Can't exceed 680. It doesn't. So there's the 22,692 for vacation pay. Sick hours, Donnie has 1,905 accrued. There is no limit allowable sick hours, so it's 1905 hourly rate again, but that only pays out at 0.25, 25%. So there's your number 27 with a total of 49,710.34, and that is correct. So that's what we would be writing a check for Donnie. As I mentioned in our balance sheet, there's $85,000 already in our payable account for accruals for sick and vacation. That's updated every year by the auditor. So the money has been set aside as a payable whenever Donnie was going to leave, or in this case. So that's the math per stated in our policy manual on how it's paid out. Any questions?
I just have a comment. I have never seen sick leave paid out at full rate. It's kind of shocking to me that that's in the policy to pay out full rate.
It's not, it's paid out at 45%.
Okay. Cause I'm looking at 5673. There we go. I missed that. Thank you.
You want my glass?
Like, wow.
Yeah. You just take a quarter of the hourly pay, or you just divide the whole thing.
Got it. Okay. Thanks for pointing that out to my blind.
That's the math. Any other questions?
Yes. Yes. No more questions?
So,
right.
Go ahead.
Okay, no further questions. I'm looking for a motion. Deanna?
Deanna Riddle, Region 4, I move that we give Executive Director Donnie Nelson his final retirement payout for the figures on page 73.
Okay, we have a first, looking for a second. Matt? I have a first, I have a second. Any further discussion, comments?
Just Kevin,
Mr. McCarthy.
Region 4, just a question, if it's in policy, why is it New Hope? That's a good point. I don't know.
I brought that up with legal counsel.
And it doesn't matter, man, it's not that weird.
So we had that discussion. I agree with you. I don't think that it necessarily needs a vote, but I think from the standpoint of transparency, both, and transparency for both Donnie and Jake, that it's safer.
Good question. All right, any other questions, comments? Hearing none at this time, take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Gerton still is not with us, thank you. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. You. Give a little holiday. That's made up. All right, let's go to page 81.
Okay.
Item, anticipated final retirement payout for possible action, that Jay will present the consideration of final payout for a new sick leave, sick vacation time for himself. So if you would go to page 82.
I don't know who this JB Smart guy is, but, anyway, same document as was presented for Donnie. It says anticipated because I still have, employment at the NIAA through August 6th. I'm certainly gonna take some time off. I really don't know what my health situation is right now. It's not great. But I'm gonna be around to help out, and I have some vacation to burn that I'm gonna lose if I don't take it. Because I have more than 240 hours of vacation. I have like 440 hours of vacation left. Probably not gonna be able to use it, because there's work to do. But that's fine. I just don't, I wanna take advantage of what I do have, and making sure that everything is in line when I leave. I promise you that. And that's the number 31, and then 31,517, if, we went with my time card as currently stated. My vacation hours actually aren't gonna change because I'm always gonna get 240, so this is an accurate number, even though I may be taking some time off between now and August 6th. But I'm, pretty much dedicated to help Tim with the transition and the new person who comes in and do everything I can in that regard. So this is kind of an accurate number because I'm never gonna get it down below 240. And my sick hours are probably not gonna change unless something happens. Out on August 6th, but this number could change. That'll be figured out by the auditors in our audit. But it's close, and like I said, there was $85,000 in our accrual account. Do you remember that comment? Donnie was, what did his number go, 49? Or 41, 49, 30, we're a little over 80,000, so there's gonna be just a little bit left in that accrual account. But we'll let the auditors figure that out. That's fine. I'll find a way to spend it.
Mr. Anderson?
So on this item, with Jake continuing and, with there being some variables, with respect to potential sick hours or whatever, as we discussed in the last item, I don't know that you necessarily have to vote to approve or whatever, so long as, policy followed, which it is with respect to, the policy manual, and obviously when Jay gets to his last day, we know what the numbers are, so, from the standpoint of the vote, if there was a vote, to approve this, I would just, suggest that it be to approve payout as a day of retirement based on the personnel policy.
I would know that I think this number is gonna be completely accurate, because I'm not gonna take any sick pay if I do have some physical issues. I'm gonna just take vacation day because I have it to burn, so this number would change. Right, I got it. Well,
Any other questions, comments? Matt?
I would move to approve, final retirement payout for J.B. Meyer according to policy.
We have a first,
Second.
Wade with the second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none at this time, we'll take it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yours on again is not with us. Thank you. Any opposed, say nay. All right, motion has been approved. Thank you.
President Song, a little bit off topic here, but real quick, just to show you the perspective of how the world's changed. I remember on April 1st, 1998, when Dr. Hughes hired me, it was for $29,800. That was the first year teacher salary at that time. And our NIAA budget, I will not forget this, Jay, in that 1997 into 98 school year, our total budget was $440,000. That's it. What a different world. Thank you. I just had to show that.
Absolutely. All right, let's go on to item number 13 on page 83. The increase to officials' fees for possible actions. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Nelson.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, President Sloan. All right, so you have a handout, right? It's in addition to your packet. And I want to make sure you focus on that staple copy. Top page of that is what the action item is for today. This is the 24-25 and 25-26 proposed officials fee schedule. In line with the agenda item, this is for what I call the team bracketed sports. So you see in our track and swimming a separate fee schedule. Wrestling is on there in that regard when it's in regards to a dual meet or a tri meet. But I'll get into the other items here in a second. So wrestling is okay in here as being a team bracket sport for this purpose. Before we get into a possible motion for action, let me kind of go back through what's the rest of the pages that are in this packet here. We did present this, myself, our office staff, to the superintendents. We wanted to make sure they were understanding and in favor of this because it is an increase. Prior to that, we had what I would call a staff and board and officials, commissioners symposium to go over and get an agreement to these numbers. And then prior to that, the reason this came up is because we had a group and it led into possibly multiple groups look at what the future officiating fees were and really some discomfort with where they were compared to neighboring associations and the economy, I guess we can say that. So really welcome back. So you got this first page. What I want to say though, before we get into addressing specifically this first page, is that you flip back through that packet, a couple of things that will need to come back to you in the fall. First of all, the NI track and field officials fee schedule. So look at that, it's 24 through 26. Again, this is not agendized for adoption, but I want you to understand that our schools and our districts will need to budget for this number because this page was also included with the superintendents in the presentation. So they blessed the track and field fee schedule, as you see, with one exception. One exception is there's an SNOA note on the track and field at the bottom of there, about 6.5 hours overtime, $12.50 per person per hour. That is to be deleted. So when this track and field schedule comes back to you in the fall meeting, with the understanding that our schools are basically in essence lessons right now, just because of the way it's not agendized, that will not exist in there. So that part will be deleted. Also then behind that, we have the state swim-wide fee schedule and also the diving fee schedule. Also, again, the superintendents collectively approved that as well as part of the overall big packet, including our team bracket score. So you've got that. And then finally there you've got the amendment for the rest of the officials fees, which is for regular season and postseason tournaments. That's really more of a large scale invitational that the schools operate on their own. And then also that the NIAA operates, of course, when we talk about region state tournaments. So I just wanted to bring to those your attention. I want to be careful because again, those are not agendized on here, so we're not about approving those. But inherently, our schools and districts need to know that those fees have been approved by the superintendents, even though this board's not gonna approve those individual based sports until the fall meeting, those will be in effect, and almost you have to, I'm telling you, you have to bless them, when we get to the fall meeting. So with that, let's turn our attention back to the proposed fee schedule. You see where it is with football, the $95, that was an exception, and that is being granted in essence because football officials do not have the same opportunities as the other sports to work as many games, right? The football maximum limit is 9 games with one option for a Hall of Fame game and then 10 games, whereas generally speaking, the other team bracket sports are 18 games plus 4 tournaments. So that's why there's a difference in the increase for football. But other than that, soccer, volleyball, basketball, wrestling, flag football, baseball, and softball, we've got everybody else on the same fee schedule. Mr. Beck, if I turn over to you for a second again, because the superintendents, I didn't expect this and didn't think you needed it, but the superintendents actually took a vote, made a motion, made a second, and made an approval, which is a little bit different, the superintendents to do that, which was a great blessing for this board to actually be the official body to take the action on. So, Mr. Beck?
Yeah, Russell Beck for the record, NAS liaison. We felt it was important to take and so that I could represent at this meeting and make sure that, you know, in order for NAS to speak out in favor or against something, we have to have either a unanimous vote, or if we have one dissenting district, then I can't give the full endorsement of NAS. And I'm fortunate to give full endorsement of NAS, so your superintendent body to support this. And so that's why we pushed as far as vote, to make sure that you knew that you had the full support of every district and the State Charter School Association that's also a member of our NAS group. So I appreciate the work that was done. I had the privilege to sit in on some of those meetings that led up to the NAS meeting. I think it's safe to say Mr. Jackson was there, Donnie was there for the NAS presentation. And it went through really, all the background work that we were able to do leading up, I think, went through without resistance. We just appreciate, wanting to make sure we know that everybody appreciates the work that our officials are doing. So really uncontroversial, to be honest, by the time we got to that. So in full support.
Don, I just have we are approving 84, is that correct?
That is correct. Again, just
Okay.
no, hold on. Thank you.
Are we doing
Uh,
the?
No, so, right, so, sorry, thank you, Kristen. So what is included in your packet, it's missing the single official event fees. So that's why we did the amendment, the attachment, which nothing else changed, it just includes those to show what is the correct change.
So we're just approving this,
Yes, that's the you're
these
showing,
are
which,
coming back.
right, track and field, swimming and diving, and the wrestling tournament fees are all coming back in September. The only thing, let me hold this up.
No, I get it,
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Just that one page only.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a question, for Ellen, if you could go to the NIAA track and field. Because with all this increase, I have to do a projected budget.
The one that's included in the little.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I just have a really quick, just for clarity purposes, go down where it says projected cost for restricted meets per agreement, SO1. It says $599.50, and I assume that's for the FATs, plus $425 if hand time. So I get that, the difference, which I pay now, two costs. Can you explain to me what the increase of $62.25 is?
I cannot. I don't understand all of the track.
What's that?
No, it says.
I don't understand all the track fees, so I'm not sure what that is.
That's the first, I think that's number sign.
Is that for the
That's
person?
a percent increase from what the previous.
Oh, okay, that's not
Yeah.
even, that's just an example of what actually went up, okay,
That's correct.
that's not
An
an
increase.
additional,
Tim Jackson, for the record, it's an increase of 62.25 over the previous amount and 63.20 over the previous amount of hand time.
good, that's on the record. So I don't want to be charged $63.25, okay, All right.
So then, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison, so then when we do this, do you want to see the actual cost there and not 559.50?
No, that all adds up, actually.
Okay,
When you add all this, you know, with the FAT and the non-FAT, I get that, I understand that, because that's how it was billed this year. So, no, I completely get that. It's just, I have to sit down and do the calculations of the cost increase.
Two questions. One, just so for clarity purposes, we're not looking at page 84, we're looking at the new handout, right? The question that I have, there's a second handout that looks almost the same, but it is light green at the top. So it's proposed J at the top. The difference I see here is in volleyball, whether they go like 3 or 5 or 2 or 3 in the, how much officials make. What's, I guess, why is this here? Is this a conversation that we're having, the proposed J one, or are we just looking at the first one?
It should just be the first one, J, right, we guys, let me make sure.
That's what's in the packet.
Right, what, proposed J, the packet is missing this, oh, I see, it's missing
Oh,
the single official game fee in the bottom right-hand side, that exhibit A proposed J, which is also in the handout. It was being transparent to show you what the package was that the superintendents originally saw, and we were missing that whole bottom right-hand side. So now with the handout of exhibit A only, not proposed J, that's now filled in.
Okay, there is also a difference in like JV and freshmen are kind of like separated out, whereas they're fused together. And on proposed J, there is a difference in volleyball officials making based on whether they go 3 of 5 sets or 2 of 3 sets.
yeah, oh, I see.
Yeah, you may have to address that one for us, please, or Ellen might have to.
Yeah, let Ellen take that. We just clean this thing up to make the official, I mean, basically the one that says J on it, obviously we're getting rid of. And I, tried to clean this up to make it, consistent from sport to sport, combining JV and Frosh. And we don't play 2 out of 3 matches anymore, but Ellen, take it away on the floor.
okay, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison, so volleyball, the matches are 3 out of 5 for varsity. There really is no more 2 out of 3 for varsity. In double headers.
There is still the 2-way letters, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I prefer the proposed way where we're not paying based on how long the game goes necessarily. So I like the change there. Okay, so we're doing just the first page of this document.
Exhibit A.
Yes, exhibit A, not proposed J. Okay, so my second question, just for like, for the record, or what's the increase here? What is the general increase? Is there a general increase that we did across the board, or are they different?
Yeah, I get Di Nelson, let's leave Di Nelson. Yeah, the general percent increase was 12 to 15%. There's a little idiosyncrasies in there because each sport in its structure, to try and find the right full dollar amount, had to go in that range of 12 to 50% to be equal that. So that's generally 12 to 15%.
Brianne?
So Bart, question for you. So you said there are some varsity volleyball matches that are only 2 of 3.
Class 2A South for, sorry, Bart Davis and stuff. The Class 2A South for many of their league matches because of travel and concerns do play double headers. Not all of them, but if they play a double header, those varsity matches have been 2 sets up. But it's not a long.
But if those are being played, then it needs to reflect.
And it needs to be reflected.
Yeah, it does, needs to be the $65 amount, is what it needs to be, what you see on the proposed J.
Correct.
Right, that's what it would be. That's correct. So that line item, to Member McNaught's point, that for volleyball, that varsity 2 of 3 at $65 does need to be carried through to the exhibit A volleyball and listed under the $85 amount for varsity 3 out of 5. So we are missing one line in there.
Well, would it be
Ellen,
better?
am I correct?
Say, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison, where it says JV Frosh, 2 out of 3, we could easily put varsity/JV/Frosh, 2 out of 3. Okay.
Okay.
Right there.
Make that change?
Please.
Yeah, Harlan, we're just, since we're making changes, can we just fix the typo in soccer, because parents can't, under soccer, the varsity, so.
Varsity.
Yeah, it just makes my eye twitch. If I didn't see anything, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, so.
No, good ones. Thank you. Member Carlin. Good job.
Pay attention.
Mr. Jackson, I don't mean to step on your toes. But a motion would need to include those two, one of my, the amendment to include varsity before JV and Frosh under volleyball, 2 out of 3 at $65 as listed. And then also for soccer, obviously, that I think maybe the respelling doesn't need to be a part of the motion, but just under soccer, so that's why I just said that.
Got a question.
Sure, wait.
So in the single official game piece, we have flag football. Does flag football play double headers or multiple games?
No.
Then why would they be under single official game fees and football not? Because it's the same, isn't it?
Donnie Nelson, so this is if you have a contest with only one official being used, let's say somebody else doesn't show up.
Oh,
We want the contest to go on, we would never play a tackle football game with only one official. But it is possible these sports that you could even a flag football game, you could operate with one official.
Okay, so, gotcha, thank you.
Any other comments, questions, Rand? No. Oh, sorry, with hearing or seeing none, looking for a motion? All right, Rand.
Rand Sorensen, I motion to approve the increased official fee schedule with the addition of adding varsity/JV/Frosh for the 2 of 3. Adding varsity in there for $65.
Okay, we have a first, Alex.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second, we don't need to put the motion about the spelling, soccer. Okay,
Jake fix that.
okay. All right, we have a first, we have a second for the increased rates. All in favor, say aye. Mr. Beers not with us? Thank you. Any not in favor, say nay. All right, the ayes have it. Thank you. Okay.
Thank
All right. You're going to go to item number 14 on page 85. Engagement letter with legal counsel for possible action. Going to turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
And I'm going to say that, to get the record, that this has already been approved by the board at the last meeting, the increase. This is a formality of signing the engagement letter. So we need a motion to approve the letter as attached and to instruct Ms. Sloan to engage with legal counsel. Possibly so moved.
Thank you. We have a first.
Yeah, right already for a second.
Any further discussion, questions, comments at this time? Hearing none, seeing none, we will take it to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved. Thank you very much. Motion approved.
You want Ms. Grant to sign that letter now, or it's?
Let's get it over with. Don't forget. Yeah. Give me the purple. Purple. It's fine. Is that an issue? That's just an issue. That's All right, thank you again. All right. We will now go to. Yeah, item number 15 on page 89. Legal information, this is, information discussion. No need to go to closed session, Mr. Anderson?
No.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Anderson.
Great. All right, well, thank you, Paul Anderson, legal counsel. As far as my report is fairly brief, because I think we'll be talking about a lot of the stuff that's been going on since the March meeting, with respect to other items. But in terms of appeals, yeah, my report throughout the year has been that our appeals have been, increasing and whatnot. Actually, since the last meeting, we haven't had an appeal. We had one appeal, but it wasn't an eligible. Well, it was an eligibility appeal, but it was under the drug alcohol policy, which we occasionally get those. We had one that was just heard a couple of weeks ago, and that has been handled. As far as legal updates, I'll tell you one thing that's come down since March, and it's significant. There's been some massive revisions, as Xavier would be able to testify to Title IX. All the new Title IX regulations have been approved. They're quite interesting from the standpoint that I've been looking at them. I've been asked actually by the pullback to give a presentation, and I'm kind of hesitating to do that to school administrators, because it's about 1,500 pages of new regulations. And in my mind, it's kind of turned Title IX on its head. Title IX was always designed to promote and assist and improve opportunities for female athletes. And the new regulations, I think, hinder that to a certain extent, because we're now talking about participation by all genders, regardless of what they might be. So that's sitting in the forefront now. It'll be interesting to see how that comes into play, especially with the fact that we got an election coming in November. And this whole thing could be reversed again, depending upon who is sitting in the White House come January. So that's kind of out there right now. As far as legislative update, not a lot to provide there. We do have a reg that we'll be approving, one that we should have had taken care of at the last meeting, dealing with the sportsmanship. That's an item that I had missed in terms of including all of the information that went to the LCD. That's now been taken care of, and so we'll be addressing that in the next item. And then a lot of my time has been spent between the last couple of months with respect to committees. There's been a lot of committee meetings with respect to realignment, the rules and policies and regulations committee, and that sort of thing. So that's about it. I don't know if anyone has any questions, but that's the answer.
I have a question. Paul, can you elaborate a little bit more on the Title IX and as far as the all genders? Is that, and I thought that wasn't established. That was talked about, but wasn't established.
The new regulations basically provide that equal opportunity has to be provided to all athletes in for instance, in high school sports. So if you have transgender athletes, they're allowed to participate in the sport of their. I always get screwed up on the language, and I go so better in the public meeting. So I defer to maybe Xavier, because he deals with this all every day.
Yes, please, Xavier.
Mr. Anthony.
Good morning. So to talk a little bit about the changes, as Paul's talking about, a lot of the changes that you're seeing are really specific to sexual harassment, bullying, discrimination of pregnant, things of that nature. And what Paul was really kind of trying to navigate is that whole transgender piece. And if nothing's really been truly established, and I think everything is really on point as to how each district chooses to apply that law. And again, to Paul's point, I think it's just extremely fair, because we have to definitely see what happens in this coming election, to see really which direction we're gonna see how line goes. So as far as athletics specifically, status quo, but definitely some concerns specific to transgender.
So nothing will go into effect.
Well, those regulations are in effect.
Correct.
Now,
But
so.
there's been no drastic changes.
Okay.
So nothing else, no further discussion on 15. We will now transition to item number 16 on page 90, NAC's revision returned by the Legislative Council Bureau to the board for review for possible action, NAC 385B.800. Mr. Anderson.
Okay, so this is what I just mentioned a moment ago. This is the regulation that deals with primarily the changes to our sportsmanship policies. This grants or gives authority to our school sites and tournament sites and whatever. We have unruly fans to take action against them. In the past, we didn't have a regulation that kind of dealt with that. We've always had regulations that deal with athletes being ejected, coaches being ejected, and that sort of thing. This extends that so that we have fans that are out of hand, they can be disciplined and excluded from games and that sort of thing. This is, I think, a big improvement from the standpoint of well, one of the issues we've had in the past years with our officials is, keeping them because of the harassment that they receive at times, from fans and that sort of thing. So this improves that situation immensely. So anyway, it's been vetted by the LCB, and assuming the board approves this, what will happen is this will, as you know, go back for final approval by the legislative commission, and then hopefully be in place come the beginning of our next sports season in the fall season of 2023.
So like I made mention the other day, from what we approved, there hadn't really been any changes to the LCB.
Correct, no, they were great in terms of pretty much taking this and adopting what the board had proposed in terms of concepts and language for the most part with respect to.
And are you pretty confident that this will be approved for the fall?
Okay, so that's questionable, and again, it's a political issue. The governor and the attorney general, as you know, or probably are aware, may be future opponents in the next race for governor. And from what I understand, there's issues that are going on between those two, and one of the fallouts of that I've heard from other attorneys that deal with public agencies that have to deal with regulations. There may not be another legislative commission meeting until 2025. I'm hoping that's not the case. Typically, when we submit these, within 2 or 3 weeks, we're put onto an agenda where we get to appear before the legislative commission, along with a lot of other agencies that have regulations and get it approved. But I can't guarantee that. I've heard that as a rumor. I don't know whether there's any truth to that or if it's completely true. So it's just. But my hope is this will really affect, and
certainly it's in effect by August.
Yeah, this is a long time coming. Yes, call.
Column number report, page 96, I just I just have a question, because my understanding was that this is all kind of modifying to include the word spectator in various places, to hold spectators accountable as well. But the entire subsection, section 4 is in blue, and so this is in addition. And so I think my question here is, does this change what we are currently doing at all? The fact that this entire section is blue, this is new, I think, right? Or is it not? And we should just.
It's new,
Okay.
it's a new provision, but in the it adds spectator, basically. The action that could be taken by, against a pupil or an athlete or coach who verbally assaulted an official. You know, they can be ejected and those sorts of things, those penalties can come into effect. Spectators been added so that can now happen with respect to a fan at the game also.
Okay, and so this potentially is a little different than what we have been doing, especially when we think about because verbal assault is a pretty like vague term, right? And so a student who is I guess a player who's ejected or is ejected for saying something out of line to an official could be considered to a verbal assault, correct?
Well, for assault, that's got a legal meaning, actually. Assault is, you know, words or actions that you know,
I think it's defined.
that place a threat of harm. So, you know, if a student was to threaten an official, you know, with language that they're gonna, you know, hit them or take them out or whatever, then that's a verbal assault.
However, though, I think this is when I was reading this is what I was, so on page 98, verbal assault is defined as aggressive, offensive, or profane language that is directed at a person.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure we're clear that like what we're saying here is that if a student is ejected for, which I don't, the behavior is not appropriate, but if a student is ejected for swearing at a official, they could be removed for 180 days of all sanctioned activities, correct? I'm reading this correctly? I understand, and I'm not trying to like say the behavior is appropriate. I just wanted to make sure I was clear about this part of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you need to have that conversation with the parents. Yeah.
Coming from Region 4, so just with me and just with all these kind of policies, like I just, because it's such an interpretive layer, a level of what this verbal abuse or assault is, like having shall in there with 180 days is just feels like it's putting us in a corner. And I always prefer a may than a shall in these kind of situations, but that's in the part 4, this where the principal of the school or the spectators affiliated shall immediately eject and suspend for any level for 180 days. Just having a shall in there just feels problematic.
Oh.
What page are you on?
How about 96, part 4, the blue part, the new blue part?
Just to further the debate on that, may is very gray. Yeah. Gray creates inconsistency. Shall is very definite, and it shall happen. And so one of the issues that we get into is when you say may, it may happen to this person, and then this person, it doesn't happen to. And so the inconsistency, and then they come back to this board, and then we're on the front firing line. And so if we use a may, then there needs to be very defined, I think, so that the consistency can stay with the penalty. Because if one person says one thing and another person says the exact same thing, but the penalties are different, that creates a big problem for us.
We go to Matt first.
Back off that. Offensive to somebody is not offensive to somebody else.
Correct.
So it's a total gray area. I don't like this at all.
Okay, we'll go to Colin.
Calling that, yeah, I think my concern is that in theory, every kid who swears at an official, which they should not be doing, should be suspended by every school for 180 days of participation. First of all, whether that is enforced across the board is a question, right? And like, that may not happen. And second of all, I think like, I mean, they shouldn't be doing, it. So we just want to make sure we're clear that like, that's gonna be the rule here. We're gonna have a lot of kids suspended for 180 days. Right, and get ejected. I mean, we talk about ejections in soccer alone, right? And at the Clark County level, right? And it's mostly because of that, right? So I have concerns with this, a lot of concerns as well, just the vagueness of, the definition of verbal assault, I think makes it a little challenging. So maybe it's in the definition of verbal assault, because I think what we maybe meant, I don't know, I don't know if I was part of this or not, I don't remember, but like a threat towards an official was like the way that I would have interpreted that, but I think 90 opens it up to.
Mr. Anderson, did you have something to?
Well, yes, I apologize to legal counsel. So one of the things, kind of dovetailing off the conversation, the shall and the may conversation, if, shall is more definite from the standpoint that if the action takes place, and that's the penalty that should be imposed. And then if you go to the next page, section 8, that's in blue there, and 9, they start talking about, reinstatement, and so it becomes more of the penalty. There's discretion there, in terms of whether 180 days will be fully served or not, before a student or a coach or a parent or a fan is allowed to, return. So, but if there's a lot of concern, then I think we got to discuss, changes that the board suggests be made before we submit this back to the LCP for final approval. Because once it goes back and it's approved, then we've got it on the books. So.
Yeah, so I think the definition of verbal assault might solve our problem. We change what we're defining here as verbal assault. If that's the intention, for it to be like, again, I wasn't part of the modification here, so I don't know if that was the intent.
Yeah, coming across it before, so I would agree, like, the shall with the threat, like, if we were getting in this and we're defining the threat to an official or adult, I think then I can get behind, like, where we define it further before we get to what is a shall, right? So I agree.
So what do we suggest?
I would, column region 4, I would suggest on page 98, section 12, subsection B, I don't know the subject, so 12B, I would say maybe something like verbal assault means a threatening, phrase or act towards an official. I don't know, something like that. I understand that like, to Bart's space, I think there's some interpretation in that, but I think there's less than like just offensive or profane language. So I don't know, I'm open to, my proposal is to redefine verbal assault in some way. I'm not a legal, I'm not good at it, so that's my call, what it says.
That sounds right. Maybe just change it to verbal threat. Yeah, verbal assault typically is threat as opposed to actual act of violence, but also in a threatening manner that will make the individual feel like I'm about to get hit. That's typically what verbal assault is. It appears that it gives the impression that you're about to assault, or you straight up say, "I'm assault you."
Mr. Jackson?
What if we, just wordsmithing if you want here, what if we said, for B, verbal assault means aggressive, offensive, or profane language that is directed at a person threatening their safety? Because now we've taken it to the next step. So me telling you to F off, passing in a game is a lot different than me presenting myself, telling you to do it in a threatening manner. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That meet the requirement, that I think I understand what you're trying to say, that the verbal assault needs to cross that line.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, instead of instead of leaving aggressive, offensive, and profane language in, strike that and put, verbal assault means threatening language that is directed at a person. Threatening safety, threatening language, something along that, just get rid of the offensive.
Threatening language.
Profane. In the sense, now if you're using any kind of threatening language toward an individual, for a person's safety, that is what verbal assault would be.
So eliminate aggressive, offensive, or profane, and just put that in.
That's great.
It's the
Threatening language that is
Yeah,
directed at a
threatening
person.
health, safety, and or welfare, personal welfare, something like that. Because that would take all the gray area of what is offensive to one person is not offensive. to
Yeah, that's
another.
the-
And
Those.
profane.
Yeah, the only other question I have is like, or maybe call it, do we have to use the phrase verbal assault? Could we just use the word threat instead? If a threat is verbal or physical, right? Like we can do both.
Be a gesture.
Maybe
Well,
that's interpreted.
Verbal assault has a lawful meaning, and I like having verbal assault in there because it does have a lawful meaning. And then if you add threat to verbal assault, I think that creates clarity.
So who determines whether it's verbal assault?
Right.
Now we're gonna have these hearings coming to our office. You know, he called me an idiot, that hurt my feelings. That was verbal assault, that was a terrible call, you're an idiot. I mean, where does it stop? I mean, we've become kind of soft in society where feelings get hurt pretty easily.
Yeah.
I think what, because I feel like I see part of what everyone's saying. I think where I'm struggling with this is kind of what Colin said, like, it's different when it's an adult and when it's a student. Not that it's okay for a student to do it by any means, but when, I think I don't know how to exactly say it, but like we were saying here, like, some of the officials are a little more sensitive than others. So what Ellen considers to be verbally offensive or may not be what 10 others do, or vice versa. And I think that's where I'm struggling with this, is it's basically up to what the official feels like.
So.
Yeah, sure.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel. So I want to just kind of back up to when we brought, when this regulation came before the board. And the reason as I recall that it came before the board, and maybe the people who were on the board can help me, was because of the fact we had fans that were all over officials constantly, you know, and things like that were out of control. So the purpose of the reg was to include the ability to take action against unruly fans, exclude them for periods of time if necessary from attendance at any games and that sort of thing. That was the purpose of this regulation, as I recall. So, and I understand, that it can get into, it can be interpreted in different ways depending upon who's making the interpretation. But a lot of the responsibility is going to be falling on our administrators, our principals, and whoever is in attendance at these games and making those decisions. And like I say, there is still the process or the provisions within the reg that allow the executive director to relax whatever the penalty might be against the person, depending upon how you are going to there's a situation.
Yeah, my recollection is we need to bring civility back to our sports. We've got to bring civility back to the players, civility and sportsmanship back to the fans, the spectators, and everybody involved, because we're getting out of hand. It's like you can just say whatever you want to say to somebody and it's okay, or there's no penalty to it. Civility has got to come back into supporting them. And I think that was the intent of all this, like Paul says, is there has to be the ability to be able to say that is not appropriate, and because of your behavior, you're excluded. And that's where we're trying to get to. And so somehow we've got to bring the civility back to our sporting programs.
And I'll tell you too, by some of them that reads the ejection reports, this group, this body would be appalled at what kids are saying, coaches are doing. Parents are following our officials to cars, threatening them, threatening our coaches. It is the word appalling. I know we're saying it quite a bit, but it's appalling.
Yes, yeah, this, and you touched on a way to what intent, our NAS group asked and put quite a bit of pressure on Donnie in his office to put something forward that would put teeth into the spectator, protection of our coaches and officials from spectators. And it happened due to a few specific events. And we had a very vocal superintendent was frustrated among the fact that the association did not have authority to take care of and protect in those instances where we had violent attacks against a coach. And I was involved in those, trying to run between the superintendents as well as the NIAA to provide some protection. I hear the concerns, and being that site person, I had shall underlined in here in the definition before I walked in, trying to go around may and that definition. And I think it's a fine line for us to try and provide those protections. And in the meantime, your NAS group had asked each superintendent to sign on. If you took disciplinary action against somebody at one site and you communicated that out, we would honor that from site to site. And that was our kind of Band-Aid in between, so that as long as districts communicated, we keep people away from events, and that gets messy, right? But that is truly what this thing's about, is trying to provide the teeth into this so that when we have those egregious acts, it's really not meant to be that I blew up an F word and lost my cool, as much as when we truly have an incident. But where and how you define that, I think is a slippery slope. And we know, those of us in there know that we have bad behavior for fans, coaches, players, parents. And so what's that protection? But that is truly that history of why this thing and the teeth has gone this far, is because we have physical violence that against our own people. So.
That is bad. Mr. Ron.
Ronald Starr Board. We have in Washoe County dealt with some very severe parenting issues regarding spectators towards each other, towards officials, towards players. And every time we've gone to the NIAA and get some guidance and assistance with that, I get the same response, and I know the response is that that's a school district responsibility. The NIAA writes the rules, but our district has to enforce the rules. And so we've done the best we can in terms of doing that. But the thing that has saved us is that we have had some kind of verbiage that states that we can impose 180 days. We have imposed 180 days to a parent that could not step on a Washoe County school district property. We have done that. If we didn't have that verbiage written in there, we could never do that. So I think that we have to set a process in which we can do that. And if we're limited and can't do that, we're not going to stop the behaviors of these parents. So I like the fact that the 180 days, and that aspect is in here in some capacity. Now, what words you want to put in front of that, shall, will, could be, possibly, whatever the case may be, we can go ahead and argue that forever. But I think that we have to have some substance in here that we can pull out and show a parent in a meeting that said, hey, look, because of this rule, because of this law, we can prevent you from coming to any game for the rest of your child's high school career. It only says 180 days, but, you know, I mean, we have to have that written in there to protect our schools. And the NIAA, it could be in this document, but the reality here is that our individual offices at our schools are gonna be the ones that have to enforce it.
So I agree, and you know, the reason I brought it up was because I was under the impression that this was spectator based, right? And so, I hear you, I do want to make the point that I think the way I read this for a spectator, someone who swears at a ref versus threatens to hurt them is getting the same consequences.
I don't think the same consequences are gonna take place.
Well, there's obviously, there'll be legal players too, for sure, right? But just the way I read this, I think the consequence is the same. But my bigger concern here is that we've kind of added this layer of a student in the same situation. And like it says we're supposed to do it. School A will do it, school B may not, right? And so I don't think it's fair that school A kid has to sit out for 180 days because he said something inappropriate to the ref. That was maybe also said that was the exact same thing to school B, but school B maybe is enforcing because they want.
Or the ref didn't take it that way.
Or the ref didn't interpret it that way, right? So again, my point of bringing it up was I understood this to be a spectator facing. And I'm all about it, like spectators need to act appropriately, 100%. But section 4 here layered in is like pretty severe consequence for students as well. And that's my concern.
I don't think the dispute is whether this is good for the 180 days. Absolutely, we need something with some deep. I think the dispute is how is it gonna be enforced from site to site? Some sites might view this as an offense, some sites might not. So that's the only concern that I feel like we have, is consistency and how, who's going to enforce the orders as well. Who's going to make that call? The site administrator, the AD, the principal, the vice principal, and how do you chase them down and get their name and get their?
I just draw out the question, isn't that the case with respect to all of them? I mean, we have great administrators at most of our schools that would enforce the rules as written. We have perhaps some that wouldn't, you know, but basically we rely on our sites for everything. Because the NIAA is not big enough to self-police everything that's going on at every venue in the state. And I understand this.
Right, I guess my big question is interpretation of verbal assault is gonna be different everywhere.
At least if the minimum is served. F you, ref. I'm the student, F you, ref, and he gives me a technical and kicks me out of the game. Do we apply 180 days to that kid?
As read, yes.
I tell you what, there have been 29 kids in Northern Nevada.
It'll curve out though, if they figure it out, you know, it'll curve out when people start
I
making a trend, I'm getting.
Wait, hang on, let's get in order here. All right, Deanna, stay.
Just, I think that's why it's just so important to put the word safety somewhere there. I think that's the word that changes it from I'm just kind of mad to this is now assault and it's a real threat. You have to put the word safety. So whether it's putting it at the end or putting it, you know, in the middle, but it needs to say like threatening language that is directed at a person's safety, and it solves most of our problems.
Let me ask real quick a question to Jay. Jay, when the officials write, when the commissioners, there's an ejection or there's a situation such as this, and they send the ejection report to the school administration, will this too be included in that? Because, you know, right now it says, hey, Tim Jackson was ejected from the game, such and such, they give an explanation as to what occurred, and then it goes on to say that they have to sit out the following game, in addition to that, take the class. Will this too be part of that? Jay?
Jay, he's my staff. I was gonna comment anyway on this one because, you know, I deal with a lot of this over the years and kind of know how the process works. As I try to render fair decisions, after you investigate an incident, you know what happened, you have to know what happened, number one. And guessing or hearsay. But I kind of agree with Kevin on this one, that the word may needs to be put back into this. And not to disagree with you on that. But ultimately, if you put may in this, then they know it's a possibility. And then we all judge these things on their merit. We look at bench clearance, we try to make a fair decision, contact with an official, try to make fair decisions, based on what you know, and certainly you may get suspended if you go after an official for 180 days. The principals, yeah, they may be inconsistent in how they make their rulings in regards to this, but ultimately it comes back to the executive director who can impose additional penalties if they don't feel what the principal is doing is sufficient. And that's been done many times in our office, discussions between Donnie and I, Mark Ratner, whoever. You know what, we need to tackle this. This is not acceptable, and impose a stiffer penalty based on what we know. And I think you have to take these situations one by one. They're not that prevalent that you can't take the time to review a situation that's outlandish and impose the proper penalty. And even if the school doesn't take care of it on their end, the state office comes in and to the rescue, no, we're not allowing this. But most of the time, we want to rely on our school principals to take care of business and be able to enforce a provision like this. Not all the time, so to me, may is appropriate.
Are you talking about in this, section 4 on page?
Yeah,
6?
I am. I'm just kind of stuck on, I kind of got stuck on that because I think you have to be able to make a judgment on what needs to be done. And if it's, you know, and we have that with our ejection rule right now. You know, even though we say they're not appealable or whatever, many times we review a situation, we have video now to look. That's just not appropriate. That coach didn't do that. You know, what is in the officials report? And so you go back and you make what you feel is a more fair decision. And I still think we have to have that ability in this office.
Okay, I'm gonna go, I'm sorry.
And that's kind of my comment to this whole, you know, dealing with spectators. Yeah, they need to be included in this. The verb, we have an assault NAC for officials. And it doesn't say verbal assault, it's just assault.
That's the
NRS rules, yeah. And so that, you know what, verbal assault, you're never gonna be able to completely define. Everybody has a different interpretation, so why not give our schools and this office the leeway to, you know what, if it's that bad, we're going for the maximum allowable by our language. That's my goal.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go Alex, Ellen, Mr. Jackson.
So I'm gonna look at this from the perspective of every 2 years, we get to look at 100 BDRs. And what we typically do is we go back to the state and we always ask for the name. We always tell the state, remove the shall, because what happens is that at some point, something's gonna happen and the opposing individual is gonna demand. First state law, it says shall, you have to do X. So that's why we always don't want these mandates without any kind of leeway as any local organization. We always say, hey, Senator so-and-so, Assembly woman so-and-so, we need this to be made as opposed to shall. So I think under that same perspective, that we should probably make it instead of shall.
Good point, Ellen.
Island Towns and Officials Liaison, so I'm looking on 96, section 4. The second sentence, the principal of the school, which I think I should read again, pupil, coach, or spectator, not just spectator, is affiliated with a designee thereof shall, I want to keep shall with a. May, well, they may eject them if they punch somebody or, and then maybe and may or B. And may suspend the people, because you need to gather reports and that sort of thing, to find out, actually what occurred. But I think the shall needs to stay with A. If they're verbally assaulting or physically assaulting a sports official assigned to the game, that's in sportsmanlike conduct, we would be ejecting the coach or the player as an official. Principal of the school again, which it just says spectator, but I think it really should say pupil, coach, or spectator. In the line above, and it's reference to the rest of that section. And then again, leave shall in front of A and may in front of B. That's just my thoughts on that.
Okay, Bob, I'll circle back and we'll go to Mr. Jackson.
If they return to page 92. 92, at the very top, where all that written information is, that is a legislative intent. I'm going to steal phrase from Paul of this piece of legislature. If you look at the regulation, if you look down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, on the 8th line where it says number 1, section 8 of this regulation additionally 1 requires the ejection and suspension for 180 days of any pupil, coach, or spectator for verbally assaulted or physically assaulted a sport official. The intent, as they read it, is exactly as Colin stated, 180 days. It requires it, but I think we have a word, we have word issues. That helped the legislative council bureau interpreted this language it's in here right now. It would require us to suspend for 180 days.
Bob, did you have something to add? Okay, Russell?
Yeah, and as you walk through, that shall to me, I do think makes a lot of sense. And then if you follow this through, the semantics and kind of the way it works. So I understand I take action no matter what. I have the action. To reinstate goes to the executive director. You're gonna need to walk through this a little bit because I want reinstatement. I have to meet what the principal says. I need to know it's gonna be different from place to place. I may not require as much as say the school across the street to come back. Satisfy conditions imposed by the principal, attend the meeting with the executive director. So there gets to be quite the process put on the NIAA for reinstatement of those people. So that's just walking through kind of some of the ins and outs of what section 4 is telling us we're gonna have to do. And then as you roll back down, Ellen, you mentioned about if somebody gets assaulted official, and I mentioned earlier, what will become subsection 7 instead of 6 is where I think we thought this was going, where they were just sliding in the spectator language and then allows the executive director to take action for that physical violence, which would prohibit them from attending for a period of time set forward by executive director. So it almost repeats itself for the same types of issues. Anyway, it's a little confusing the way it goes through. I don't know if there's a way of I'm not an LCD guy. I mean, I deal in lawful lot with it, but I don't know that you can find them to still meet the intent of what that exact bill language is. You can find it, but and I don't know, Pam, it's something, because I try to wrap my head and write notes down here. It's something that you may want to come back to while you have time to digest a little penalty to legal stuff, so you have time to wordsmith here. I just know we need to do something, not only does the law say, but I think we all know we need to provide protections to those people. It's been wrong.
Yeah, we need something in place soon. Oh,
Yeah, so yeah, sorry, I think I kind of like what Alan said about the shall and may, but like, Paul, how does that, you said that it's in NAC, the definition of verbal assault. So then why are we redefining it here?
I didn't say that.
I thought somebody, I should have said it's.
There's a criminal definition of assault. There's a Nevada revised statute that deals with criminal penalties that apply to a person who assaults an official, a game official.
Okay, so I think in a perfect world that, and I agree that we have, this is the way it works, like some people follow the rules, while some people don't. However, in a perfect world where everybody follows this rule, right? My point is, are we okay with suspending every kid for 180 days who says something on a very wide range of things that they could say to officials, right? Like this says we have to, if they say, I don't, it's not minor to swear at an official, but it is more minor than saying, I am going to hurt you, right? And so that is where my whole point of this is. I just don't want to lose the fact that, like, I'm not saying that we have to have rules that make everyone follow them, because I understand that that's not the case. But if we all did follow this rule, Mr. Jackson, you're gonna have thousands of meetings, right? To appeal that. Is that the point here?
Bob, let me go, I'm sorry, I bypassed it. Bob was it?
Yeah, some of it, I'm hearing loud and clear what member Brock is saying, but I think, as I'm understanding, the concern is that we're tied to 180 days. And referring back to sentence number 1 that Mr. Jackson read, there is a number 2 that says, and prescribes a procedure for the reinstatement of such a people, coach, or spectator before the end of that period of 180 school days. So if you're not tied to 180 school days, let's get this process started. Let's deal with the situation immediately as necessary right now tonight at the game so that we continue the game. And then tomorrow, we're gonna take a look at this and decide exactly what is appropriate. But I think it says F you to the official is completely appropriate to throw that kid out of the game then. Is it appropriate for him to be out 180 days? No, but we're gonna deal with that tomorrow. And that's within the regs.
Sitting out 2 games, yes, based on that. Deanna?
I'm sorry, this is gonna be my last time I bring up the word safety, or like why I feel like we just have to add that extra layer to it, but I would think we keep coming back to where people might be arguing in a bad instance, but I can actually think of a couple of times when people have been kicked out for arguing, maybe even in a good instance. And I know maybe I was gonna say, oh, you know, they shouldn't argue at all, but we had a game where a parent that was also a coach, got kicked out because they were arguing, because they were worried about their players' safety, and people, they felt like they were favoring the other team. I mean, that's why I just feel like sometimes there needs to be an extra layer, a little bit more leeway, that they're not just arguing or just heated in general, and it needs to actually be like, I'm threatening you in a different type of manner, not just heated about the game itself. Like, it's not 100% various. I just feel like we just really need to add, I keep coming back to that extra layer for what is a verbal assault, not just heated the game or arguing.
Matt?
Yeah, you know, a lot of us in here have coached for many years. That's unfortunate that we're having to have this discussion, because I feel like if my kid tells the referee to F off, they're not gonna have to eject him from that game. You know, I might not hear it every time, but that's not acceptable at any of my practices, during any of the games, during anything. So, you know, we really need to, and this is really gonna educate coaches. Man, you wanna lose a kid, I love the fight of 180 days. I just don't love we could fix a few things, but really, we need to educate these coaches. This is coming, and you need to handle it in your practices in your daily interactions with these kids, or you need to make a change in practice. That's where the real change is gonna happen, is at practice. When we had kids cuss or say anything in practice, they had to do what we call a GERD, which was bear crawl for 100 yards, roll for 100 yards, and sprint for 100 yards. Pretty soon, we didn't hear any of that kind of language in practice, so that's where it's really gonna start.
All right, I'm gonna go to Jason and then Paul, and then we are going to pause this because we have lunch waiting. So Jason.
Jason Odegaard, 3A liaison. On page 96, number 4, where it talks about, it says, principal of the school with which the spectator is affiliated, then the designee thereof shall. I wonder if that should not be game administration instead. There are a lot of contests where the visiting fan is acting out and there's no principal or designee from that school to take care of that. Yeah.
Mr. Anderson.
So I just want to make sure everybody understands how these regs are written. This is one regulation that's going to the Legislative Council Bureau, but what it's affecting are several of our presently existing regulations. It's not just one new regulation that's coming in. So if you go to page 92, you'll see section 1, and well, section 2 is where it starts, and it defines eject. And that's going to be a whole new definition within our definitional portions of the NIAA. Then if you go to page 93, that's the new language in there which talks about each spectator shall. I think everybody probably agrees with those things. That's what we wanted to bring to the forefront with respect to this regulation, I believe. And so that will be a new regulation, dealing primarily just, it'll only address spectators. But then, as you move through this, section 6 is where we start getting into what happens with respect to pupils, coaches, administrators, fans, whatever that act inappropriately. And section 4 is going to become a part of actually 385B820. So if you go to page 95, you can see 385B820, and then it goes through how that regulation is set up with currently, and then with the blue, those are additions, the red are deletions. And section 4 becomes a new subsection of 385.820. So all I'm pointing out is that this affects various different regulations. They all intertwine with one another because they all have to be looked at together. If one of these events take place, but the overriding concern and the reason we did this whole thing is really set forth on page 93, because of the conduct of spectators. So, but I think, and I just want to, I'll before you break the lunch, I don't think we should approve anything that everybody's not really comfortable with. I think if there's changes that need to be made, we need to get them back to the LCB. So that this board is very, very comfortable with what goes forward, because as you know, once it goes forward, once it's approved, that becomes the law.
Even if it's in here. All right, we really need to take a break. We're gonna pause this topic at this time, right? And how long do we want to pause for?
Let's say 1 o'clock, only because we announced our workshop would begin at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So that's published. They only need us 25 minutes. I think we'll do our very best to get in there, get back here as soon as possible.
Okay, but we're gonna come back and we're still going to close you to this. Okay, that'll work. Okay, we're gonna take a break. It's 1:36. We'll see you back at 1. Thank you. Right. I'm gonna bring us back. It is 1:17. I have a suggestion in a minute, however, I'm gonna let Ellen bring closure, a little bit of closure to the discussion. So Ellen, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Okay, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. I kind of just had a question for Paul was, this is basically an inclusive, all-inclusive approval of this section. Correct? Like, again, not sections we can say, no, this one's yay.
Well, yeah, I mean, they kind of all go together, like that's what I was kind of pointing out with the, my last comments before we took the break, is they all fit into different regulations that exist or are gonna become new regulations that we don't have, but they all dovetail with one another based on this sort of activity. So if you eliminate certain things, I'm not sure how that will affect others.
Yeah, my own, and then I only have a comment is, I'm fine with the, the suggestion I made earlier about the shall and the may, to be done. But I'm very good, I'm good with the language in here, especially on page 98, section 9, it has to do with the ejections and, 10 or fewer scheduled games. We define that as, one ejection, and then, I think if there's more than 10, student athlete is ejected, or the coach is, going to be unable to participate in the next 2 scheduled contests. Because I know our focus really was on that, and then including spectator, penalties for spectators.
Right.
I am, because we've spent a lot of time on this and I don't think we're gonna have any form of consensus. I am going to make a recommendation actually that we take this back to the Rules Committee. That the Rules Committee take all the recommendations, the conversations that are being held in the meeting today. And then I'm going to ask staff if that meeting can be held in August. I'm not sure. Yeah, probably, Tammy, when do you guys get back? Mid-August?
School starts on the 12th, 18th, come back on the 24th of July.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so maybe, when do you guys start school?
You start school on the left,
Are you guys back?
that Monday. Monday.
The 12th, probably.
12th.
So what do you think, Mr. Jackson? First part of August, maybe, we can be in the committee?
At least within the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That would be agendized time.
Yeah,
Beyond
yeah.
next, yeah.
So, again, if everyone is in agreement, because I think we said they're all day and better over this. The Rules Committee, we meet in August. Are we in agreement with that? Are you guys okay with that?
Perfect.
Okay, and then we'll have it ready for the September meeting. Thank you. I'm going to have to give Mr. Anderson credit for that recommendation, by the way. Well done. All right, here we go. Let me get organized here. All right, we are going to go to item number 17 on page 106. And I'm going to turn, update for the Rules Regulation Policy Committee. Okay, I'm gonna turn this over to Lori Lutz.
So the committee has been meeting just about meetings every 2 weeks since our last board meeting. We try to get some proposed regulations to you, with the biggest one that everybody seems to be concerned about is the one-time transfer. And our workshop is the culmination of what those meetings have produced. So I'd like to open the workshop. We can go right into the workshop right there.
Is that it for 17?
Yeah. We'll
Okay.
get right into 18.
Okay. Bart, by the way, we're live. We're good to go. Okay, thank you very much. All right, now let's go to Number 18, workshop public hearing to solicit comments on proposed regulations. Again, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Lutz.
So. The section begins on page 107 of your packet.
Laura, you probably have to speak a little bit louder.
I can grab the mic for you if you want.
Yeah, because we can't hear you over here.
So it starts on page 107 of your packet. The first one up, the committee felt that we needed to define residential affidavit. Our school staffs seem to know what that means, other families do not, and so this tried to make it very clear that what a residential affidavit means. And so it was defined by the committee as residential affidavit means the student is attending a school who resides with his or her parents or legal guardians, but whose residence is located in the home of another adult living within the boundaries of the attendant school. This language was basically taken from our definition of residential affidavit that we had put into activate to help our families. There any questions? Quick question, do you want to take action one at a time?
Yeah, so, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, board president Sloan just raised that question. I would say yes, unless, and I haven't looked at these just again today, but if there's some that go together, then maybe we need to look at them if they, one affects the other. But like this is just a definition, that's why you can, I think, take and vote on individually. I would suggest voting on them individually unless they can move.
Okay, is there any questions for Lori? Okay. Hearing none, hearing none, we have a motion. Okay, wait,
Polson Region 3, I move to approve the proposed new regulation regarding definition of residential affidavit.
okay, we have a motion,
Second.
Alex.
Alex, move.
Thank you. All right, any further discussion, questions? Hearing none, Mr. McCartney.
Kevin McCarthy, report, just a question that is specific to a district, so it may not be appropriate when we table it not, but for us, this shared housing, this is the language that will change internally to match this, for shared housing in our district.
We'll have to look at it.
Okay, all right.
It doesn't activate is the whole state, right?
What's that?
Because activate is the whole state, right?
Correct. Yeah, there are some changes that will go, potentially go into effect. We'll have to.
Okay, well, disregard.
No, you're good. All right, we have a first, we have a second, Mr. Anderson.
I just want to raise one, because this is a workshop, this is required under the, chapter 233B, this is how we adopt regulations, how any, public entity adopts regulations in the state. So the purpose of this is to solicit public comment also. I know that, well, Mr. Krajewski just came in, but I don't know if there's anybody else from the public that may be online or whatever, but if there are, I think we should ask if that's the case, and in case there is public comment.
For every single one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we knew this was gonna take a little bit of time.
All right.
So I guess right now, before we proceed, we should ask for public comment, correct? Or we should have done that at the beginning.
Well, you have a first and a second.
Correct.
You can have public comment now before you vote.
Okay. Is there anyone, Mark, that you're aware of for public comment?
So further notice, there's nobody from the public Zoom, so that, I will let you know if that changes for any of these. I don't see any. So no.
Tia, you see anything? Mr. Jackson, anything in your email? You're in the mix now, my friend. Mr. Nelson?
Do you want me to offer up verbally if anybody's watching or hearing Ms. Wonder's email address, so that way they can send her an email about one of these items as they're watching? You want me to offer that up?
I don't think that's necessary. You know, the public said, this has been agendized. People have noticed, they've had the opportunity to come if they want to comment. You know, I'm just saying if there is somebody in the queue, then we gotta listen to them. But beyond that, I don't think we need to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. All right, we have a first, we have a second. Nobody from the public is asking to speak, so with that said, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Mr. Gerzon with and without, he's not with us right now. That has been approved. Now let's go to page 109. NAC 380B point XXX, Lori Lux.
So it was asked at one of our meetings, I cannot remember which one, that the rules committee take a look at defining what a team is. And so that is where this comes from, for our team sports. It's fairly, excuse me, it's fairly easy to know that, you know, football, you're gonna have 11 or possibly 8. Baseball, softball, you have to have a minimum of 9. So our individual sports, there was a little bit different approach. For boys and girls cross country, you need 5 to score as a team. And so that was the number that was chosen. For golf, you need 4 to score as a team. Tennis. Mr. Nelson, I'm gonna refer that one to you because I can't quite remember what that one was.
Yeah, no, just lots of Donnie Nelson. So tennis is 6, and the reason being, in our definitions in our handbook, our reference manual for tennis, we describe the minimum number of participants needed to conduct a true team tennis scoring match is 6. It's a little bit of an arbitrary number, but there's basis behind it about having to have a combination of doubles, teams, and singles players. And 6 was that number where you could actually compete for a team score and have an opportunity to win the match for 16.
Bowling, you need 4 to score as a team. Skiing as well, you need 4 to score as a team. Swimming is a little different. And so with swimming and with track and field, instead of the number to score for a team, it was taken the half of the number of events. So in swimming, there's 14 events, so 7, you need to have a minimum of 7 swimmers to have a team. The same with track and field. That was chosen by the half the number of events.
That applies to wrestling as well?
Oh, yes, wrestling, yes, with half the events, I believe. Or the weight classes, excuse me.
Yeah, if we can talk about swimming and track and field, I understand there's 14 events at a meet. However, smaller schools, fielding 7 for some schools is actually a big track team. And, I would, track and field and swimming can be an individual sport as well as a team sport. Obviously, if you win events, then you get points, and that goes against the overall team score, to be able to win the team state championship. I'm a little concerned for the smaller schools at 7. For instance, Frantic Valley this year, we had 7 boys but 5 girls. If I have 5 girls that can go out and do 4 events and are really good, I could theoretically win a state championship with 5 girls in the 1A. And so 7, I would be ineligible for that state championship with 7, if I have under 7.
I can expect, we'll go through questions first, and I'll answer cases.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson.
You want me to do it? Okay, Member Paulson, so a school like Cranigate Valley is not an issue for realignment or for membership purposes, to try and fill the minimum number of boys and girls teams, 1 per season? This is really designed for that purpose, for membership purposes. Yes, any team can win a championship in an individual-based sport like track and field or swimming and diving with a few number of players. If they're racking up first place positions and 10 points per event, certainly a team score could possibly happen. This is based on the half of the individual events that are offered. So if a school doesn't have anything else in the spring, and they're gonna base their continued or new membership after 2 years of showing, we have a viable program because we're not gonna offer baseball, we're not gonna offer softball, whatever may be a traditional spring season sport, for a small enrollment school. We want to make sure that they're truly having a program and not getting membership by, my word, sneaking in a back door and say, look, I got a couple track kids, that's good enough. That's not what a membership is association. That's what's been the philosophy of this board. Prove to us that you really have teams in every season to be a member deserving of such status. And so that's why track and field, you can satisfy the baseball or softball, and then it doesn't matter that you have this number of years. But no, there's not a requirement to actually score team points. This is a membership-based issue.
Well, even with that, being said, I understand that. It takes in swimming and in track and field 4 to make a relay, correct? So for small schools like one, Gabs, like some of these other schools that have maybe 25 and 30 kids, getting 7 if they wanted, if a new school comes in, I would say 4, in my opinion, to bring it down, because you have a relay at that point. You could do a relay and participate. So if the kids even are not that strong, they could put a relay team together and be able to compete, in track and in swimming and diving as a team with 4 members because of the relays and whatnot.
And they can, Lund can, if Lund, they could do that because they're already associated members.
Yeah.
So they can already.
I understand, and we're describing what consists of a team, but I think this might play into future conversations with, some other agenda items that we have on the agenda with maintaining memberships.
All right, Rollins?
I'd like just to prove your point a little bit, Sparks High School, for the 3A. Sparks High School took second in the state with 55 points in 3A with 5 runners. And took second place in NIAA trophy home, this year. So, yeah, that can be done. I think the focus on this here was, I think this is more related to realignment than it is anything else regarding schools coming in saying, we have a track team and they only had 2 people out. So that's
Or is it for membership?
both, right? For both.
Mr. Davis.
Go ahead.
Mark Davis and I staff, I had an issue with this for quite a while, because we basically say through realignment, if the school does not field a team in a specific sport, they go to independent status. When we define team, what Mr. Polson just said, if a school's only got 4 track kids, they've still theoretically got track, but they don't have a team under this definition, which could then be a trip up. Same thing for golf. If you've got the best golfer in the state and that's all you've got, that's the only kid that plays golf in your school. That next year, under this definition, you didn't have a team. Do you then have to go to independent status and take the best golfer in the state out of the state tournament? I know what the intent was. We didn't intend to trip this up. But I wonder if it might down the road.
Thank you, Mark, because that's kind of where I was getting at too, is in the future. The definition of a team could rely on membership in that sport and individual status versus team status versus membership in the NIAA.
should we be a little bit more specific and say specifically teams regarding realignment and applying for status in the association?
Mr. Jensen?
I just think, what if, Donnie, what if we think this through with me?
Yeah.
How many kids do you need on a track team to cover half the events? Minimum number of kids. Using,
Seven.
no, you don't.
Yeah.
So if you have 4 kids, they can do 3 events.
4
3 kids can do 4 events. So maybe we should say field number of events. Maybe we say, put enough kids in a number of events. In other words, so what we don't have is what Bart's talking about at golf. We don't have 1 or 2 runners on your track team who run the 800, the mile and the 2 mile. And you say, well, that's not a team, but you win those 3 events in state. That's 30 points. So maybe we change this, change the terminology from 7 people for boys, track and field to field half the events.
Oh, okay.
See what I'm saying? Field half the events.
Field 7.
I know, we're still getting in that same situation, but I know, you know where I'm coming from.
I do.
Hang on, let me go to Matt first.
Well, I mean, the same thing could be said for wrestling. You could have the best wrestler in the state and they only have 5 kids on their team next year and they don't get a wrestle for state.
All right, Bart.
Yeah, to what you were saying, Mr. Bart Davis and I staff, to what you were saying, Mr. Jackson, I do know like that. But it only really works for track.
It only works for track, yeah.
It doesn't really work for swimming because you're 2 and 2 there. Right? And it doesn't work for golf, it doesn't work for wrestling, it doesn't work for cross, it doesn't work for tennis. You've got an issue there. We want to make sure that these schools that are actually trying, right? They're trying to field teams in this. They just, look, there are certain schools that they don't have tennis players. Sorry, they just don't. We shouldn't be holding it against the kids that actually do play when they have something every year to prevent those kids to be able to participate for state championships.
See, I'm gonna say this, and I agree with, I think Ron brought up it's more of a new school coming to the board. We have this, we have that, and what we're finding out is, you know, in the fall, hey, we wanna be full members in the fall, we have, 1 boy cross country, 2 girls, there's our boys and girls sport. Then they have basketball, let's say in the winter, and then in the spring, the same situation they have, for track. So I know this is more of a, when schools come forth, because we're finding that more and more that the new member schools, those are the ones that they want to compete in. Because, they don't have the facilities, they don't have a track, you know? And, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but, that's, I think, and I will just say that was the intent of the initial conversation. And I don't want to hurt a kid. I mean, we've had situations where we have had outstanding athletes at a school and it's 1 golfer.
So the intent definition was to go to membership.
For the purposes of
Membership.
Yeah, for the purpose of membership.
Can we just put that into?
Sure. That solves the problem.
Correct. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim,
Is there anywhere else that if we put for just for the purpose of membership, there's nowhere else that this can affect before we do that? There's my question. There's nowhere else it can happen, like an app or something.
That's what I'm doing
we
right now.
got Bart.
Trying to think like.
Bart Davis and I staff, we say for the purposes of obtaining
Membership.
or continuing to hold membership in the association, the school must have this.
But if you say continuing to have, then we're back to where we,
But that's for membership, continue to have membership in the association, not anything to do with the alignment process. Right? Else.
And doesn't that affect
Right, it affects.
5 kids?
Good.
Triangle Valley only has 5 kids on track.
Good, that's where you have.
4 kids on wrestling.
So,
All right, I'm gonna ask Mr. Jackson to weigh in on this.
Okay, so, I'm looking up, I just went into our regulations, typed in the word team, 431 mentions of the word team. I'm on the one where it's talking about the alignment of schools. If a school believes that if people are a team, the school is unable to participate successfully in sanctioned sport, we're talking about, the team is right in there. I think that what Bart is saying is absolutely right, because him and I have had lengthy conversations, because I was one of the pushing factors for making schools, they don't talk about fielding teams because of the scheduling problems that we have in the South. I firmly believe we should not penalize a school or a group of kids based on the size of their school, period. So I would like to change it to say something, team means the number of pupils that participate collectively, individually in the following sanctioned sport for a member school. That right there is the part we need to take out. That's where we need to change it. That phrasing right there, because team and member school do not have to be synonymous with the same thing. In other words, GABS. GABS could be a member school and not have any of this, and they're still a member school. So we should not exclude them from participating, period. So if maybe we don't take this language in, maybe we leave it the way it was. And we're fine, because it wasn't a problem before. It was a problem for one individual on this table right here. This guy, that I pushed. I'm willing to admit that. So if we take back the old original language and just don't pass this, the word team remains static. Status quo, and we continue to move forward. Because that phrase right there, that number one, that definition, there's no way to write a definition that allows for two exceptions.
But let me ask you this, how do we tighten up schools that want to become members? And they just slide in with bowling team, cross country,
Let me ask you this then, Ms. Long, what rule did they violate?
none, that's why we're having this conversation though.
They didn't violate a rule.
Yeah.
So if we want to tighten up our regulation, we need to tighten up where the violation is occurring. To me, it was, when I first started on this, it was a violation of the word team. Looking at it now, after all of this, I can actually say, stepping back, it wasn't the word team that was causing the problem. What was the misrepresentation of what they were bringing to the board as members in the application process.
Correct.
So,
no,
Wait. Rob.
Well, I think we're opening up Pandora's box a little bit, because now the application process, and of course, this is more of a Clark County thing than Washoe County. We don't deal with this that much. But the reality here is if we leave it the same, then we're gonna continue to get the same result. The schools are gonna come into this board with 3 people on their cross-country team. And that's one of their 6 sports for the fall season. Are we saying now that we're gonna accept that as an official document to constitute it being one of their 6 sports?
As it stands now, yes.
I mean, if that's the case, we're gonna even have more schools applying in Clark County. Because I think the data has shown that over the years, as we have allowed schools to come in with insufficient number of kids participating on their so-called teams, that in a 2 to 3 year time period, they have not met the continual requirements of keeping 6 teams, 2 in each school, 1 girl, 1 boy.
But
Yes.
I think, where you have a real problem with all this is where there's an individual state title and a team state title. So team may apply to when there's only a team state title
And not an
a
individual.
singular state title, not an individual state title.
That's a good.
Mr. Anderson?
And maybe I'm wrong, and or whoever correct me, but can't we change this? Can't we get the purpose for having this come in was for membership primarily? And so if we change the number 1 so that it makes that clear by saying, you know, the term team, comma, for purposes of membership only, comma, means the number of pupils that participate. collectively or individually in the following sections sport for a member school. I mean, that wouldn't prevent them from having individuals go to go to the wrestling tournament, go to tennis tournament or in a track or whatever. But
That's, no, you're spot on, that's, Donnie else, this was not meant for, even though I said the word realignment, it's not meant for that. Because those individuals, the number of cross-country participating schools that don't actually have 5 scoring runners, some of those schools have outstanding individuals. It's not one boy's fault that he doesn't have 4 other finishers with him that team score. He can still win a state title. So I just want to clarify that, right? Paul, well, everybody's points, Bart's point, this is not to exclude individual or school that is in good standing with membership from participating in sport and winning a state title. Clearly, you can't win a state title if you don't have 4 2A or 5 cross-country finishers. That inherently takes care of itself. We got a little sideways, I think, on what this was about.
The intent.
Intent, yeah, thank you.
But I think there's something to, a sport that has a team component and an individual component. I think there's something to that could help solve this issue as well. So I think that kind of helps the situation some, if we can break it down that way.
I know I was on this committee and I vaguely remember when we were talking about this. It was brought up that due to membership, initial membership, we didn't want these, I don't know, for lack of a better word, teams coming in and going, okay, I have one cross-country kid, girls and boys. And then in the fall, and then in the spring, I have one swimmer or one diver, but I'm gonna build a powerhouse basketball team and that's all I'm gonna care about. That was what I thought initially when we
Looking at these.
looked at this one, because I remember I was like, no, there was another reason they were looking at this. I thought that was the depth they were defining. Right?
That's right, our discussion.
No, you're absolutely correct on that one. All right, hang on, Rayanne?
Well, then do we just, okay, Rand Sorensen, so then team when pertaining to new member school application is defined as the following. We need to just change that first line 1 and only define team for new member applications.
Well, for this Paul Anderson, legal counsel, I think it needs to be, the language I would propose would be as follows. The term, quote, team, close quote, for purposes of obtaining or maintaining membership in the association means the number of pupils that participate collectively or individually in the following sections.
All right, Rand Sorensen, but when you say maintaining membership, then aren't we just back to excluding the 1A schools again?
No, because they're.
No, because I don't think so, because it doesn't mean that an individual can't go to the state track, right? If he or she qualifies, or swim, or wrestling, or whatever. But the school can't win a team title, but he or she can win a team, win an individual event.
Rand Sorensen, but just as Rollins mentioned, so like if that was in effect, Sparks High School would not have won their team state.
Right, well, we have to find a team.
They're already a member of the state.
But they're already a member, it doesn't be associated.
But then doesn't it fit?
It doesn't apply to maintain that.
Yeah.
So don't.
Well, but Paul's definition stated for applying or maintaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because right now, we have there's several teams in the 1A and 2A that have dropped programs and are not maintaining membership in the NIAA. That's fact, right? So it's not maintaining. We're not maintaining membership because we've already paid membership and they've dropped their programs and they haven't brought their programs back.
Yeah.
But that gets solved with our new realignment policy, right? Because
Okay, hang on.
I believe.
Okay, hang on. You guys need to talk one at a time now. Okay, are you, Nelson, are you done? All right, Bart?
Depends on what you're trying to define there. Sorry, Mark Davis and I established. Maintaining membership as opposed to maintaining eligibility for postseason in a sport are two different things. We currently have one in schools that don't have a boys sport and a girls sport operating in every season. Have we done anything about it? Not yet. Are we planning to? I don't know. There's the difference between obtaining and maintaining. If you're just, we're trying to keep people, as we've all said, we're trying to make sure that the members that are coming in are good members with one of each in every season. That's obtaining. If we look at a school like certain 1A private schools right now, without mentioning names, that don't have both genders in fall, winter, spring, they still maintain membership. We haven't done anything about it. The realignment part of it is strictly for postseason eligibility, putting it on independent status, playing within a league. Membership obviously is a whole lot different. The other point I was gonna make, and I think Mr. Jackson, you might have made it too, we came from the stable, we saw one kid on a track team win a team state title, because he won all 4 of his events. Got 40 points, nobody else got there. The other teams had 30 kids there. This kid also played for the state championship by himself.
Okay, I'm going to, sorry, Tim, I'm gonna ask the recommendation of Mr. Jackson to what he would like to do with this.
To Jackson staff, I recommend we send this one back to the Rules and Regulations Committee for rewrite.
Okay, Mr. McCartney.
Just, do we need, yeah, does this
Yeah.
just die, no, not make a motion or make a motion to what Mr. Jackson said? That's what he needed.
Well, I know in the last one with the ejection one, I just made a recommendation. Paul, what's the formality here?
I think you can go either way. I mean, but I think the board if the board makes a recommendation and passes a motion to that effect, and it goes back to the committee for a rewrite, then that will happen as opposed to dying and then nothing will happen.
Okay.
Whether to make a motion that we return this item to the rules.
Rules and regulations.
For rewrite.
We have a first.
Deanna Riddle, Region 4, a second.
Thank you. Do we have a first? We have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll get that back to the rules and regulations. All right, page 110, NAC 385B.XXX, Lori Lyons.
In going through our discussions, for different regulations as it pertains to filing for a waiver. Waiver is mentioned a few times within different regulations, but it's not really defined. We have a lot of parents that are contacting schools, well, where's the waiver form? What do I fill out? And it's not really a form. So after some discussion on waiver, the committee decided waiver means relinquishment or relief from one or more regulations of the association. Mr. Jackson, I know you were there and found the definition. I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
To Jackson staff, I think the biggest issue is what we're discovering from schools and what we're hearing was that a parent thinks a waiver is a form you just sign. And in this case, it's an action. They're asking for a regulation to be suspended. And they want to just, I'll just sign the waiver form, I'll sign it right now. So this will help clear it up and make it a little more clear for our schools when they're discussing what they're doing is they're asking for us to waive a rule. And I think that'll help you with the process when we are looking at appeals And I think it will also speed the process up when schools are dealing with, COSAs or, zone variances if they still exist anywhere, or any other type of, relinquishment from penalty in a, regulation.
Yeah, we had some eligibility determinations made down south where the parent was doing exactly where's the paper? I didn't sign a waiver. I didn't sign a waiver, you know, so, yeah, we definitely have to clean this one up. This is good. We have a motion. Yes, sir. Wait.
Wade Folsom, Region 3, I move to approve the proposed new regulation regarding the definition of waiver.
Thank you. We have a first, Matt. We have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? That passes. Thank you very much. Let's go to page 111. NAC 385B, one-time transfer of eligibility, Lori Lutz.
So this was probably the biggest task the committee was faced with, was coming up with a one-time transfer of eligibility. We did go through a few iterations of this text, and this was what the committee has decided to bring forward. So section 1, except is otherwise provided in subsection 2, or as provided by the school district or school policy, a pupil who is enrolling for the first time in a school or is transferring from one school to another school may be granted a waiver of ineligibility pursuant to NAC 385B.716. Subsection 2 is a pupil specified in subsection 1 may be granted a waiver of ineligibility pursuant to subsection 1 not more than once. Then if a pupil is granted a waiver of ineligibility pursuant to subsection 1 and after the waiver of ineligibility is granted, transfers to another school, including a school within his or her zone of attendance, the pupil is ineligible for 180 school days and any sanctioned sport which the pupil's name appeared on a roster of the association for the previous 180 school days.
Okay, why don't you give us an example of what that means? I mean, you know it, I know it, because we sit on the committee, but give an example of a kid starting at Sparks, and you can, however you got it.
So I'll start with, if you have a kid who enters the 9th grade and within Washington County, it's not called school choice, they're zoned for Sparks High, that they want to do the program in as a freshman, they come in and instead of the sub-varsity eligibility only that used to exist, they would be granted the one-time transfer to fully eligible at McQueen. If after the first or even second year that they're there, they decide, hey, you know, it's just too hard to get us back and forth to the school, you know, we need to go back to our zone school so they can walk to and from school. That would mean that any sport that they've rostered on at McQueen within the last school year, they would be ineligible in that sport for 180 school days.
What about a new sport?
Huh?
What about a new sport?
They'd be fully eligible for another sport. So if they play football, they're ineligible in football, but they could go out for soccer or do cross country during that time.
Maybe over our private schools, did you say for the last 180 days, because we have those people that think they can sit at the school of their attendance for 180 days and then come over and said, I sat out 180 days. No, it doesn't work that way.
And so the committee talked about that, and Kate and I know that, or Kate Segura with CCSD, we have a lot of families that self-impose their 180 school days and think that that's gonna be fine, and so we decided instead of it being through their entire high school career, it is the last 180 school days.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Jackson.
So I want to make sure we're clear on this because I can see wheels starting to spin. So this says, except, a pupil who is enrolling for the first time in a school. So that does not mean your freshman year. That means I'm enrolling for the first time freshman, sophomore, and junior year, or transferring from one school to another may be granted a waiver. So what I want to make sure we're clear on is this. I started at Durango. That's where I enrolled as a freshman. That is good. I'm residentially zoned. I'm fine. I started at Gorman. I'm residentially zoned because I live in the state of Nevada. I'm good. I can now leave that school and go to another school, and that would be my one-time transfer, correct? Okay. If I'm coming in from out of state as a junior and I am residentially zoned for Sierra Vista, but I choose to go to Legacy on some program that you offer, is that my school of enrollment or is it my residentially zoned school?
So if I believe in our discussion.
Yes,
If you're coming in from out of state, you would have been enrolled at Sierra Vista.
correct.
So that would have been where you would have enrolled. So if you enroll at Legacy, you're gonna be using your one-time transfer to enroll. at the
And that's what I wanted everyone to hear. So the rule of residency is the first rule of enrollment and eligibility. Okay.
Mr. Anderson.
So, yeah, we had a lot of discussion about this and basically, that you get one time to make a choice that would be outside of what your residential school would be. The rule still applies with respect to charters and private schools. You know, you can enroll in those if they're within your zone of attendance, and then you get a transfer still out of that. But if you're zoned for a particular public school and you're coming out of 8th grade and you don't want to go to that school, you want to go to this other school, you can exercise your one-time transfer and do that with full eligibility.
Mr. Jeff.
And I want to really stress that the regulation committee spent a lot of time on this. And I think those of you that have had these discussions before, there's two philosophical beliefs on this: school of initial entry and one-time transfer. And I believe this actually accommodates both. It really does.
Hang on, Rollins.
Being on that committee and being in this group, in this organization, in dealing with our legislature last year, do you think this is enough? Do you think that this meets what they are actually trying to seek?
So Paul Anderson, legal counsel, yeah, I mean, I think they would like to see more. I think the legislature, last year when we were going through everything with them, I think what they were kind of hoping for would be a first entry rule, so you can enter wherever you want. You're coming out of 8th grade or coming into the state for the first time, and then you can transfer one more time free of charge, meaning full eligibility to any other school. This is a huge step from where we've been, so I'm hoping that this is sufficient because this opens up, eligibility significantly from what we've done in the past. Donnie, I think, has done or seen research with respect to a lot of other states. Most states have some form of one-time transfer. And so we're getting in line with that. And I'm hoping that this would be enough. We'll see. Yes, that's all I can say.
So, and it scares me, so I don't think so, but, and that's why I fear so. Cause what I did is, of course, in the last 2 or 3 months, I went down in my 8 years in doing this job and dealing with Register My Athlete and Activate and all of that. I went through all these different scenarios of kids that I dealt with in terms of eligibility issues. So under this proposed policy here, I'm zoned for HUG, I go to Sparks. I don't play my freshman year, I play my sophomore year at Sparks. I come back to HUG my junior year, I haven't played a sport yet, but this was my original school, what eligibility do I have? full eligibility in every sport because I haven't appeared on a roster or anything.
Anything of which you.
No issue at all. Under our current policy, if I did that, would it be the same?
No.
No.
Because if he was zoned for HUD and went to Queen, then he was on the variance, he wasn't zoned for all week.
Yes, I was on a variance.
And so coming
So
back.
I would have to come back, I couldn't play lower levels, I'd be out for 180 days. Under our current rule right now, it's not the old rule yet, it's still our current rule. Okay. I'm just concerned that it's not enough. Our legislators aren't gonna think that this is enough because we are still allowing only one move. And that one, we're still allowing, right now, we allow you to go one move as a freshman. And,
But there's a big difference. The move we let you make as a freshman right now is with sub-varsity eligibility,
yes.
not full eligibility.
So if I move under this rule now, if I move from Sparks and say, oh, I'm gonna leave Sparks and go to HUD. I choose not to play varsity sports and go back to HUD, I can play varsity sports back at HUD.
No, if you play lower level sports, your name appeared on a roster.
And I can't come back to HUD and play lower levels.
Correct.
We don't have it in. I'm gonna say, I think, this gives me heartburn, but that's okay, I'm old school. But I think we're given a lot. I think we are doing exactly what they're asking us to do. You get full eligibility, you come back, anything in which your name appeared on a roster, that too, in some of our regulations, that's also a bone we're throwing at them. So, no, I think
They can play lower level.
I think this is good. If this is what we have to do, this is good. Xavier.
Xavier, for the record, remember when I need a flow chart? And I say that because, like, to Ronald's point, there's so many variations, right? Because then, like, coming as a freshman, coming as a sophomore, if I go to Legacy, but I didn't roll at Legacy because I live in that zone, but I choose to go to Pinecrest Cadence, what's my status? What happens if I go to Foreman? There's just so many things. I need a flow chart. I think that will help answer a lot of questions that we have in this room.
That was discussed in the meeting. Tammy?
I think, and again, being on this committee, I feel like I know the answer to this, but even now looking back. Maybe because I'm in a building and I have to think about enrollment and registration. We don't care how they got to the building, correct? We don't care if it's residential affidavit, we don't care, whatever we call it now, it's UCSD. We don't care if it's temporary guardianship, we don't care about any of that, correct? We don't care about.
Mr. Jackson.
No, we do care about that, because you can't just live in Legacy and say, well, I decided I want to go play football at Liberty.
It's full of enrollment. I know.
Correct, you have to be enrolled.
No, but I'm saying you don't care how I got enrolled.
No, we do care how you enroll. So there's still enrollment requirements within regulations.
No, I mean, for the ones.
Do it correctly, but it could be shared housing, could be
It could
co-sec.
be co-sec, it could be temporary guardianship, it could be any of those things.
And all of those go through the normal approval process.
That doesn't change.
Yeah.
So that's.
Yeah.
So Paul Anderson, yes, that is part of the committee, that was a part of the big discussion that we
Right.
had. And so that the public and everybody else understands what we've talked about and what we're getting at. One of the biggest issue that this raises is, okay, what's gonna happen once we prove? I mean, that's the big thing that's out there. But, and it's gonna occur, it already does, and it will more, possibly because of this. But school districts, bigger school districts, have rules in place. Clark County has their COSA program. And so you can only, go to a school, like if there's room for you at that particular school, if there's a seat for you. If everybody tries to transfer into a school that's already full, the process is gonna eliminate that by saying we don't have seats, right? So That's one living issue. And the same, I think, with Washington, right, Wells? Yeah, so. So I don't know, I mean, there's gonna be, there will be like a need for a flow chart, but,
But here's the thing too, to add to that, no, we don't throw those out the window. I can't live in Arizona and ship my child out to live with Tim on temporary guardianship. Can't do that.
still like temporary guardianship.
Yeah, that's huge.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Jackson.
And I know what you're concerned about, it's shared housing and
It's
residential affidavit. But those are still investigated through the normal process of the school enrolling and the school getting clearance through the eligibility office. But there's discrepancies there, that's where that process is caught, which is the way it is right now. In theory, that's when those things are supposed to be caught.
I guess what my question is enrollment at Legacy, you know, because I help with registration when we get crazy. We don't look at all that documentation, that goes to CCMD. They say, yes, you take this kid on shared housing. We don't get to really see any of that. So then when it comes to my office for athletics, now what do or what if these kids says I want to use my one, like, that's where I'm confused. And I know I'm gonna have to answer this because I'm in that office.
Yes.
And I know Colin's gonna have to answer that because he's in a building. So I think that's where I'm confused.
Well, won't the activate process, we're gonna have to revise activate,
Okay.
to accommodate what the change in rule, and activate's gonna catch the problems, right? The ones that raise the red flags.
And I'll tell you right now too, families come in all the time to lie to you, but then when they go through Activate, we catch a lot of those things. You guys catch, and then they're never honest up front, so
Of course.
you know that. Kevin,
Kevin from Region Four, so just a couple of comments, I think, just go with shared housing, I think that's exactly what's gonna happen, the shared housing won't catch up. You know, for
Yeah.
this, it'll be an activate where those things are caught, and I just think, you know, and I'm 100% with you, Pam, like I'm a dinosaur, this gives me heartburn just thinking about first-time transfers, but, you know, I just think that as a board, I wanna start from a place of, let's take the kid that's in a rough situation and can we help that kid, right? And then I think after that, then when you go to the other side of Coach X that always recruits kids from this whole side of town, like, okay, then let's look at that, but I think we need to start from, let's take care of kids that are truly in a tough situation before the recruiting's gonna happen, right? And we try to work a way to catch it and stop it, but let's make sure we're taking care of kids before we worry about recruiting.
wait,
To get back to Roland's point about appeasing the legislature, I think that this step goes a long way to satisfying that need. Dealing with the legislature and legislators on a consistent basis. This is something that is sellable. If you want to use that word, to the legislature, saying it's a one-time transfer, this is how it works. And it also goes in line with our values, NIAA as, not letting it just be the wild west and everybody going where they want to go. There's some control here. And, I think this kind of gets us out of the woods of a one-time transfer for a while, and it's something that can, move forward. That's just my experience.
Matt?
Yeah, I'm with you, Pam. I don't like any of it, but I do think that this is a step that will appease the legislators. This really has potential to hurt 3A small schools competing because we don't live in metro areas where there is a lot of recruiting going on. We are going to suffer. And because of this, and I think it'll appease it, but I'm not gonna vote for this. Because it's going to hurt rural schools.
Where are they gonna transfer from?
With Alex?
Just sort of follow up, what he was saying, like, I know that the legislature looking at two things, something of this version of what I've heard is a one-time transfer only in the ninth grade, first year. So I think this goes above and beyond, is one of that, but I did hear that they're also looking at going after the recruiters. So some type of punishment for individuals that are out there recruiting. And I asked, well, how are you gonna know? How are you gonna catch them? To which they said, you'd be surprised. There's so much evidence out there, like kids getting text messages from a coach, and the kids sharing it with the other kids. And they said it would be very easy to catch them because we know that it exists. That is one of the things that those are the two things in what I heard.
And I agree, but I will tell you this, that's the hardest thing to, in my 100 years of doing this, we're lucky. People talk a good game, but when you ask them to submit and give, what do we get, Paul?
Yeah, well,
Nothing.
we've had a lot of, we've had those situations, I think to answer your question too, or I don't think that's a question, but a statement, and then what positions of the legislature. We still will be able to catch recruiting with this. We've still got in place the so-called Oregon things where a kid, it goes to a school based on, being on a club team and a coach that's at that school. That's gonna be still viewed as recruiting. We still have our recruiting rules in place, but Pam's correct. I've been doing this for 25 years or so. And there's been situations where, you know, there's always the claim that so-and-so's recruiting and then it's fine, okay. File a complaint, we'll investigate it, we'll take this to a hearing. Nobody ever does because they want to complain about it, but they don't want to do anything about it. They don't want to be the face that's testifying against the person. So, yeah, we all know what goes on, but nobody, or typically very few, are willing to come forward and raise their right hand and testify to it.
I just want to follow up my last comment. I probably will vote for this because it's already going on now. We're already being, you know, you look at these charter schools and they're getting these kids wherever they want, private school, wherever they want, out of 8th grade. They're going to the AAU basketball tournaments. But it's killing the rural schools. Because we can't get anybody from anywhere. We've got nothing, we live out on the frontier. And so.
All right, let me go to Lauren.
I just want to suggest, before a motion is made on this particular one, that we go through the others, because if this does pass, it's going to affect a lot of other regulations. And so the committee had brought forward quite a bit because of this recommendation. So if the board is okay, I would definitely suggest going through all of them to see how it's going to affect everything, and then we come back to it.
Yeah, we talked about that as well. Let me go to Colin and then Bob.
Colin, to Kevin's point, just a question, does this go the other way? Does this negatively impact any situations that inadvertently? And so what I mean by that, I guess, is like a kid who is in like a financial hardship and changes houses multiple times, changes zones multiple times. This doesn't negatively hurt. In fact, maybe helps a little in that situation.
No, because it's the number one rule of eligibility is your residence. So if I live in Durango, then my parents, we moved to Silverado. Because my residence changed, I have full on eligibility.
Okay, so that's not a one-time.
No, not at all.
And to answer that a little bit further, we still will have the hardship rule in place. So a kid will be able to have a one-time, exercise their one-time transfer. Then if they're not satisfied where they are, they want to go back to the school they're zone for, or to another school, for whatever reason, if they have a hardship, they're gonna be able to appeal, just as we do now. You know, and that will be in place, and hearing officer will make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanna have,
Well,
I just want to state for the record, I was on the committee. And I support it. I know I sound like I don't support it. But it's kept me up at night and I support it.
okay, I'm gonna go to Bob, but I am not kept up at night over this question. I'm glad you are. All right, Bob.
Before I ignore it. I know the legislature really started ball rolling on this, but conversations have been had in at least the group of athletic directors, athletic administrators that I represent. And a big issue has always been the leveling of the playing field. So I have a question just for interpretation or clarification. Under this, I'm zoned, I live in Galena zone. And I decide I don't want to go to Galena. And the district is willing to give me a variance to Reno. Because the principals, as I understand it, Rollins no longer get to decide that, the school district does, correct?
Correct.
So the district says I can have a variance to Reno. I go to Reno, I've used my one-time transfer, correct?
If you're playing.
If you're playing.
If I
You
play,
play-
and I go and I play baseball.
If you play a sport.
Okay.
Yes.
On the other hand, I decide instead of going to Galena, where I live in the Galena zone, I go to Bishop Minot, which is also my zone of residency. I have full eligibility and I still have a one-time transfer, correct?
Have you established at Galena?
No, I'm a incoming freshman. So-
You're fine.
So with respect
We
to
have,
that,
we have a regulation that already allows that. The regulation says if you attend as a freshman or a school enrollment, you go to a private school, you got full eligibility. That regulation doesn't go away.
At the private school.
Yes,
So a kid in this, under our rule, a kid who goes from a public middle school. Who goes to a private school, gets full eligibility, and then can leave that private school and go to any other school in the district his sophomore year and gain another year of eligibility at the varsity level immediately.
Which is no different than what the rule is right now.
Correct.
And the reason for that is because Minot, for instance, up here, is within the same zone of residents, right?
Well, no, our rule right now is if a kid who's on for a hub, but as a ninth grader goes to Minot, they get full eligibility. If he comes back to Hub, he doesn't have full eligibility right now.
No, but what the question I thought that was being asked is can a kid who's zoned in a public school still go to a private school and have full eligibility?
Yes,
sure they can. And yes, they do still have a one-time transfer
And that's
with full eligibility.
yeah, so
Which is the same as what we have now, because a freshman could go from zone or whatever, public school, and go to Minot
yes.
with full eligibility, and they can leave there and have sub-varsity eligibility, which is what we have now. Okay, so
But they would have varsity.
they would get varsity.
It's not the same.
So-
There's varsity versus JV, it's not the same.
Private schools have always gotten that advantage.
Now they have another.
Well, it's really the same advantage, as it exists now.
Varsity competition your sophomore year. And JV competition your sophomore year is not the same.
But the change that we're making is that we're making the change from sub-varsity to varsity. So what I'm saying is the process is really there.
Well, actually, I think from a public school person, a guy going to Gorman or Minot and coming back to me, shoot, yeah, now I get to get that kid varsity eligibility right now. I get to, my coaches down at public school are gonna recruit their kids that at Minot back to their school.
Kevin, did you want to add? Heartburn?
No, I was gonna make fun of Domingo and Gorman, but I won't. I'll keep it off the record, we'll talk later.
Well, I looked at it and said, no.
It's fine. It's fine.
That's the thing. So is everyone in agreement that they think this is enough?
I do.
I do, guys do think this is enough?
I think I don't want to go.
I don't think we should.
Yeah, I can go further. Yeah, if you want further, we could give it 2 years.
I was gonna say, logically,
There's no more to get.
what is there left to do other than trade clearinghouse? You know, transfer portal.
Well, that's the learning curve, that's what they're thinking.
I think, you know, I've always been a firm believer in initial school event. I believe in that. I don't believe you can have eligibility until you ask for eligibility. So if you've never played a sport, to me, this body doesn't know you exist. So this makes me very, very comfortable in that aspect. But I also understand the other side of that argument, which is very vocal in our office. Katie Troy and I both come from two philosophically different positions. And the fact of the matter is, we both looked at this and said, this is a good place to start. This is a good place. So I think we've got a piece there, and I want to commend Lori on this, because this took time. This was not something that the committee just threw down into this will work. There was a lot of discussion, and I'm very glad that it was the way they were about that. They put a lot of thought into this. So thank you, Lori, for your leadership of that committee.
So with the recommendation, Lori, do we want to pause this and continue and then come back? Okay, so at this time, let's do that. Let's go to page 112. Participation of pupil in a sanctioned sport prohibited. Lori.
So, this regulation is actually, while it looks new, is really not. This is the Oregon rule that was with NAC 385B.716. The committee felt that this should really be pulled out and be a separate regulation that is with the recruiting regulations. So it was pulled out from 716 to be able to create a new regulation. Any questions? Then on page 113.
Wait, hang on. Don't we have to go and approve these?
No.
No. We're gonna tie that. Okay. All right, so 113 school plan.
School defined, the committee took a look at this one. It used to state, or it does state currently, any affiliate school, which is our school, our member schools that are in different states, or a member school. The committee looked at this and thought we should remove affiliate school and say a school means any member school of the association or any member school of any other state high school athletic association.
Yeah.
So this one is not affected by the one-time transfer, so if we want, if we wanted, we could approve this or not approve it.
Is there any discussion on this, Mr. Jackson?
This is very important. I think this is a very big step, because this would address the situation that luckily Nevada did not face, but other schools associations did face with, Bishop Sycamore out of Ohio. Yes, which had its own 30. So that way we have this in place now. When schools invite other schools to come in and play, they have to be a part of, we can say that's what has to be a part of the association. By definition, it says school. So that helps our schools when they are reaching out to these other affiliate states or other affiliate leagues.
Mr. McCarthy.
Kevin McCarthy, Region 4. So I just have a question. And I'm probably missing something, but the affiliate school, right? Like, this is a term that we use for like the Philly Preps, right? And so we're affiliate.
They were members. They were members.
Affiliate schools are full members of our association. They're just out, they're not Nevada schools. So it's our Colville, Needles, Beaver Dam, or Lake.
Sorry. Okay, so what did we call them? They were just members, there wasn't another name?
They were members, yes.
Just members.
They're
Okay.
associate members, that term wasn't in that?
No, associate members are the ones that have they're trying to become full members.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Permission, I'm thinking permission to play. Thank you. Okay.
So we could vote on this one.
Yes.
So let's do that. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, if I could get a motion. Wade,
I move to approve. Move to approve, the definition of school.
We have a first. We have a motion. Matt? Take it, you second it?
Yep.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that has been approved. Let's go to page 114. Flooring tournament.
Okay, so page 116 is regulation 702. This one is also,
We need to be on 114.
6:30.
oh, I'm sorry, the 630 on page 114 and 115 will hold till the end because they deal with realignment, just so that we can stay on the same topic instead of switching gears.
So where would you like to go?
Page 116.
Okay.
702, this one does not have anything to do with the one-time transfer. This was just cleaning up some very outdated language. So as you read through that, we kind of changed that they must complete the registration through the process approved by the association, which is currently through Activate. That student must register separately for each sanctioned sport. That seemed a little redundant and really isn't enforced right now. And then 3 is also they have to submit their rosters. It did say by mail or transmitted by fax. That's all done through Activate right now. So we scratched some of that language in the red and just added through the process in number 1, and in 3, be submitted to the executive director.
Any additional discussion, questions? Again, we could take this one to vote. If I can get a motion, Wade?
Wake Polson Region 3, I move to approve the regulations regarding the scheduling or conducting state tournaments.
Okay, we have a first, need a second? Matt?
Second.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're on 702, yeah.
Yeah, we're on 702.
On page 116.
Set it wrong.
I thought it was 114, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go to 116. We'll pull that back.
Okay,
Try it again.
I move to approve the regulation of registration of pupils. Is that the one we're on?
Yeah.
Duties of school, pupil rosters, scheduling the first game contest, meet the season penalty.
Thank you. We have a first, Matt.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Which one would you like to go to now, Lord?
704.
That is on page 117.
Yes. So this one also does not affect the one-time transfer, or it's not affected by the one-time transfer. This is the regulation that states a school or school district can make the regulations more strict. It currently reads, if it's approved, if the school district wants to do that, they have to bring it to the board of control. And the committee, we talked about it and felt that that whole section about being approved would just be strict. And the school or the district can create the more strict rule.
Motion of it.
More questions? Or ready to make a motion?
Ready
Alex?
to make a motion,
Sure.
Madam President. I move to approve, said amendments.
Thank you. We have a first, looking for a second. Matt? Any additional questions, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Where would you like to go now, Lauren?
Page 118, which is 708, the maximum allowable participation by a pupil. So this one also is not affected by the one-time transfer. What we have a situation that is starting, it's becoming a trend where we have families that are holding their students back in middle school. And then so they repeat whether it's seventh grade or eighth grade twice, that class during that retention, they're taking all ninth grade courses. This isn't the usual Algebra 1 and Spanish 1. They're taking they're taking freshman English, they're taking honors biology. They've got a full freshman schedule, but they're classified as eighth grade.
And who's giving them that credit? Is the Clark County High School giving them that high school credit?
I believe they are.
Yeah, if they're taking coursework, transferring over. Yeah, it's on their transcript. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, they're attending charter school, but it's a CCSD charter school. And it's exactly what Lori is describing, is they're taking a full load of high school, but at a charter school, then they enroll in comprehensive school the next year as a ninth grader. So it's 100% correct, but they're not going to a CCSD school, they're doing a CCSD charter or not a district charter and then coming back.
And it's all under the umbrella of the.
Calm down. My only concern is like the kids who, whatever reason, the parent holds the kid back and then the kid is taking in their eighth grade year algebra and Spanish only, still falls on this.
That doesn't.
We did think about that. So it reads, a pupil who, the additional section, excuse me, reads a pupil who is retained during middle school for reasons other than academic failure and is enrolled in high school coursework during any period of retention shall be considered as starting the 8 consecutive semesters of eligibility. So if they're held back for anything other than academic failure, so if the family, they're not ready, they didn't pass this, whatever the family thinks, and they are taking eighth grade courses, but are still taking the Spanish and the algebra is not going to affect.
But the examples you gave was all like a kid should be sitting in a high school, sitting in a middle school, taking high school classes, right? The example I gave is a kid who is in eighth grade, but taking only 2 high school courses.
Yeah, so
Would
this
still
is,
be ineligible.
but if they're retained for any reason other than academic failure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what these kids are doing is they've passed every 7th grade class, they've passed all their 8th grade classes. The families are choosing to come back in 8th grade again, and they're taking all the high school courses.
So the kid you're talking about is still in eighth grade, taking those classes.
Yeah, and it's,
That's different.
wait, I'm speaking out of turn here. I'm gonna go to Kevin.
No, go ahead, because I think we're gonna say
No.
something, so go ahead.
And I'm gonna use one of my kids as an example. He was one of those 8th graders that went to high school and took those classes. That doesn't come into play because he's still technically an 8th grader. You know what I'm saying? He hasn't finished up his 8th grade year. What Lori's talking about with Kevin, and we're trying to be politically correct here, is that we have kids that are attending a particular charter school that's taking nothing but high school credits. I mean, English.
After graduation.
And they're taking, yeah.
And they're in their 4th year.
No, and
Yeah.
I get that.
So-
That makes sense to me. I understand, and I agree, like, let's stop that. I just wanna make sure, because middle school credits, as far as I understand, are repeatable. Because they don't really they don't go anywhere transcript wise. So I could make a decision as a parent that not because my kid failed, but they're not mature enough, I wanna keep them. And make them do all their 8th grade classes again, potentially, right? And have them take algebra and Spanish. That kid is starting their months. Is that what we're saying here or no? Maybe Tim, you could understand what I'm saying.
And that's my concern with this regulation, the way it is written, is I could be an 8th grade student, pass all of my 8th grade classes, and I only took 8th grade math. My parents choose to keep me back, I take all 8th grade classes again, this time I take algebra, has my clock started ticking.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
Because that's what we were talking about. And so that's why we wanted to have that they were retained in middle school for reasons other than academic failure.
But that doesn't
So-
accomplish Tim, no.
Yeah.
If they pass their 8th grade classes, that the family said, they're not mature enough, and they repeat eighth grade courses and just have that Spanish or algebra, they'd be okay.
What if they got high school credit?
Yeah, that was my only concern.
I don't believe it reads that way.
I don't either. I think it's,
That the kid I'm explaining would lose a semester or year of eligibility.
But aren't there just particular courses? And well, you're right, but I'm gonna ask this question, is there just those two courses, are those the only courses that an eighth grader can take at the high school?
No, an eighth grader could take geometry because they could have taken algebra 1 as a seventh grader. I don't know offhand, but I get kids who are pretty advanced math wise. Some of them are actually, some English 9 classes are being offered in middle schools now. I know that. And so really.
What is student to
My
come
son
to
took
your
biology, English 9.
Biology also.
My son took biology honors, English 9 honors, and geometry honors as an eighth grader. He came into high school.
But they're eighth graders,
Yeah.
As an eighth grader. he
but
took
they
all-
haven't graduated from eighth grade.
No, but like he's saying, but as a parent, I could have easily said, because he was young, he was very young. I could have very easily as a parent said, I don't think he's emotionally and whatever, socially ready to go on.
That's the example I'm using.
And as a parent, that is my decision, I'm saying, not academically, but did his clock start? Now, obviously, I didn't do that, but that happens a lot with our
Hang on, okay.
magnet middle schools.
Let's go to Russell, then I'm kind of.
Yeah, credits, I know I've spoke a couple times of credits in the way like GPAs and stuff work differently most places. The law allows as long as 7-12 certified and you have the exact same curriculum as you're offering at high school. So in a large district, it's pretty easy to tie to a freshman curriculum somewhere because you've done a district-wide. So anyway, between 8th and freshman year, there's really no difference. So the advanced classes, as long as the same curriculum you teach at high school, they can award that credit. But it would be, you could muddy this real easy on top of what Colin's saying with, and the example you gave, Tim, what if the parent just simply, or the child didn't accept high school credit? Like in our county, we can take algebra 1 in 8th grade, not perform real well, choose to not have that class added to their high school transcript. So they just take the middle school credit. So even though they could qualify for it, to determine their GPA, they have a choice to either put it on their high school transcript, count for the credit or not. And so I don't know. When I read this, I think, well, I hold my kid back and I just tell them don't take high school credit classes, but they're still going in their freshman year taking geometry.
Really, Dave?
All right, Dave Henneman, Charter Liaison. I understand what Colin's trying to say. If I'm in 8th grade, got a student in 8th grade, and I passed all requirements, I got all my points, so I can
1.5.
go, do my 1.5 and everything, my ones, and I can go to 9th grade, but I choose, well, my parents choose, hey, I'm gonna keep you in 8th grade 1 more year. What it says here is, if I'm in that second year of 8th grade, and I do take an algebra class, now my clock starts ticking for my high school eligibility. Because that's how this states right here, because
Because you were academically.
I was academically eligible to go into 9th grade, I choose to stay in 8th grade. I take that 8th grade year, but all of a sudden, I take one class. Just one class that would be considered for a high school credit, like an algebra, biology, or Spanish 1. Now my clock is already ticking for my eligibility. And so when I come into my 9th grade year, I'm sophomore eligibility. So it reads. That's how it reads.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
I'm a firm believer in why. Why do we need this regulation? I mean, and I think the answer is we have parents that are holding their kids back in the 8th grade, getting them bigger, faster, stronger. So is this going to stem that off in an effective manner? And I'm saying it is or isn't. I don't have, is it going to stem that off? I don't know the answer to that question. But I don't think we should have a regulation that penalizes academic success for a student. Or academic, recovery for students that, we all know 6th, 7th, and 8th grade boys are 6th, 7th, and 8th grade boys. And sometimes they aren't mature enough to come to the 9th grade. Sometimes it is beneficial. Maybe they are a gifted math student or a gifted English student. I don't know if that's what the purpose of this is. So I want to make sure we write a regulation that we can stand behind, because it does solve the problem that we're trying to address.
Sam,
Okay, I also don't really love this because I took algebra my 7th grade year, then geometry in 8th grade, and then algebra 2 my freshman year. So like hypothetically, I did algebra 1 in 7th grade, then I flunked like English and math, so I have to do 8th grade again, and it's still affecting that, but also I like went into high school with like 3 or 4 credits, like the 2 maths, and then like a computer science class, and something else I don't know a long time ago. And then I have a lot of friends from Hyde Park that like, they also had like their English credits, same math track as me, like it's very common, and especially like someone who goes to Park High School, not really like sports oriented or anything like that, but like a lot of kids have a lot of academic like progress already going into high school, and then we take that going into college. I just don't see how that's fair.
but I think, and Laura, I want you to piggyback on this, is that the intent of this is, I do my 6th, 7th, and 8th, I'm good to go, I'm finished, I got it, it's time for me to go to 9th grade. Mom and dad chooses to take me back, again, like Tim said, they don't think I'm mature enough, bigger, faster, stronger, and in lieu of repeating 8th grade and taking these 8th grade classes, they're taking 6 high school classes. That's occurred, and so now, when they transfer to 9th grade, academically, they could be a sophomore. So Lori, I know you've had many conversations with Paige, so I'd like for you to elaborate on that.
Yeah, that was definitely the intent. These kids are going to high school and credit-wise could be sophomores when they get to high school. And so it was the intent to stop those kids.
All right, hang on, Colin. No, sorry.
Colin McNaught, maybe this is the wrong question, but I guess the more I think about it, what is the problem with that scenario, right? Isn't that kind of what JUCOs are? Like we go because you're not ready for college yet. I'm wondering why the rule needs to exist. What is the problem?
Well, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, the regulation states your eligibility begins when you enroll in 9th, or you begin, I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Is it enrolled as a 9th grader?
Yes.
So if I'm an 8th grader at a Tim Jackson charter, taking high school coursework, am I still considered an 8th grader? So the regulation states that,
You begin high school when you enroll in 8th grade. So if you repeat 8th grade, you haven't enrolled in 9th, but if you take all high school classes, as I understand it, with Kate and them, what they're trying to prevent is people that are intentionally redshirting their kids in order to gain an athletic advantage, so they go into high school a year later and a year older than their peers. Yet, they're also taking advantage of it's going to take their freshman year of high school academic work in their second year of 8th grade.
Yeah, so I think
Yes.
this my point, I'm sorry, so it's just that I think if that's a decision that's good for the kid, the more I think about it, I'm not seeing a reason for this to exist, because I think I don't really see what the problem is.
come spend some time in my office. Kevin, with part,
Just to clarify your question, so the kids that come in from private, homeschool, charter school, wherever, based on grade, so their cohort would start as a 9th grader when they enroll back in CCSD, and that's what the schools are doing,
is they're then requesting of RC to do an evaluation of that kid's cohort to see whether that kid should truly be a ninth grader or an eighth grader or a 10th grader, how it, and so it's done outside of the school. But that's an issue that they don't know what to do with it, because it's, so that's why a clarification at some point, whether we're going to not worry about it or create a policy, but the issue is the cohort is being created different for different kids when they're 4 years start.
Yeah. Tim,
I think that I get why we need this, 100%. And I think because in the rules, policies, our committee, we have the same, it's almost the same discussion when we have the 19 and 20. Like where, when you turn 19 and you turn 20, we kept going back and forth with it and we said, we don't think it's right to take a parent's decision on what they think is best for their kids and alter it, but that's exactly what we're doing here. Because I will tell you, as a mother of boys, there's that fine line, whether they're ready to go to high school. And I have the perfect, my little one is a perfect example. He is academically gifted. The kid is very smart, not so much on the social, but again, now mine doesn't play sports, so it's not as big of a deal. But again, we're taking a parent's, by doing this, we're taking kind of a right away from a parent, making what they think is the best decision for their child. Now I understand, now this is where the catch-22 comes, because I understand why we need this. I really do, because it is getting ridiculous. But I don't know that this is right, necessarily the avenue that we need to take, is what I.
well, before I turn it over, I'm gonna tell you, this isn't pockets of parents. This is in Southern Nevada, typically one school.
For sure.
It's a red flag. Get it?
I was just gonna say, now that I've been projected in your world in this village, the one, it reminds me of parents ask you questions about eligibility. Let's say there's a bullying situation, they feel they're the victim of bullying and they want to know what will happen if I change schools, right? And your response is, do what you think is best for your kid, and then we'll talk about the eligibility, right? I think same thing here. What's best for your kid is to be held back, then do that, and then we'll talk about ramifications. Like if that's what's best for your kid as a parent, then if the consequence is a year of B sports you're losing, if that's still what's best for your kid, that's the decision you make. But I think I kind of correlated to your eligibility conversation.
Yeah, and I mean, I would, if as a parent, I would do that. Like I would say, okay, you lost a year, it doesn't matter.
Right, that's what's best.
Did you?
I mean, my question again goes back to a statement I made in our office that fell on very concrete ears.
Hey, your day's not done yet.
It's this, we are a high school association. We don't know that child exists until they come to us as enrolled freshmen.
Yep.
We are trying to regulate eighth grade,
Yeah.
and I'm concerned about that. We may be overstepping our charter, if you will.
Wait, I need to go back to Dave. Dave, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I was gonna say exactly what Tim was gonna say. It's like, at high, I get the whole, it all started with, Tim might know, and Bart might know, Go Tigers documentary.
Yeah.
When they did, when that came out, people were like, oh, I can start doing that. And so, I know it's a bigger, faster, stronger. My kid, if we would have started in Nevada, he would have been in eighth grade this year, but no, we started in Arizona, so his birthday was the cutoff date in the state of Arizona to start kindergarten, so he was like the last, August 31st, so he was 13 as a freshman this year at Cadence. But I can get like how parents are like, well, I don't want my 13-year-old playing football against 19-year-old. And that's a big problem, and that's why a lot of parents are doing this. So you know what? I don't think that's gonna be safe for my kid. Whether it's football or sports, whatever, just the whole age thing. Because different states have different rules about when they start school, and then when they move to stay here, they could be, hey, I'm 13 going against a 19-year-old. So that's why I know that's why the parents are doing it. I hear it all the time.
All right, Matt?
I just want to say, I agree with Tammy, and I don't want to take parents' rights away. I agree with Tim. They're not a high schooler yet. And here's the other thing, parents, they're always gonna find a way to cheat. They'll just start doing it in seventh grade. But they'll start, and I agree that, I never even heard of this. I'm appalled that there's a school doing it. And I'm not for making a blanket policy to address one school. I don't know how we can address that school, but we've got to put our heads together and figure out a way to address that situation.
We're working really hard with that.
Well, I think the other issue that we need to address is, what does the National Federation say? Does it specifically state that once you enroll in a ninth grade high school, or once you take a set of ninth grade classes? Because the reality here is, you have an eighth grader who graduated from the eighth grade, enrolled back into the middle school, and take a ninth grade curriculum at that middle school, and goes to the high school the following year as a sophomore. That guy was a freshman, the girl was a freshman, and took a freshman class load that's transferring to help them graduate. Now, my district, what we deal with is, we don't deal with this issue, we deal with the eighth grade kid who graduated from the public school in Washoe County and then attends a Borough private school as an eighth grader again, because the district wouldn't take them. And they repeat the eighth grade again, and then they come to the high school. That's completely different than what we're talking about here. That kid is a complete different kid than a kid that took a ninth grade curriculum that's gonna transfer to a high school in Clark County and become a sophomore and labeled a freshman.
That's happening.
I mean, that, I can't comprehend that. And remember, you go to junior college for 2 years, when you go to Nevada, you're a junior. I think you said JC or JUCO, I thought you said.
What the transition.
But I mean, but the reality is, I go to JC for 2 years, I still went 2 years of college, whether it was at UNR, UNLV, or Merced Junior College. Got 2 years under my belt, so I have a problem with this school being able to do that. Now, if they want to go ahead and do that, give those kids, make them be eighth graders and take eighth grade classes again, that's something a little bit different, because the bigger, faster, stronger parents of Texas who started this 25 years ago, they were all doing this for football or athletic reasons or whatever. But mind you, there are a lot of kids out there that need to repeat eighth and seventh grade because they're just not mature enough. They're not smart enough. They're just not ready yet. And they're doing it for those reasons, which are great. They should do those things for their kids. But for 6 freshman credits at the high school level, at a middle school.
Kevin?
Okay, Kevin brought the reason before, so I appreciate all the conversation and really made me kind of consider, because I do get frustrated when I see these come across, and exactly like you said, Lori. And as I think about it and kind of hear, you know, in the end, right, I think that there's the potential for an unintended consequence of hurting a kid that really needed it. And I think the other side, if the family's willing to waste a year of their kid's life for a chance to be a good high school athlete and maybe get a scholarship later on, like, I don't know that we want to over legislate to stop that families willing to waste a year of their kid's life. Yeah, exactly. So, but it is a problem. I just don't know if it's one worthy of a full policy change at this body.
All right, Maria?
Brianna Thornton, I agree with Kevin. I think we're overstepping on our boundaries as a board by trying to add in this new regulation.
All right, Sid.
I also agree, because like as a kid, like if my mom tells me I'm not ready for high school, I'm like, okay, like I'm not ready for high school, like what am I supposed to know? I've never been to high school. You know? So like if you guys are like over here like I don't know how it works, like you question me like, why did you stay in 8th grade? And actually like, I wasn't ready, like I'm not gonna go against what my mom said, but now because I've never been to high school. And then I understand like the whole like you have like high school credits thing, but like for me, like I was 2 years ahead in that, but it mean anything, because everyone kept telling me I needed 3 years of high school, like, credit. Like, they told me like, yeah, they count towards your transcript and you get like these credits, but you still have to technically take 3 years. I had to take calc, and then I had to take a college prep math, and I had to take calc, like, I still had to do 3 years of math there, so I don't really understand the problem with that one.
But your example isn't what we talked about here in example. But, yeah. So, all right, I think we bantered and tore this one up and down. Is there a motion to proceed? Going once, going twice? All right,
So is there, I think you should ask him, is there a motion to keep, basically.
to approve.
Vacate this?
We'll make- okay.
I mean, because if people don't want to approve it, then you do want to.
Yeah. So is there, okay, so to vacate it? Is there a motion to, a motion
Wait,
to,
Polson Region 3, I move to keep the regulation of the maximum allowable participation NAT 385B708 as is, with, and striking out the proposed changes.
Second.
okay, Wade first, Matt second. Okay,
I still think we need to bring this up in the future and take a look at it. I'd like to get some data from Clark County, specifically with regards to this particular school and see what that looks like, because, you know, if we do some 2-year research and find out that, oh, by the way, none of those kids even played sports, then hell, we really wasted the last 10 minutes of my work. So
well, they all do, and that's why,
that's what I expect.
that's why this is coming up, because every one of these kids were athletes. Yeah.
That'd be good
So-
information to have in the future.
Just let them know it's not dead.
So what I would like to ask at this time is for this to go to vote, individually, if we can do a roll call.
Okay.
Hey, well, slow.
Sorry, I gotta go nay.
Well, installer.
Nay,
Hey,
no, that means I am not in support.
Yeah, I just want to know.
Yeah. Yeah, so here, my nay is that I am not in support to strike out the change as the motion has been made by Wade. Okay,
same here, nay.
Linda Cavazos, Ron Gerzon, Matt Hyde,
Yay.
Tony Marini, Colin McNaught,
Yay.
Kevin McPartlin,
Yay.
Wade Wilson,
Yay.
Deanna Riddle,
not here.
Brianna Swartzen, yay, Alex Woodley,
Yay.
Six two. Okay, thank you. All right, Gordon, where would you like to go now? Oh, wait,
Hey, one-
hang on, Domingo has a question.
Sorry, so that EA 6.2, was that striking that, or, so the blue is gone from our document? Yeah. It's gone.
So moving on to page 119. 712, residency of the pupil. And this one updates some language, but also is affected by the one-time transfer. So in subsection 5, it read a pupil who begins 9th grade at a private school that serves all pupils who are located within its zone of attendance is eligible. We updated it to add charter. And then if the one-time transfer passes, for those 9th graders that enter a magnet school, vocational school or technical school, we still wanted to make sure they still have that initial eligibility for those schools. So we added magnet, vocational and technical as well, and then just striked out the last private in the last line of subsection 5 to just be at the school.
Questions?
Maria,
I mean, that is a very, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different terms for school. Are there any others that we're missing?
Granted, that was originally written before charter schools and that is without those schools.
Is there any other term that we need to add to that?
Not yet.
you got recommendations for H?
Yeah.
I want to be starting his own school year.
Any other questions? Suggestions, comments, or anything else? All right, hearing none, do we have a motion?
We may want to wait on this one. This one, the magnet vocational and technical school is affected by the one-time event.
Oh, I thought we were doing this, okay. All right. What can we finish up that doesn't apply to that, or the rest of these?
That doesn't apply.
It doesn't apply to that.
We can do 736 on page 125.
Okay.
So 736 dealt with families that have multiple children and as the zone is changed, whether it's for to accommodate a new school or to adjust enrollment numbers. So we wanted to make this so in subsection 3, we struck the last sentence because it often confused parents. In subsection 1B, we added public to the school at the end, so assigned by the school district to a public school. And in subsection 5 and 6, were added to this regulation to include the students to basically say if so 5 is to address when the students can make that choice. So if the zone of attendance is changed, the student or family needs to make that choice for their student if they're going to stay at the school that they have already established their eligibility or go to their new zone school. And that choice for eligibility needs to be made by the first day of school.
So they have till the end of the semester to make that decision, right?
Well, when it's usually zone of attendance, that usually starts as new school year. So they have to make it by that first day.
Okay.
And
they will not be penalized.
And they will not be penalized. They can choose, I'm gonna stay at my school or I'm gonna go to my new zone school. 6 was added that once they make that choice and they choose to go back, they can only make that choice once. They can't change their mind.
Any questions, any comments? Nothing to add? Okay, so hearing none. I'm gonna ask for a motion. Wade,
Olson Region 3, move to approve the regulation regarding the rezoning of schools.
okay, we have a motion. Need a second, Matt? Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Not in favor say nay. The ayes have it, thank you, approved. What's the next one, Lauren?
So that would take us back to 716, regulations that would be affected by the one-time transfer.
716. Or.
So it's page 120.
Yes, sir.
So before you start, I want to make sure everybody's great. So right now, I think what we're waiting on is, we have page 111 of your packet, hasn't been done. 112 of your packet, 119, 126, and now we're going with page 120. So these are all tied together and there's more, just that's where we're at, so.
You didn't do 14, 15?
Yeah, 114, 150, yeah.
Yeah.
160.
No,
All right.
it's
And actually, the 716 is not really affected by the one-time transfer. But is tied to page 112, which was moving the quote unquote Oregon rule to its own regulation within the recruiting regs. So 716 is the main eligibility rule that states that if you change schools, you're ineligible for 180 days. We did update it to any pupil who is enrolling in a school for the first time is presumed ineligible to participate in any sanctioned sport in which the pupil's name appeared on the roster of the association during the previous 180 school days at the school to which the pupil transfers. We updated this. Any transfers between public schools and private and charter either way, they already have this rule. This applied to them. It did not apply to the public schools. And so this was discussed about making it fair for everybody, that even if you go from a magnet to back to your zone school, that you would get the roster exception. Section 2 just defined what the transfers were, which was a bit outdated. So the entire section was, we struck that out. So the new 2 would start be part of the 3. So removed except as otherwise provided in subsection 4. We started that a pupil or parent or legal guardian of a pupil may rebut the presumption set forth in subsection 1 by filing an appeal pursuant to, which is what they do now. Subsection 4 was the Oregon rule that we thought should come out and be its own regulation.
Yes.
Calling that, I get, so basically number 1 is just saying, I feel the wording is a little funny. So I think it's, the way I'm reading it is, it's saying if you transfer to a school and you were rostered in the last 180 days, you are ineligible, right?
In that sport. That you
Yeah,
roster,
right,
yeah.
in whatever sport it is, yeah, so I just think like, because it's like, is presumed ineligible in the sanctioned sport, and then I think there should be like maybe a comma in which because that's like a different clause, and then comma at the school, you know, it just, the wording of it is, so I'm just wondering if we could kind of re-wordsmith that to make it a little clearer. Or maybe it's just me reading that the wrong way. I'm not a grammar person at all, but I just think it just confuses me a little bit because it's talking about presumed the participation in a sanctioned sport, which should be at the school that they're enrolled when their name appeared on a roster in the previous 180 days, something like that. Or maybe it's fine, but just it confuses me a little bit. Just a couple.
Any recommendations?
We say like this, like is presumed ineligible for 180 days.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
To participate in any sanctioned sport if the pupil's name appeared on a roster of the association during the previous 180 days. School days.
I think what you're saying by that, you kind of, students ineligible in any sport in which he or she was rostered. Kind of the way you just phrase that, make it across the board. Which is not what I'm trying to say here. In other words, if you're rostered in football, you're ineligible. If you're not, if you're rostered in football, you can still be eligible for basketball, for instance.
Yeah.
So we need to clean that up, and it's, again, Mr. Anderson can speak to this better than anybody, having to rework it a million times. I know what you're saying, exactly what you're saying. But in any sanctioned sport in which the pupil's name appeared on a roster, all still has to stay together. Because that's the sport in which they were rostered.
So then my question is rerouted to Mr. Anderson. Does it legally make sense? Because legal doesn't always grammatically make sense.
So Paul Anderson, legal counsel, this is kind of how the rules have been written in the past, that we dealt with in terms of ineligibility. This is pretty much the language.
Okay, Ryan,
Sorry, I agree, this might not be
No, you're
right now. If we end up passing one time transfer rule, that will supersede this NAC.
Paul Anderson.
So, where do you want to answer that? It doesn't matter. No, this still has to stay there.
It does, okay,
Because
thank you.
the presumption, whenever there is a transfer, whenever there's a transfer, it is always going to be presumed that there's ineligibility.
Okay,
The one-time transfer
Okay.
rule is gonna trump that, if that's.
if you're eligible for that,
Right,
so, thank you.
that overcomes the percent.
Okay.
And I just want to add that if this one is changed, it will change the current ineligible in everything when they change schools to just ineligible in sports they rostered on for the previous 100 school days.
Good. Any further discussion? Hearing none. What's that? Wait,
There's no way it's gonna make the motion.
wait, let's take.
I don't want to.
Do we have enough? Wait, do we have enough?
Oh, no, I don't.
Have a shine, Cal, have a shine.
All right, I'm looking for a motion.
I think that's challenge.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Lori.
Subsection 4 out. Should these be lumped together in one or two separate motions if they choose?
Did we vote on the standalone form?
No, because it came out of this, we wanted to review this one first.
I do it as two different motions, so do the removal of subsection 4 will be one motion, and then the other divisions, that don't reach step 2, and then other divisions would be a second one. Does that make sense?
So we're making three motions here, removal of 2 and 4, separately.
If you do this one first, yeah. Right here, what we're working on now,
Right,
and then the second motion right after. This takes this section here, and makes it all 112.
okay.
So the first motion would be to approve the deletion of subsection 4 in NAC 3.716 to be a standalone regulation.
I see.
So the language, we're not eliminating one, we're just pulling it out and making it its own regulation.
Got it.
That would be motion 1.
Let's start there. Let's start there.
So moved.
All right, we have a first, Alex is first, do I have a second? All right, Kevin. Okay, we have a first, we have a second, everyone understands what we're doing this time. Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, approved. All right, so let's go back, so that also we've eliminated, do we have to go back to the
Yeah, so then
Okay.
the second one would be to.
So let's go back to page 112.
And the weight's back, so.
We're good now. Okay, well, if we move this over here, don't we want to approve this and then come back to this?
I guess, yeah, you can approve the rate on, the proposed rate
And then we'll go back. Okay.
as a standalone.
Okay. So what we've just done is that we've taken language out of 716 We made it its own standalone, and that is on page 112. So I guess I'm looking for a motion to approve the standalone. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Alex. We have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody, if you don't approve, say nay. The ayes have it, thank you. We're gonna go back to page 120. Just cross this out. Go back and we're gonna go to section number 2. We need a motion for the removal of section 2.
Or, well,
Go ahead.
actually, the motion could be to approve, NAC 385B.716.
Based on what we just did, okay.
The revisions to subsections 1, 2, and 3 that are here.
Okay. Alex, would you like to say what Paul just said? I need a motion, please.
I'll make a motion, but I don't see a 3. I only see 1 and a 2.
3, there's a 3 also.
Three, except as otherwise provided.
Page 1.
You got it, that's one.
Looks like, you know, three's being eliminated, but just.
Just 1 and 2.
Yeah.
As presented.
Just 1 and 2. It was a people or parent or legal guardian.
Yeah, with these sections 1, 2, and 3, because you are making, taking out that first part of the section.
But then it becomes 2.
How about this? If you take a motion to accept NAC 385B.716 as amended on page 120.
That's fine, perfect.
Okay. We have a motion, looking for a second. Kevin's in the house. Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Bring it.
Technically, that first line has to be repeated.
Say that again.
Any pupil who is enrolling in the school,
I'll accept the friendly amendment.
you amend it to still be.
Second.
So move with the amendment, Madam Chair.
Thank you, that's a good catch.
Second amendment.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Again, that's a good catch. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, thank you. All right, Lori, where do we go now?
Let's go to the next page, 121. Which is regulation 720, which dealt with, students who transferred between schools that shared the same zones of attendance, which would be those public to private or charters and back. If this is what we base the 716, you just approved, the subsection 1 off of this regulation. So if the one-time transfer is approved, this regulation becomes obsolete legally.
Yeah, where we put the garbage.
Yeah, so I think if we're now at a point where all these other regulations are dependent on the one-time transfer rules, we need to go to the one-time transfer rule to determine whether we do that or not. And then everything else falls into place.
So we need to go back to page 111.
Want me to quickly describe each one was gonna happen before we do that, or? The next page, 122, is 722. This was the magnet school regulation. So if the one-time transfer is approved, this wouldn't be needed, but adding those extra 3 schools to 712 would be, so that those incoming freshmen still got their eligibility. Page 123, 728, there aren't any option zone schools anymore. So this regulation is obsolete as it is. 734, if the one-time transfer is approved, subsection 3 for our homeschool students, the committee felt should be deleted. Because it actually, if we left it in, it gave homeschool students an advantage over the other students. Last but not least, the 744, waiver of one's density requirements, so this would be those out of zone, school of choice, COSA, varied students. But that was a quick synopsis. So we want to go back to 111, the one-time transfer.
So my suggestion is that we make a decision with respect to the one-time transfer. Assuming it's passed, then I think you can make a collective, motion with respect to all the others that are in fact, as to approve however they can dealt with in terms of.
President Song, just a
Yes, sir.
quick question, logistically. So, Mr. Anderson, can you just timeline on, like, if we approve this, remind me kind of the timeline of implementation?
To get it passed.
Yeah,
through
to
the
make
whole
it the
process.
actual, yes.
So we're coming up on a legislative session, so that's gonna slow things a bit. I think this may take some priority in the LCB, this one-time transfer. Just because I think we would have support within, the Senate, the Assembly, from certain members to get it pushed through. So, I'm assuming it would move along fairly quickly. It'd be potentially, we could be looking at a regulation on this returned to us in time to address it at the September meeting. That might be just a little aggressive, but if not, certainly let's put it this way, whenever we got this back, we could call a special board meeting. And we could do a board meeting to just address these regulations. Once we get it back from the legislature, it gets calendared, we have another meeting to look at what the legislature's done with them, similar to what we looked at before lunch.
Yeah.
With that rate, and assuming we were to approve it, then it would just go right back as approved, and all we would have to then have would be the meeting of the legislative commission where they actually review this, and if they approve it, it's signed into law. So that it could be expedited to a certain extent, depending upon how much interest there is in it, which I think is significant interest at the legislature. It could be in place, but again, another variable that would come up is what would be the effective date.
Yeah.
And I think a reasonable way to approach that would be to make this effective as of July 1, 2025. So that it begins not this year, but next year.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. So it's like this is a 25-26 school year.
I think so, and I think it's a 25, 26 at best, you know, I think everything goes.
And then by then we can have executive closure.
And then we would also need time to work with Activate to get this all updated within the system. So a fall 2025 implementation would be much easier on the developer for that.
It sounds like there really is no 24, 25.
No.
I think it's gonna be status quo this year.
Yeah,
Oh, if we had to do this change mid-year,
yeah, but definitely not in the middle of the school year, but I just mean like, so definitely not for the beginning of 24, 25. I just want to make sure I'm clear. Like when this time is starting. Thank you.
wait,
So do we need to make the motion to have the start dates in this motion? Or in the September meeting?
Yeah, I think we could look at that down below. I think we ought to just look at approving the rule, the change to the one-time transfer rule now, and then we'll deal with the rest of it. Once it comes back. to the
we need to build.
I think I can make a motion to cover it all.
Hit it.
All right, Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to approve the proposed new regulation regarding a one-time transfer and also to approve all of the changes with the effective regulations that have been discussed.
Can you repeat that, Wade? Sorry.
You want me to repeat it?
Yes, you can.
Sure. I move to approve the new regulation regarding the one-time transfer and also approve all of the changes to the following regulations that have been discussed,
That are affected by the one.
that are affected by the one-time transfer.
Okay, that's good. Second.
Okay, so if I may, just going through this list, just 5 pages or letters. This affects D. Well, that's move on.
Yeah.
G. L. N. O. P. Q. And S. Lori, am I correct? You want me to repeat?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we are on 111, so that's D. G.
No, G is not, that shouldn't have been on there. The committee decided not to change the definition of a transfer.
Okay, so. Okay. This will then be L. N. O. P. Q. And S. Because D is what that's the one we're discussing. Is that all? Yeah.
That should be all.
Okay. May I proceed?
Sure.
Okay, any additional discussion?
Got a second?
Yes, Matt. Second. Okay, no further discussion. We have a first, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Just a question, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
For staff, I think, we probably need to get ahead of the messaging on this. Because part of the reason I asked my question too is just, people are gonna hear this and think that in August, I can do this, right? And so I think just thinking about like the messaging and like maybe being clear about this is for next year, depending on how it works, I think just wanted to make sure that was clear. I think we need to get ahead of the messaging on Jay explains it.
So.
Yeah. Sure, Ms. Manders.
We need to get ahead of it, not only with respect to that, but we need to get ahead of it at the legislature too, and let them know, this is what we've done, this is where we're going. So when DERs are being ready, they're gonna try to impose the same thing on us, it's that we're taking proactive steps.
Right.
Absolutely. There's a draft already exists, so this would be great to put out.
Amen. All right, within this same one, we still have 2 more to go. My calculations, let's go to 114 and what the comment that you made, Lori?
I'm sorry, what was that?
We have 2 more left.
Yes.
114.
114 and 115 are regulation changes that were brought forth by the realignment committee, so I'll turn it over to Mark.
Thanks. Board members and staff caused enough problems today, so let's keep it short. What we've added here on both of these, really the same thing. Part 1C. We currently have in our regulations, rules that state that we can't hold a state tournament for a sanctioned sport unless we have at least 9 teams in that classification. We found going through the realignment process is there were certain times when we were adding teams to a classification just to make sure we got 9. They really weren't competitive. They really didn't belong there. But in order to have a state tournament in Class 5A, for instance, we needed to make sure we had 9 teams. If our goal with realignment is to put teams in the classifications where they are most competitive. We did a disservice to teams number 8, number 9, just so that we could get to 9. I've been here 17 years. There's some people at that head table who've been here a lot longer than I have. I have no idea where 9 ever came from and why 9 wasn't. We discussed that with the realignment committee, and what we came up with is if the executive director or his or her designee, somebody, decides that it's in the best interest of competitive balance to have a state tournament with an 18 classification or a 17 classification, let's please be able to do that so that we're not sticking some other team in a spot where they have no chance to.
Russell, did you, Russell?
Yeah, I don't. Time for comments. So that 9, going back to years of history, comes around mainly a fiscal decision around the fact of at what number do you have a state tournament and dealing with the superintendents. And it really has been the history in the 2A, 3A league for dealing with soccer a lot. And we deal with it every year. We've gone to the NIAA. We have 7 girls soccer teams. Can we play a 2A championship? He's been in front of us. Prior to that, Bart was before us. Prior to that, it was Eddie. Asking superintendents about would we support it. It's been shot down a couple times. Sometimes it's been said, yeah, go for it. But it's really around that cost, going back and forth, north, south, like things. What level, what size do we have? With that said, I do believe the language that's in here is acceptable to make sure, because we do have that existing right now, and there is an extreme competitive balance issue taking place. I would just really ask that, and I believe this would take place anyway, that the executive director, before making that type of decision, at least had that conversation with the liaison and that around what that impact would be. And I believe that because that's what we did. Quite honestly, that's the evidence bit. I would say, just the history, that's probably been the number one driving factor has been this.
Thank you, President Sloan. And this isn't just so that we can create extra championships. We just didn't want to, when we sit down as a realignment committee and say, okay, we've got these 6, there's a big gap. We have to take 3 more teams just to fill that 9. We didn't want to have that. This isn't a case of, hey, let's go have 1A wrestling because we've got a few 1A wrestling schools that don't even have full teams. This is just so that we can keep from having to put teams in a spot where they have no chance to compete just to satisfy them.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, again, this applies to the 1A, 2A. I need a motion, Wade.
We posted Region 3 for the second time, move to approve the prerequisites for scheduling for conducting state tournament for Class 1A, 2A region and regional tournament for Class 1A, 2A league. Number of participants required for their certain sanctioned sports.
Thank you. Need a second, Matt? Matt, second. Any additional discussion, questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it approved. Now let's go to page 115. Primarily, I assume this is the same thing except it applies for 3A, 4A.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
And 5.
3A, 4A, yeah, it's exactly. Right now, the way the NAC is, well, this was part of the old NAC too, that was in that language before 5A existed. So it would theoretically apply to all classifications higher than 2A.
Okay. Any further discussion? Diane?
Do we need to add in the 5A classification and the change, or?
That's what we're adding here is just C, the executive director or his or her designee may schedule or conduct a state tournament with fewer than 9 teams. I need to defer to Mr. Anderson on this one to see how that actually reads in the NAC now based on having the 5A. Because the language here, I don't necessarily think was the updated.
So Paul Anderson, legal counsel, as I recall, with respect to the new realignment regulation that we passed last meeting, 5A, well, 1A through 4A are defined still by numbers, by enrollment numbers. 5A exists for rubric and placement purposes. And so it is a classification, but it's not designated, along with 1A through 4A, by definition as to size of school.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's a classification, so I think you can,
Where it complains.
yeah, you, 5A could, it would apply to 5A.
Yeah, if you were to add 5A, it would need to be added to the entire regulation as opposed to just what the change is.
Okay, any good questions? Okay, any additional questions, comments, or anything else? Hearing no, I need a motion.
Ann Sorensen, I motion to approve NAC 385B.632 with the addition of the added verbiage on page 115.
Thank you. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Wade. We have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion, questions, comments? Hearing no. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. You guys, we're gonna take it really quick. How about a 10-minute break, stretch the legs, and then we'll come back for that last hour. Break.
We're gonna keep that ignored.
You're not at Arbor anymore. All right. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, President Slum. Again, a couple more recognitions. We addressed this a little bit earlier. First of all, for Mr. Beersbaum, who's not here, Mr. Carlin has his commemorative plaque and lifetime pass, and that'll be presented at a CCSD meeting of leadership. So thank you. Ron just said thank you, and he knows that.
Oh, he does know about the pass?
Yeah, it's not. Lost that, no idea.
Kevin was gonna take it. Dang it.
We do have 2 of our 3 student liaisons here. And you think about how, some of us remember how the regulation got put in place to include students within this group. And really, we never knew how it would transpire, what the opportunities for input would be, and what the process and how it would evolve and be structured to add students, let alone replace them in the future. The 2 that we have here are incredibly special, and we all can agree, I think, that we never utilized them to their maximum abilities at all, but we just didn't know. But they've set a standard for what this position can be, and with their involvement, especially with NIASC, it has actually led to a very grand plan that from now on, our student liaisons will come from the Nevada Association of Student Councils. And Ms. Ginger has helped structure that. There's an application process, there's an interview process. It's thorough, and that's a direct feed right into this board as liaisons. Again, that whole process actually wouldn't have happened without the ability, knowledge, and skills, and really the interest from these 2 individuals. So we do have some departing plaques from them. Tara, Sandra, come on up, both of you. You deserve to do this at the same time. And they need to come yeah, it's been quite a run for us to do. Yeah, certainly wish you the very best. Anything you want to say to the board? This is kind of an opportunity to say a hello, thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to both of you for just a minute. Go ahead.
I would just like to start off by saying thank you, because I never like heard about this position, or I would have been on this position. You guys were always really nice to me, and thank you for the food, it's always amazing, and just thank you for this opportunity, and I really appreciate it.
And where are you going next?
Oh, I'm going to Arena for nursing.
Wow.
Just to shout out Carlos Sanderson, thank you guys so much, like you guys have valued my opinion more than sometimes my own friends, my own school. So it definitely means a lot. I mean, being an underdog, meaning that, I mean, I'm a student on this board, also meaning that I'm from a small school. My voice doesn't get heard like it does here, and like, I mean that, like, from the bottom of my heart, you guys, like, have made me feel heard in every way. Like, it's such an amazing feeling. I never feel this way anytime else than like when I'm here. So thank you guys.
Sarah, where are you going next?
I'm going on a mission to Phoenix, Arizona, in September, and then I will come back and go to a school.
Nice. Thank you.
All right. We're gonna go fast for an hour. All right, I'm gonna turn it over, go to page 127, realignment committee update, Mr. Davis.
Staff, the realignment committee's had several meetings. We have entertained probably far more proposals than I would have ever thought possible, anywhere from single sport proposal to a wide ranging proposal. We just met a week ago, and realignment committee found a way for me to do more work over the summer. We have a proposal on the table from the Southern Nevada Football Coaches Association that the committee wanted to see kind of worked over all of the team bracketed sports. We have a proposal from the track coaches that kind of married enrollment with success, that they wanted to see how that would work over certain other individual sports. I have yet to figure out how to work golf across country. But I put in a ton of work on this to this point, and the biggest thing is Thanks to Mr. Anderson's help, we are really trying to stay within what is prescribed in the NIAA, other than that change you made 15 minutes ago for a number of teams and classification. Because we just went through the process with the state legislature, with the LCB, with changing all the NACs, so we could finally get something in there that actually matched what we were doing, and would be awful to go back to the LCB with something totally different, because they look at us like we have no idea what we're doing. That all being said, our committee is gonna meet again when we come back in August. I kind of gave them homework to look at all these proposals, wherever you go, whether it's a beach, whatever, take a look at it when you got some downtime, see what you like. We're gonna come back for one knockdown, drag out meeting in August, where we finally come up with what we think be the final policies and procedures to bring back to this board in September. Then it really picks up where we start to place teams and have those appeals meetings at the end of each of the sports seasons this coming school year for an alignment that would roll out for the 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28 school years. Is that next alignment period is indeed 3 years. What you have in your packet on pages 128 through 130 is a timeline that the realignment committee has approved as a proposal to come to this board. Kind of spells out everything we need to do when we need to do it. Bring it to this board for your approval of the timeline only. The policies and procedures will come back for that fall meeting, September 2024, one way or another. We're gonna get through it when we meet in late August. Any questions, any comments to this point? There are many people sitting at this table who've been a part of these meetings who can hopefully attest to what I just said.
I only have one question, I guess, and maybe Paul, this is for you. Under the non-voting members, with Mr. Jackson transitioning to this new position, will there be a need to fill his position? Does that need to be board approved?
You have to tell the position.
No, he's a non-voting member.
I don't think that would have to be,
Board approved like the others.
well, I don't think you'd have to replace the position because it's a non-voting position. Right, yeah. Or something else, as long as Mr. Jackson stays on the committee. You can say,
Bart has asked, and I have said I was glad to do that if he needed it. Because I'm not voting. And I would attend them anyway as executive director.
so I think you understand, as a non.
Okay, because I did have a recommendation for a replacement, but,
Oh,
okay. In the event.
Damn. Day after the first vote.
next morning.
For sale sign.
Please let me keep my first round draft picks.
All right, so what did you say, Mr. Davis?
Please let me keep my first round draft pick.
Sorry, yes.
Player to be named.
All right, okay, so I'll just change his title here.
And just President Sondani Nelson. The executive director sits on this inherently as a non-voting member. I did not start on here because I knew I wasn't gonna go through any kind of procedures and policies improvement anyway. I wasn't gonna be around that long. So it's just simple enough to at least change the title there.
Yeah.
And whether another position besides that needs to then be on there, I guess that's what the question maybe is, but I couldn't answer that.
Okay, do I want to?
Yeah.
I think it's important. I would like to see representation from our office being in the fact that it's engulfs such a large amount of schools. And from the scheduling standpoint, that would be that individual. I would like to see Xavier Anthony placed on a realignment as a non-voting member with the understanding that Tim would be there anyway as his position of the executive director.
Well, we don't have it agendized,
Right.
and I'm just trying to think if that's just some action that could be taken by the executive director.
Well, the replacement for, I see that there's a replacement down here. Do we need, oh, that's part of this proposal anyway, right?
That's
proposal, actually.
Yes. Scott placed Mr. Whirlpool at Yerington. This was very early in the process when Mr. Whirlpool was no longer Yerington's athletic director. But with this board, I believe, Mr. Anderson, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, when we first put this committee together, kind of the timeline, the board trusted us to put the committee together and then come back to things on it. So I think we can, if you wanted to add that, certainly Mr. Anthony wants to be a part of this week. Do you have any idea what you're getting yourself signed up for? I want to be a part of this process. If he wants to get in there, I don't have a problem. Add it, come back to the September meeting, say you didn't, vote okay with it.
And I think that would be fun.
Okay,
President Sloan, I can help you one more time with this too. So Donnie Nelson, I probably should have just been listed on here as an executive director's position. And then when the name changed, Mr. Jackson filled into that. So that other position that you're talking about should have inherently been on here anyway. So in my opinion, and Xavier, I don't think that there needs to be drastic action on it. I think it was just on some issue that I would listen originally as the director's executive director. If that makes sense. Mr. Anderson, I don't know if you agree to that or not, but.
So I think we ought to just do it as was suggested by Mark here, is just have, Xavier attend meetings as a non-voting member and then have the board agendize that and have it approved at the September meeting.
thank you.
I have a question. Is there a record of attendance for these meetings?
Yeah, we have minutes of meetings that are all up online.
Okay.
Who was there?
I had the option of not attending those. Wish I had known that.
Mind, you were a key component to those. All right, this is for possible action. And again, this is for the timeline. Any additional questions for Bart or staff?
Yeah, I have a question here.
Okay.
I'll start with staff. How much are you guys taking in, financial obligations and responsibilities of the district when you're coming up with some of these proposals?
To be honest, a lot, because I know when it comes back to this board.
When you say a lot, are you saying a lot of money or a lot of conversation?
Well, sure, spending on. We very much realize as a committee, and we've stressed this to the committee too, that what we are coming up with is a proposal to bring to this board, knowing full well that if we went completely outside the box and said, we're gonna have 10 state tournaments in every sport, they're all gonna travel all over the place, the two people sitting in the middle of that table would get up and throttle. So that's not, we are considering all areas. Our realignment committee is also our tournament format committee. We have also looked at things like different leagues, trying to minimize travel within those leagues as well, to maybe not have the league tied so much to classification and how you get to the postseason is tied with trying to find competitive teams around you, so that you're not spending 4 hours on a bus all the time to go play some.
And just in fairness to you and to the board, and the reason why I asked that is that this committee now, if you look at it, great guys and gals, and they're doing a good job, but none of them write the checks to send schools anywhere. on this committee. So I just want to make that obvious and known out there that.
Mr. Stallworth, Vice President Stallworth. We're gonna be on a tight timeline because of three seats here. The last thing I want to do, and the several people around this table, is bring something to this board where you're gonna look at it and go, how do you go away? Because we just don't have a whole lot of time to start with.
Yeah, sure.
So we're trying to consider everything past realignment committees have considered, with all these coaches proposals that are coming in. Mr. Jackson, you can speak to some of this too, and the different ways we're going. There's a whole lot of things to try to balance here, and it's. I now know why the two people in the middle of that table didn't want to be chair and co-chair this committee.
I want to add into what Bart said, there was actually a very good discussion at the last meeting about whether we should look at transportation routes within CCSD to realign. That, I was amazed at that conversation. Somebody actually said, should we look at the transportation CCSD currently has as we start to realign? And while the proposal we were discussing did not impact transportation, it's, the costs are in there, and there were a couple of other proposals that came out that we both looked at each other and were like, guys, travel alone is not gonna work. It just, you can't afford to move that many kids that far, that often, that repetitively, so.
Your head would spin to know what I spend in transportation. The only ask that I have, and I've heard conversations, is crossover games. And I'm not looking at wanting to, the crossover games, and like Roland said, and we're speaking from district level, we're talking about, I didn't know I was gonna be a travel agent when I went to college. I'm a heck of a travel agent right now. I sent about 15 buses up here in the spring, but if we're talking about crossovers, semis, quarters, I'm hearing things. Whew, that's a lot of planning, and I'm gonna tell you right now, it's getting harder and harder to get charters. You know, because of so many special events going on statewide. I'm just making that comment, I'm not.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, President, so when you talk about crossovers, you're talking about, so everybody knows, so we get to a state semifinal where we're crossing north versus south for extra travel, as opposed to playing down to one team in the north, one team in the south, and meeting that way. Again, the realignment committee is also a tournament format committee. We haven't delved deeply into state tournament formats, but the other part of that discussion, Mr. Biesmeyer is not with us anymore, but you saw the costs of facilities for having state tournament events. We're gonna have to have a whole lot more state tournaments at school sites.
I know, and that's later, a
Right,
later conversation.
But my point in that is, we're not trying to create a whole bunch of extra tournaments either, if we're having a place to host them.
Yeah.
And that also creates more expenditures on your guys' end to have those.
Well, we're getting off topic.
Right.
This is all about timelines, so let's proceed. So, we'll have that discussion later on. All right, need a motion as this is an action item to approve the timeline for the fall 25 spring 28 process. Looking for a motion.
We posted Region 3, I move to approve the timeline for the new line.
Alex?
Second.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed, say nay. Don't hear anything, thank you very much. We're gonna go through our liaison reports on page 131. Okay, and I am going to say for the record that if you have a question, as it states here, discussion, please feel free to do so. So, because it is written up liaison committee and director report for information / discussion. And we are going to start with class 4A, 5A Northern Region, Bob Levitt.
All right, I'm gonna keep it brief. The shadows on this afternoon. Bob Levitt, 584A North. First and foremost, I wrote in my notes, but I wanted to thank Donnie and Jay for their years of service with the organization. I had the opportunity at our 5A meeting a couple of weeks ago to recognize Donnie and tell him how much we appreciate all the work and certainly we enjoyed working with him over the years and Jay as well. And I inadvertently left Jay out of this. I feel bad about that. And now he's not here for me to give him the kudos he so well deserves. And also take the opportunity to welcome Tim and I've had the opportunity to get to know Tim and work with Tim over the years and certainly look forward to working with him in this capacity in the future. So congratulations, Tim. We look forward to it. Also, I wanted to go through and just recognize all the state champions and congratulate them on the spring sports. We had some good runs. I think we had a softball team from the North playing the championship series. We had a baseball team from the North playing the championship series, but baseball actually went to an IF game. And so we were very happy with that. Again, kudos to the realignment committee that left baseball and softball to 5A and they were competitive and played right where they were supposed to be playing. They were competitive games and so a success for that group overall. And then finally, just to go back a month or so ago when they were doing interviews for the executive director position, the gentleman from Florida had a chance to talk about his job in Florida. He talked about losing athletic directors. Now, it struck me that he mentioned they turn over a third of their athletic directors in the Florida Association every year. And to me, that just seems so significant because I work with the athletic directors. That's who I represent. And the jobs that they do and the knowledge that they have and the expertise and the experience is so valuable to the work we do every single day in leading high school athletics. And I don't think, particularly in the state of Nevada, that athletic directors are recognized for, in terms of contracts and such, and where they sit in the scheme of things for everything that they do provide in the school, what they do in leading athletics. And so with that, I'm losing 3 of my 5A, my 9 5A athletic directors from my group this year. That's a third of those athletic directors. And while I wish them well in their new roles and what they're doing, it's certainly going to take a hit. And I'm concerned about that. And we've turned over a lot of athletic directors over the past few years, but to lose 3 in 1 year, we're losing Frank Lazarek from Bishop Minot. We're going to lose that experience. We're lucky in that Teresa Burrows, who was athletic director and administrator at Galena High School for years and is now at Bishop Minot. She's going to be taking over that position. So we're excited about that and having Teresa back as a member of our group. John Glover down at Douglas County High School. He's leaving Douglas County High School. He's actually going out to Eureka as a principal. So we're congratulating him on that move out to Eureka County and wish him well on that, but we'll miss him down at Douglas County. And then Greg Sakalaris from Galena High School. He's been athletic director up there for a number of years, coached football up there before that. Huge wealth of experience and involvement. We're losing him to teaching history full-time up at McQueen High School for the remainder of his career. So those are concerns for me and while we wish him well, we certainly are concerned about losing folks from our group that have that much experience. So hopefully we can find a way to reward those guys and keep in their positions moving forward.
Yeah, discussion now.
Bob, Sakalaris he was like the commissioner for volleyball, who's taking that spot right now.
Well, Lucas Weber up at McQueen offered to do it, but Greg and I didn't do it because he's already doing basketball. I don't know at this point what they've done in Galena with respect to replacing Greg as the athletic director. So when I know that, we'll look at what that person has. Typically, I would then give everybody the opportunity to sort of say, hey, I'll take over volleyball and give up soccer maybe. So there might be some juggling. So until we know who the new AD is up there, we won't know what those assignments are on the commissioners with the various sports.
Thanks.
So until then, it's me,
Okay. I'll call you.
All right, we're gonna go to class 4A, 5A Southern, Tammy.
All right, so I got the email from Donnie about submitting the reports deep in middle of graduation, so it was not sent in, so. Always start out with the congratulations for our state champs. Softball 4A was basic, 5A Coronado. Baseball 4A was Durango and 5A was Palo Verde. Track 4A boys Desert Oasis, 4A girls Arborview. 5A boys Shadow Ridge and 5A girls Centennial. In golf, 5A was Coronado by sounded like a very one stroke. It was a very close one. Boys volleyball, 4A was basic and 5A was Palo. And then swim and dive, 4A boys was Sierra Vista and 4A girl, 5A boys was Palo Verde, 5A girls was Florida. And I always send out my email, concerns, questions, anything. A lot of hot topics about realignment, but nothing that, I can't answer anything yet for people, when's this happening? When's this happening? Calm down, we're on the timeline yet. So sure, the next meeting, I might have some concerns there. We did, also have, it came as a shock, but then now I was after reading through the packet a little bit. One of our APs came up with some more so suggestions, not really issues on playoffs. Instead of maybe hosting, having like the 1 seed host and the 2 seed host and the 3 seed host, having the 1 and 2 host everybody. So that you're not having as many schools hosting as many games and trying to get, I love that suggestion, because I know when you go deep into playoffs and you're hosting every night and trying to get staff, as opposed to, okay, I'm gonna host a few games in one night. But that was a good suggestion. Also to have the NIAA inspect neutral playoff sites. I think this one came in due to some of the concerns going into the 2A baseball and softball. Maybe have a representative or a liaison from those divisions go to the sites prior to and make sure there's some sort of agreement. Say, this, or maybe if we don't like this, we don't want it here, that type of thing, so we don't run into all of the issues. Sounds like happens. That one I'm not as familiar with, but I'm assuming that that's why I got this. The last thing was myself and then a few other people sent this in just to make sure NIAA is aware of all of the turf issues we're going to be dealing with in the next year, 2, 3. Sure, you guys are. Even as being one of the first teams getting them, I didn't realize the impact. I look at numbers and I don't know how we're going to even host baseball and softball next year. I don't know that we're going to have enough fields because everybody's getting turf replaced. For those of you guys that don't know here, I guess it was a law passed last year. By the end of 2026, all of the fields had to be replaced, the grass torn out, replaced with turf. So CCSD is doing them in blocks. So like we go down September 26th and we'll lose our baseball, softball and soccer fields from that day until the following May, because it's 236 days to complete. So, but then right behind us, a couple months later, another 8 schools. So baseball, softball season next year is gonna be interesting. So I don't envy anyone in this room trying to make that work, but a lot of people are asking, how's this gonna work? If we're the #1 seed and blah, blah, blah. I don't know the answers to that, but I think everyone just wants to make sure that it's thought of when we're looking at location. That's it for me. Yeah, that's a tough. Yeah, I just look at it for my own school and it's making me crazy. So
it's a huge undertaking. Okay, let's just leave it at that. We'll let you know when it's all figured out. Tim left at a good time. And Xavier gets to take over. All right, let's go. Class 3A, Jason Odegaard.
Just to start out, congratulations to all our spring state champions in 3A. Good representation throughout the state. We had 8 state championships, 6 different schools were represented. So that was kind of fun. There hasn't been a lot of chatter in 3A, whether it will be north or south right now. Just a little bit about realignment, but nothing too concerned. So we just hope everyone has a good, relaxing little break this summer and get ready for fall.
Thank you. Sean's not with us, is he? Hey, Sean, how you doing? All right, you're up.
I'm good. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First of all, thanks for having me on, and apologize for not being there. I want to thank Donnie and Jay for all the years of working with them. They knew me when I was a small pup, just helping with NIAA events, and to my big bad 2A liaison position now. If you'll see my liaison letter, it's in the packet. I didn't make it too long. I didn't want to beat Ellen for the longest one. I don't have Ray Parks here with me. I thought I did. He would yell Rollins, but anyway, as you can see, we like to congratulate the 2A athletic directors that helped us host some different events. Mike Brooks at Pershing County hosted the 2A baseball softball regionals. In the north, Ken Parker from Needles High School hosted regional baseball softball in the south. I'd like to congratulate Coral Academy of Reno. They won the 2A state track, boys and girls. Lake Mead and Lincoln County thought they'd had to battle North Tahoe and Incline, but it ended up being Coral Academy. Also, Needles High School, another California school, won baseball and softball state championships. And I'd also like to thank CCSD and John Grande of Durango High School for hosting the 2A state baseball and softball. These are not easy events to host or put together. We saw a lot of that on public comment this morning, and I took some of those bullets as well, and I sent them along to Tia's office as well. Here in the Southern 2A, again, schedule's getting finalized just like everybody else. We have a couple major concerns: lack of JV programs in all sports, lack of 2A schools that field all programs. Again, it's a 2A issue, I think, more 1A and 2A. We do have some issues that larger schools don't have to worry about. As you can see in my report, School B doesn't have football, and they'll just play club basketball during the fall and get 20, 30 games in before we can start playing basketball against them in November. The big one, though, in all of 2A, especially the South, is adequate hosting sites for state and regional tournaments, but also adequate hosting sites for regular season league games. I thought the folks here in Lincoln County were going to assassinate me in the spring season. We'd send kids on a bus to softball, baseball down in Las Vegas. A private charter school that didn't have facilities at their school would rent a park from the city of Henderson or city of Las Vegas. While rain would come, and then the city of Henderson would close the parks. And then those were 3-hour bus rides for nothing. And once the city of Henderson closed the parks, we turn around and come home, and then we have to reschedule these league games somewhere. And it's pretty frustrating. It happened to us twice. It happened to White Pine High School once. Again, I know nobody can predict the weather, and spring has its own challenges, but that's just been some of the grumbling around the 2A South is if schools are league members, they need to offer the sports. They need to have reliable hosting sites. And I know that's difficult. I know it's been a long time coming, and we've kind of discussed that in recent meetings. Other than that, realignment's a hot topic for us, but we're not the 5A, 4A. We are enrollment-based at 2A. And I guess that's about it for my report. Thanks for listening, and I've been logged on all day, and I did not fall asleep, not even through Jay's thing, so I'm excited.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. All right, we're gonna go to class 1A, David Vick.
Okay, I'd like to just first take a second to thank Carlin High School and Tonopah for hosting our regional baseball and softball tournaments. I'd also like to give a big thanks to Paul Sullivan at Fernley High School for hosting the state baseball. Fernley has, for the A-League, has really stepped up and helped us out this year. They hosted regional basketball also. Congratulations to the state champions, Colville for softball, Smith Valley for baseball, Waddell for girls track, and Mineral County for boys track. Some of the concerns that have come from the league is the transfer process with Activate takes the timeline that it takes. It just currently seems to take too long. And by that being said, when people move to the small rural communities, they're not going there for sports. And so you're still in this process of trying to get things cleared. We talked earlier about dropping programs, and we'll talk about it again, but a lot of times your small school drops a program
depends on the graduating class. Big Smith Valley, for example, this year we're gonna graduate 7 boys, and we're gonna pick up 2 out of our 8th grade class. So it's just the sheer numbers when you get the 60 students in your enrollment. And you gotta have, so for us to have football, we gotta get 50% of our boys to play. There's not another place, another place that has to have 50% of their kids be able to have a program. As far as realignment, we're very happy with how the past one has gone, we're happy with how things are going right now. That's all I got.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, private school, Mingo.
There's not much, the one concern I've heard was when the realignment, the rules committee came up with the changing it from 20 to 19. And the outrage of that whole thing changing, and I'm like, I don't know anything until we get to the meeting, to have a real conversation. Outside of that, they competed, all privates competed well during this spring sports. And, look forward to doing it again. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, church meeting.
All right, I'd like to, first of all, congratulate, Toronto Red Rock for winning the 4A boys golf state championship and the 4A girls swimming championship, and Royal Academy in Reno for winning both the boys and girls 2A track and field championships. We did have our directors meeting at the end of the school year meeting over at Slow Canyon, and Tim and Donnie were in attendance virtually there. As discussions about realignment and the new rules and regulations, I'd like to thank Mike Cofer and Sam for the realignment committee, and Reggie Palmer from Toronto Red Rock for representing us on the rules and regulations committees. One thing we do talk about a lot in the charters is just the academic point. We just want to give a shout out to our spring academic state team champions, and I just have listed on my report here the parentheses of where they placed the state. So 1, 2, or 3, Toronto Red Rock with baseball, softball, swimming, girls swimming, boys golf, boys volleyball. Pearl Academy in Las Vegas with track, boys and girls swimming, boys golf, and boys volleyball. Cadence with boys volleyball, Kipo with girls track, and Somerset Low Seed with boys volleyball. Also, have some short schools that are looking to start. Civica is one of them, so they're wanting to join the NIAA, and we're gonna said, will it help them try to become full members, so they're gonna be associate members. So I know they're working on their application packets right now. So that's it for charters.
Thank you so much. All right, let's go to the students. All right, Tara Carter, you're up first.
Okay, there's not much. I graduated on Monday. So in London, like usually it's like, it depends a lot, like my school's success and their like participation depends on the senior class a lot, because the younger classes look up to them. And so this year we had 8 graduates, and that's a lot more than some, because like my brother graduated with 3, and there's been like 2 or 1. So 8 is a good amount. But we all kind of had ambitions that some other classes don't necessarily have. And so one concern that I have specifically from my school, and I'm not sure if it's like this for all small schools, but like I said, classes come around that, they have ambition and they have like drive that some other classes don't. So I'm a little bit concerned about my school specifically, just because my school brought back girls basketball, and we hadn't had, like, my freshman year was the first year we had girls basketball in 7 years. And we brought back volleyball, and I think it was about 5 years since my freshman year, since we had that. And then we brought back FFA, we brought back, various clubs, also we became more involved, things like that, that my class did. And now that we're graduated, it's a little bit iffy, just because we don't have that. We don't have a graduate who kind of did that single-handedly, I'd like to say. One thing I like to bring up is that the next, just regarding the next student liaisons, they're great students, who have some really great input, but one concern I couldn't help but recognize that all the students are from bigger schools, like even the one taking my position. He's from Elko High School, which is the biggest school in the northern region of the Nevada Association Student Council. And Elko is a 3A school, so I mean, that is kind of small, but like compared to me, that's huge. And it is the biggest in the northern region. So I just like to ask that we don't forget about the smaller schools and just take into consideration the student perspective of smaller schools just every once in a while, I guess. Although I'm graduating and leaving, I still like have a special place in my heart for small schools, so I just like to keep that kind of under control, I guess, because sometimes our voice isn't heard, but yeah. And then lastly, I'd just like to thank you all, especially Donnie. You've done so much for me and Sandra to make us feel heard, and I just appreciate you for that.
Too loud, we can hear you, thank you.
We walk out there.
I don't know where's that coming from?
Probably Southwell.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, they don't open till 5.
it's probably circle.
I'll go back.
Probably just say.
Sit over there.
It's not weird that you do that at all.
All right.
All right, sorry.
I just walked up.
Continue, Chair. Oh, that was all. All right, appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, Sandra, you're up.
So I finished softball in the spring, and then, so this is our last meeting to volunteers, but the next liaisons are great, so that's in them. And then I also graduated, and then Park Coast Regionals, I heard great things about that, so that's all I really knew, and they had good food there. So. And then, what's it called? And then, yeah, thank you guys so much for this position. Like, it was a blessing to be a part of this, and just thank you a lot for being so kind to me and giving me this opportunity, especially you, Donnie. You're so sweet. Anyways, thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Please thank your parents for us. I know we can all need to do that, but, for you're letting you do this. It's a lot of trust in all of us for you to be here, travel, and attend all the meetings. Very impressive. Thank you. Please help them.
All right, we're gonna go to the superintendent, Russell Beck.
Yeah, I don't have a lot much on the list, but again, Donnie, thank you for your service. It's hard to believe that I think in your years, 20 of them, I've been involved in extracurriculars right along through that process. We're kind of exiting at the same time, so doesn't seem that long, but it has been. Mr. Dennis Holmes is taking my spot, Pershing, as superintendent of schools. He is also taking my spot as the NAS representative. So the idea there is our NAS group was that I'm working with Mr. Holmes on the transition into Pershing County School District. So it would allow me the opportunity to continue to mentor and help the transition onto this board or this position as well. And so hopefully that's a good thing. But at least I have some context to be able to share with him. And so he'll be your next NAS rep that comes forward. And we just always really appreciate the work that everybody's been doing, and honestly, the office, the communication, continuing to keep it going. The one thing along that we had, and I've been hit with from my seat in being in between the board and NAS group is dealing with realignment. And, you know, and when I say dealing with realignment, not specifics around finance or anything like that, that's always gonna be a concern, but really around a reminder that those meetings and those topics are truly a committee meeting, and conversations that are taking place. Bits and pieces of those things, as we all know in this room, get taken by one coach or by one thing and runs. And I'll get a phone call and be, you know, what the heck, I hear that, you know, Battle Mountain High School football is gonna be moved or whatever, and you're like, that's a coach proposal that was thrown out to a group that's not anything official, you know, and, next thing you know, Elko High School's calling her Elko County about something, and they just really continue to please remind folks that are sitting on that to be careful about what you share out, and how it's shared out. And we're never gonna stop it, but, when it's hitting those levels, it's not real fun, to try and talk them off the cliff. But honestly, that's really it. Just appreciate the work you're doing. We know it's not easy. Keep us in the loop as we move forward. And personally, I appreciate all the support I've had through the years with your groups.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, President Slum. So first of all, forgive Mr. Beck, Russ. I sincerely apologize. We do not have your plaque here and your lifetime pass. You will get that. I will personally drive it out to your house. If I can shake your hand properly and tell you thank you. What you have done for this board and for the association overall, all of our member schools and our student athletes, sitting at your seat, nobody will ever have an understanding. And even I have a grasp of it, but not an understanding. What you have done in the background to make the relationship between NAS and the NIAA overall, and I realize we're all still one and the same, coming down to it. There could have been a better person of these last handful of years than you, because we would not be anywhere where we are with the great working relationship that we have between the superintendents, the board members, and even school administrators and directors. Think about, right, when I started in this seat, the pandemic, how we battled our way through that to find a way to play. And all the other groups and organizations out there, we were the very first ones that got the opportunity to come back and play. And all the other organizations had to follow our return guidelines. And that was because of the pretty much every other week meetings for almost a year and a half. Keep crafting new policy, keep going back and do it. And it was you in collaborating with our office staff to get the superintendents to be on the same page to present to the state. We're unified. Schools, districts across the state, all member schools.
You're making me relive those nightmare days.
I think.
And some of that was luck, because I was NAS president
I
at
know.
the same time, so it really happens.
And then we think about, right, the last realignment cycle, and you talk about what's still coming ahead, but how we accomplished those things in a very different era of realignment, right? We're still developing realignment differently than we ever used to do before. And it's a, right, we're heading towards a modern age of competitive balance. But again, the last realignment cycle, you were a gigantic part of that, and getting your colleagues to say, this is what's best for the association. Because that wasn't easy to do. There were a whole lot of challenges in that process. Member school dues, right? We had to get that agreed to, as you just heard Jay talk about the operating budget, right? We need that increase in member school dues to be able to just cover the 30% increase in operating expenses that have now been, levied on the association. And that you got your colleagues to say, let's not just go 1 cent a quarter, let's go to 50 cents. Tim's gonna be able to survive because of that, in this. Officials fees. Walking into that meeting and you having done all of that work to know that we didn't have an issue, your colleagues said, done. That's amazing accomplishment. And finally, of course, all the different policies and rules that you have vetted and communicated to all your colleagues that this association needs the blessing of superintendents, or it doesn't go anywhere. Anyway, I can't think of a better person ever in the history of the association has been that person to make, is a non-voting member to make it all work. Bless your heart. I love you dearly. Thank you.
All right, Nada, Xavier, follow that.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, thank you, Donnie, for your service and everything. Obviously, Jay stepping out, but truly a blessing to be able to work with the NIAA team. And we know that you're gonna have continued success in everything that you do, sir. As far as everybody else, we just want to wish everyone hopefully to recharge the batteries a little bit, have a little restful break, reset, get prepared for new ventures like our girls are going to college and everything, permission. It's pretty sweet to see. Just recently here in May, we had the NIAA Section 7 meeting in Las Vegas. Man, that group was super excited for Mr. Jackson and they gave him tons of moral support and they're just thankful that someone with a CMAA and everything that they've done, that he's done for the NIAA and now be a part of the state association. They were super excited about that. We collaborated about, the future NADC meeting and Nate as well. We're starting to hopefully be able to work with Mr. Jackson to find an ideal venue to collaborate with him so that we can have a quality state conference in February, hopefully potentially along the state basketball championships. So that's that, and just a special shout out to, I heard his name earlier, Lucas Weber, who received the CAA athletic director over McQueen High School, doing a tremendous job, and they're doing great things over McQueen. And he was just athletic director of the year out of McQueen, so good stuff out of Lucas and the team. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. All right, Nevada Fish Association, Ellen.
Townsend, liaison to the officials. Thanks for letting me report on this. I'm also gonna be presenting, I think, the commissioner meeting minutes. So I'm gonna try not to duplicate topics and things like that. So you have I think it's on page 136, 137. It's only 2 pages this time, just want you to know that. As far as compensation, officials are very appreciative, the commissioners, presidents of the work that everyone did to contribute to this process of getting this new fee schedule in place. They had Zoom, on the April something, 16th, I think, and Pam and Tim and Rollins and Russell, Donnie, Jay, they had all the commissioners and presidents on there. We went over this whole thing and, Jay, he stood on his soapbox for quite a while. Anyway, it was very appreciative for, again, everybody in process. And then Donnie went, to the superintendent's meeting and Russell expanded on that. We just wanted to say how appreciative the officials are. I'm not gonna say 100%, because there's always that 1% who probably thinks something else should be done, but 99% of the people, I think, are very appreciative of that. We still have, as far as some compensation, some schools that continue to be delinquent, repeat offenders, getting their pre-bill or the final invoice paid. In the spring, I think, Commissioner Evans of softball, he's told the Tahoe Truckee area that next year they're just gonna pay on site since they are delinquent paying, so we'll see how that goes. Recruitment and retention, we still have a shortage of officials. A lot of that's geographical. Southern Nevada Officials Association has been in partnership with the College of Southern Nevada, have been able to reap a lot of benefits there. On May 3rd, just about a month ago, the baseball field, College of Southern Nevada had a ceremony and they honored Las Vegas Mayor Carolyn Goodman for her vision and support of the SCORE program for the officials. SCORE stands for SNOA, Coyote Officials Recruitment and Education. And this is a way for the SNOA, College of Southern Nevada, to kind of collaborate and help out with recruiting and providing benefits to the officiating in that area. A couple of weeks ago, the Raiders hosted an open house geared towards recruiting high school and college students to SNOA. So they're helping out again. They have an officiating academy with students, and they end up helping cover officiating uniform expenses, and NIAA registration. So again, they're helping in the recruitment efforts. The Las Vegas Raiders also hosted a SNOA officials, hosted the officials at their headquarters, providing some sort of high school football officiating clinic and that sort of thing. SNOA has increased their numbers, added 241 new officials. Football in the north reports they're adding new officials at their rookie social they had. Volleyball in the north will be participating in summer league volleyball at McQueen. So maybe that has something to do with Lucas at the volleyball coach there and at Douglas Community Center. Sportsmanship, kind of the focus here in this section will be on the officials appreciation program. Spring appreciation weeks was probably too late in the year to really have a good benefit. It was April 22nd to the 27th. We talked about this at the commissioners meeting, and so I think I'll just wait maybe and talk about that in the commissioner meeting. Now I'll just cover it. We'll get it out of the way. The SNOA figured that Vince came up with an estimate where he believed approximately 25% of the southern schools participated in this officials appreciation week throughout the year, which is kind of a low number. Most of the rurals participate, but it's the first year, so hopefully we can improve on those numbers. No official appreciation events occurred in the north at all in the spring, which was kind of disappointing. So no baseball, softball, swimming, diving, anything like that. However, swimming and diving, Kendra Follett, who's the president of that group, she does do an official appreciation week for her officials at the swim and dive regions. Hopefully we can have next year some improvement on communications. That's probably the bottom line. You know, using social media, talked a little bit about, schools need reminders about this. We need to improve on that. But that's really important for officials, just get a little recognition. Tentative dates, probably not tentative. I think these are pretty solid for next year. They're just listed there in the fall. These are all earlier, a couple weeks earlier than they were last year. I think that will help and improve recognition, especially this spring. This will just be, about a month after spring sports have started. Unless it's raining or too windy or something, they can't do that day. Ejections. I have the ejections. Ejections are down from last year, but soccer is still in number one, first place for the number of ejections. Mark Ratner was awarded the Hank Greenspun Lifetime Achievement Award just a couple weeks ago, and this is basically given to someone who displays general excellence or strength of character, or someone who displays exceptional sportsmanship and perseverance while dealing with adversity. So that's a very nice honor. Under other, just a few things, couple things there regarding event management or the facilities. We had umpires working at the state softball, baseball championships held in Burnley, Fallon, and at Faith Lutheran and Durango high schools. They got some feedback from the presidents and commissioners that, they had adequate changing of facilities. They had a room or a place for them to get out of the sun. They enjoyed some complimentary food. I think there were food trucks at Burnley and Fallon, which was pretty neat. And they had, plenty of water, overall good experience. Just with the exception of inadequate restroom access at Durango High School. Umpires working Bishop Gorman baseball and softball reported they had no changing facilities. They were changing basically come dressed or changing your car. Lack of water through the end of the games. They might have had some at the beginning, but then it kind of ran out. A lot of them just brought their own water. They, didn't have any access to any food. Again, the need for more restroom facilities for both fans and officials. They also told me they didn't have a public announcer for the baseball games, and softball did have one. Softball reported that they had to have, nobody was helping chase down foul balls, so, they kind of have a delay or, return. You can't play if you don't have enough balls there. We just need to make sure officials are adequately taken care of for all contests, not just state, but specifically at state. This is an honor to be selected to work. Again, want these appreciation effects, retention, so if we can show that officials are appreciated, more of them are going to want to return to that. Wrestling rule change, this came, many of you might already know about this. So the upcoming season has some scoring revisions. Some of the biggest rule changes ever. Mike Sheets reported, he's the commissioner, that this might be a bit of a learning curve, but matches should be much higher scoring. Takedowns will be worth 3 rather than 2, 2, 3, and 4 point near falls. Now may be earned rather than just 2 or 3. So the high school scoring will be now the same as the college. Thank you again for letting me share my insights from everybody that contributed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, mine's real short, sweet. Donnie, first of all, again, I want to hear everyone say thank you for your service. You and I go way back. I think I was either a coach or an administrator back in Silverado when we first started working together. And it's been an amazing ride, highs, lows, but at the end of the day, nothing but full respect. So, and Mr. Jackson, you go from one office to another. I know you will do an amazing job for the state of Nevada, and I'm excited to see how we go forward as a state. Then I have just 2 other things to say, and I'm going to piggyback on a little bit of what Tammy had mentioned and Ellen had mentioned, was at the last about the concern of state sites, postseason sites. I do recall at the last board meeting, I had asked that staff would go and perform a site visit at each state site, and I'm not sure that took place. So going forward, Mr. Jackson, I think that's very vital, because I think some of the things that people say on the, they're unpleased with, maybe that could be countered here at the board meeting if those site visits were being conducted at the same time. I know, and I probably sound like a broken record, but I've talked about a facility guide. What are the expectations of the NIAA when hosting the event? That never seems to have legs, but we ask for that. And I think that would help schools if the NIAA can explain their expectations for hosting events. I think that would help, because going back to what Bob said, we have turnover all the time. You're losing 3, we're probably losing 10 administrators down south, and we won't know until we get heard. I also know that there has been discussion, a request from our liaison in regards to Activate training. Activate, I'm not sure where the NIAA is with that. And about training for school staff. I think that would be beneficial statewide, via Zoom or whatever, with some type of educational component. That would help and assist schools. And also, it was asked that the NIAA create a guidance document that can be handed out to parents. So those are just a couple minutes, and again, Donnie, congratulations, and good luck in your next adventure. So, all right, with that said, I'm gonna turn it over to the new executive director, Mr. Jackson.
So for the last 5 minutes, I have a report. Joe, thank you, everyone. This is a great honor. I'm very excited. Want to go over a few things, but I don't want to touch on too many, because it is a board agenda item to go over my 100-day plan, and a lot of things I would talk about in the report will be covered in that, and I will cover those at that time. Just a couple of things to let you know. Been very welcomed by a lot of different groups. I will tell you that the California, Arizona, Utah, Idaho, Montana people have been phenomenal. Reached out to them and have had great conversations with them, working on that relationship and building with them is very important, because Nevada will host the Section 7-8 meeting September of 2025. Plans are already in the works there. Been making contact with people about that, and so it's very exciting. They have requested that it be in Nevada, or in Las Vegas. So working through that whole challenge of balancing costs and expectation will be fun, and I'm looking forward to it. Going to Boston for the NFHS summer meetings, that is coming up at the end of the month. Going there with anticipation of being a sponge and learning as much as I can. Was contacted last week by the NFHS executive director. There are quite a few new executive directors, coming on board this year. They will be offering a training free for the association to send me. It's a one-day training. I fly in the morning, go to the training all day, second day, and then I fly back out. So I'm excited about that. Learn a little bit more about the NFHS. A little more localized. The fall meetings are being scheduled now. We have secured the facilities for the fall meetings of Durango, Hug, Lake Mead Christian, and the Winnemucca Boys and Girls Club. We'll be getting the agendas out to the schools as soon as we get those finalized. My plan is next week, we have a staff meeting, another staff meeting already scheduled. Once again, something that I'll discuss in the 100-day plan, but we'll be putting together an agenda, and we're looking to make a change in that delivery during those meetings. We have broken away from the CCSB opening meeting, which was a long, full day of sit and get. So we've broken apart from that so that we can differentiate when they're at the CCSD meeting and when they're at the NIAA meeting. Those two entities are separate, and I want to make sure we keep that line clear. So those meetings will be coming up starting at the end of July into August. Once again, my 100-day plan is in the board packet. We'll be discussing that tomorrow. Jay's position closed on Friday. Happy to say we had some applicants. I have given the staff the information from those applicants. I've asked them to review it and then rank those people 1 through 4. There are 4 applicants that they're looking at. It does not mean we're going to interview all 4. We may not interview anyone. If we have to, we may look at it and say, you know what, this isn't what we're looking for. Maybe we need to readjust. I was very vague in the job description in the sense that I didn't want to pigeonhole the job into one area, because I want to make sure that we get the right person for the right position with a skill set that would augment the NIAA staff. In other words, if we find a rock star out there that has some skills that line up nicely with Jay's, but also have other skills that we can utilize, I want to get the best person, period. So that's my goal, and we're going to work together as a staff to get that. One of the most common questions asked when I was up here for state softball and baseball was, when are you moving? I want to let the board know that I have secured an apartment, and I will tell you that I will be glad to work with any student coming to UNR or any other university up here that is looking for an apartment to get them through this process. That was something I had forgotten about after living in a home for 30 years. Renting an apartment is worse than buying a car. It is worse than getting a credit card. It is tough. And I will tell you, thank you, Tia, for the help. Thank you, Xavier, for your help. I am more than useless when it comes to finding a place to live, and the two of them were willing to help, and actually walked into an apartment and said, no, we can't live here, and we walked out. I was very thankful, and so was my wife, so she is appreciative as well. But I wanted to reassure everyone that I had secured that. I move in the 17th of July, and I have a plan in place for how that will work. I will be in Reno for the next 2 weeks. I'm up here, Tia's got me secured at the Nugget for next week, and then the week after that, I will be back up here again. Then I will be in Boston and everything else. But if anyone would like my calendar, I would gladly share access to it. I have no problem with that. If you'd like to know where I'm at all, I will gladly share it. It's a Google Doc, and I'm ready to do that. One other thing that's interesting, I was contacted by Rules. He's on the National Rules Committee he represents Nevada. The potential NFHL rules pilot program. They're piloting a new rule that really dovetails nicely into our sportsmanship committee. The pilot program is this. Right now, if the coach in soccer is issued a yellow card or a red card, that card is assessed to that coach, which makes sense. However, it's not assessed to that bench. Much like in basketball, if your assistant coach gets up and goes crazy, that technical is a bench technical. 2 bench technicals you're ejected. So what the pilot program is this: if an assistant coach gets a red card or a yellow card, I'll get more details on that. It's also assessed to the head coach at the same time. So that hopefully we can get the control of the sidelines back, where the head coach is controlling their assistants. It's a great pilot program. It would only be during regular season games, and it would only be in the Washoe area and only in the Clark County area that they're looking at doing it. They want to get that, I don't have the full details yet. They just sent that to me, but I'm looking forward to working with them on that. I think anytime we can pilot a program that benefits our association, we should really look at that closely. One last thing, I wanna say that we have Jay mentioned it earlier, that's why I've added it to this, we have started the updating and modern, I don't wanna use the word modernizing, that's inappropriate. Updating and changing the forms and the ordering process for rule books, activity cards, and Hall of Fame. We're moving through them slowly and meticulously. We're going to go through each and every form. If they can be adapted and changed and improved, we're going to do that so that our membership does not have the delays in getting the items back. So our hope is that we can get to the point where everything is done electronically and we can be more responsive to our membership. The other things I'll cover during my 100-day plan as I go over with everyone else. But the last thing I wanted to share with everyone is, starting tomorrow, you'll start getting emails from me, everybody sitting in this room, to schedule a meeting with me one-on-one to discuss anything you want to talk about. So those emails will start going out in the next few days. I'm gonna try and get as many of them out as I can tomorrow. Also, that will be discussed in my 100-day plan as well. So with that, I'm gonna end and say thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, in closing really quick, our meeting tomorrow, it begins at 8. I assume breakfast at 7?
Yes.
Okay, with that said, we are adjourned, go ahead, dinner 5:30.
Yes, dinner 5:30, it's right on time, get ready, quick break, either around to our rooms, 5:30 at the cafe, I'll meet you there, for that. And Mr. Jackson, as you can already tell board members, he understands that this job, is executive director, it's not a job, it's a lifestyle. He's gonna embrace that, I know that, look forward to working with you, Tim, in the next couple weeks, and just get ready to run.